Hello and welcome in for everybody tuning in. Thank you so much for being here. This is the 376th episode of the Dean Withers Show. This is the second attempt at a YouTube Live. We started one just moments ago, but it got taken down because of a Wi-Fi outage, but we are back now. So once again, for everybody tuning in, appreciate every single person so much for being here. If you've never been here before, let me quickly tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds because Donald Trump is the worst president of your life, my life, the lives of every single person watching this live stream, and every single day, he does something new that's a little bit insane. Now, we just covered the breaking news in the period that I thought the YouTube stream was running. Apparently, it was not. So I'll just briefly repeat that. Donald Trump gave one of the most unhinged press conferences of his political career this morning. If you didn't get a chance to tune in, good for you. You're very lucky. We heard some very unhinged shit, from him threatening to jail a journalist, to saying that he maybe wants to be the president of Venezuela, to saying that he wants to send Iran back to the Stone Ages. He is pissed off. He is mad that he's not getting his way, that the brute force of tyranny and madness is not working out in his advantage. So now he seems to be taking that out on journalists, Venezuela, Iran, the American people. It is a mess, ladies and gentlemen. Now, something else we did bring up earlier that I guess I'll just quickly repeat is that I'm a big fan of space exploration and space news. So today we are going to be covering a lot of space news as it happens, because Artemis 2 is getting ready for their complete orbit of the moon. In around an hour and a half from now, we're actually going to get a live view from the camera fixed to one of their to the outside of their spacecraft that will show an eclipse of both the moon and the Earth. So we're going to be turning their stream on for a little bit during that time, and that's going to be right before they go LOS, or out of context. So we'll make sure we stay up to date with that. Honestly, all day long, I've had the NASA live stream open on my phone. I've been listening to the spacemen and women talking to Houston, talking to NASA, explaining what they see and just how taken aback they are. It's just been such a beautiful thing. I am so proud of humanity, and it's just so cool to see us all to be able to come together over such an awesome achievement. But let's go ahead and hop into the debates with the Trump supporters right now. We already have the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up into the box. Take it away, Vicky. Tell us why you support Trump.
So before I start, I would just like to ask you a question. Do you agree that a good president would need to be well-spoken to represent their country?
Do I agree that a good president would need to be well-spoken? Yeah, I mean, I clearly think that one's ability to publicly speak is going to be important for a president.
Yeah, so that's a big reason why I do support him. I think you look at him and he looks like he is American leader material. Like, you see him and other people see him from other countries and they think this is the man that represents America. They think he is a leader. That is basically what I need to say. And I like that he supports other countries. And a big thing I see in the left is, like, for you, for example, I support him also because he didn't make innocent women think they're crazy for saying that they support Russia.
What? What?
You said, did you mention anything yesterday about supporting Russia?
I have no clue what you're talking about. But anyways, to respond to the reasons that you gave insofar as why you support Trump as president, you said that it's because he's well-spoken. Excuse me. You said it's because he's well-spoken, he knows how to give a speech, and he's able to get the people together. So, yeah, I mean, this is a pathetic and futile attempt to justify Trump as president because one of his largest failures is his inability to publicly speak. I mean, he is a complete and total mess. I mean, just earlier today, I mean, you heard this. We talked about the breaking news where he got in front of the mic and camera at a press conference and rattled on and on about how he wants to jail journalists and be the president of Venezuela and send a run back to the Stone Age. It's like, no, that's not something that we like to hear from the president. Now, even if you want to respond to that by saying, okay, sure, Dean, what he's saying here is crazy, but it's not, but you can still understand what he's attempting to communicate to you, which proves he's still a good public speaker. Well, we could just point towards other clips of him saying fucking mumbo jumbo, okay? Like, for instance, the sharks, boats, and battery clips, a clip from one of his rallies prior to the election where he just spent 2 minutes talking about, once again, shark, boats, and batteries, and how he had to ask an MIT professor about shark, boats, and batteries. Or many of his statements saying to inject, bleach to fight COVID, saying that coal is clean, saying that windmills cause cancer, or just giving one of his random yap sessions about absolutely nothing because he's a senile old man who would be better off in a retirement home than the Oval Office.
So I think you're actually pivoting. So I actually heard you say that you supported Russia. I'm asking why you put Russia in front of the citizens of America. Why do you prioritize Russians over the citizens that live in the country that you were born in?
Yeah, I've no clue what this is supposed to be. I'd assume it's some type of bit or a troll that'll probably kick you for. I've never said that I support Russia. I don't support
You said
Russia.
that yesterday.
No, I didn't.
Anybody could watch the VOD back and catch you in the act. There's no point in lying about it.
Yeah, at no point in yesterday's VOD did I ever say that I support Russia. Like, once again,
There's
I
a
think that this
clip.
is a bit. I think that this is a troll. So I'm gonna kick you. Okay.
You're running.
Running
Why are
from
you
what?
running? The debate.
What
This
debate?
isn't.
I tried to debate you on the reason that you gave me insofar as why you support Trump. You said it's because he's good at public speaking. I gave you a comprehensive counter argument to that suggestion. And then you said, Dean, you're actually running, you're pivoting here. I want to talk about how yesterday you said in your VOD that you support
I
Russia.
said he was a
No,
leader.
at no point in my stream yesterday did I ever say that I support Russia. You know, like, this is like me accusing you. Oh, yeah,
I said he
yesterday.
was a leader.
Yesterday you said that you want
He's
to
a
like
good
starve a
leader.
bunch of children. And then you're like, Dean, what the hell are you talking about? I never said that yesterday, Dean. And I'm like, oh, yes, you did. There's evidence. Anybody could go find it. There's a clip. All right, yeah, just a bunch of mumbo jumbo, never happened. Sorry, I'm here for serious political discourse. If that's not something that
also
you think that
here
you
for
could give
serious
me, then I'm
political
going to go ahead and kick
discourse.
you. So if you want to keep it to serious political discourse, that's fine. I will allow you to stay on the live stream. Feel free to stay as long as you do keep it at serious political discourse. And the way that you could keep it to serious political discourse is responding to the argument that I gave in response to your claim that he's a good public speaker.
Okay, I'll respond to that. Then we can get back to this. And if you're really sure about what you're saying, then we can put money on it. I know you love doing that. You love getting money. You are a number one grifter, so we know you love money. But we can address that afterwards. My biggest claim was that he was a good leader, and I said that he represents America well. And I don't think you responded to that.
Yeah, you
You
brought
didn't make any
up you brought up
cohesive.
how it's important for a president to have good public speaking skills, and I showed you that that's something that Donald Trump
It
doesn't
is, yeah.
have. Now, on top of that, now you're building out your claim to say that he's
How'd
a
you
good
show
leader
me
and he
that?
represents America well. He definitely doesn't represent America well. I mean, I think that he's a threat to the core American identity, from his attack on law and order, from his attacks on law and order, from his attacks on the Constitution, to his calls for the execution of Democrats that oppose him in Congress, labeling them all as terrorists, celebrating their deaths, to infringing upon the human rights of people in our country, arguing that undocumented immigrants don't have due process, just to then deport them without it to a place in El Salvador where they're tortured and beaten, to bullying our transatlantic partners, threatening to pull out of NATO, kill the UN, not abiding by the ICC, so on and so forth. Like, all these things definitely do not represent America well.
I think it's funny because you're the epitome of what you're describing. You are a dehumanizing person. You like to degrade people for your own enjoyment, and it is so sad to see. Because there's thousands of people who watch you and support you, and they don't condemn anything that you do. A good example
Okay,
of
I
this was
appreciate you for the baseless
yesterday.
character attack. Could you actually respond to the points that I made?
No, I'm just calling you a hypocrite because you're
Okay, yeah,
accusing Trump of the
yeah,
same things that
cute,
you
whatever.
embody.
But could you actually respond to the points that I made about Trump?
This is my response. I am
No,
responding
this
to
is not
you
your
right now.
response, because you're attempting to attack my
It would
character
help if you didn't
compared
interrupt
to
me.
responding to my argument to describe Donald Trump's character as being antithetical to this notion of being a good representation for America on the global stage, being a good public speaker, so on and so forth. You know, like, I could literally be the worst person ever, but I mean, that wouldn't change the fact that it's definitely true Donald Trump does not represent America well on the global stage. So I'd appreciate it if you would respond to the substance of the argument that I gave you on that front, and stop pivoting because you're losing the debates, getting very angry at the fact that I'm the person making you lose the debate because I happen to be the person giving you the facts that you disagree with, leading to vapid assaults on my character. Now, what are we going to do? Are we going to continue down this rabbit hole of, like I said, baseless, vapid assaults on my character because you're pissed off? Or are you going to acknowledge and address the series of facts I gave in response to your claim that Donald Trump represents America well?
So I will respond to that, but I'm actually not angry. I just had a really good meal. I'm so full, I'm not hungry, So I'm not angry.
Okay,
But
yeah, whatever
in
you want to
response
tell
to
yourself,
what
it's fine.
you like to call everybody angry that joins when you don't have a good argument.
Okay.
You're just
I gave,
projecting.
if,
But that's
if
that's
the
fine. That's
argument
fine.
that I
That's
gave
fine.
you
I'll
wasn't good,
respond. I'll respond
if
to your
the argument that I
respond
gave
to
you
your
wasn't good, then why have you not addressed it yet? It seems like it probably is a good argument because it seems to be the case that you don't know how to defeat it.
Okay, what about this? Don't throw 5 points at me at one time, and we can go one by one.
Okay, you said that Donald Trump represents America well. The first reason why that's not the case is because he is a threat to what the American identity is. And this becomes incredibly clear through his assault on the Constitution, his assault on law and order, his assault on human rights, and his assault on our international partners.
Can you expand on his assault to human rights? Because I don't see that prevalent anywhere in his presidency.
The administration supports deporting people with no due process to a place in El Salvador where they are then beaten and tortured. The silence is nice. I love the silence. Now she's quiet, folks. Now she's
Why
really
are you
quiet.
muting me?
No one muted you.
You muted me.
We know that you're lying because we could hear you typing on your phone in the background.
You muted me.
We know that you're
literally
lying
muted
because
for
we
the
could
past,
hear
like,
you
30
typing
seconds.
on your phone in the background.
Was I
You're
not
fucking
just muted? Was I not just muted?
No.
I'm pretty sure the people on TikTok can see I was just muted. You
We
like to
heard
side
you
with
typing
people, and
on
that
your
is a
phone in the
perfect example
background.
of human
We
rights
heard you
abuse.
typing on your phone in the background. You were not muted.
I was muted. Did you not see my mute?
If you were muted, then we would not have heard you typing on your phone. We heard
You're
you
insane.
typing.
You're literally insane.
Okay, this is MAGA, folks. They're fucking droids of
can't respond to
misinformation.
anything.
And
Like,
not,
what-
I can't
what am I
respond to
supposed to do?
anything? You asked me, how has Donald Trump promoted human rights abuse? I gave you a direct, succinct response. I said it's because he supports deporting people with no due process to a place in another country where they're then tortured. Mister, I can't respond to anything. What are we doing? That's my response.
Can you give me an example of this happening?
Yes,
'Cause the
300
only-
Venezuelan immigrants were deported with no due process to CCOT, and the fact that they were deported with no due process was actually ruled by a federal judge that then told the Trump administration that because they were deported without due process, they had to turn the planes around, and they couldn't bring the Venezuelan immigrants to CCOT. But then the Trump administration said, "I don't care. We're not going to listen to this court order."
Trump is only a threat to people who see him as a threat. Dean, what if you got deported?
The question, Dean, what if you got deported, is irrelevant to responding to the statement, Donald Trump has deported people with no due process.
Do you think it would be difficult to sort through millions of files to expel people from the country? Do you think that would be a little difficult? A hard task, maybe?
Do I think that mass deportation would be easy to pull off? No.
Okay, so that's my point. That's the entire premise.
So the point is that it's okay for Donald Trump to intentionally neglect human rights and fail to abide by courts that have ruled some of his deportations as illegal because you think that his job is hard?
Trump does have a hard job. He is literally looking over 300 million people, plus the people who we don't account for.
So you don't condemn
I
him
think we
for
can all
violating
agree
human
that.
rights?
I think we can all agree that being a president is a difficult
So
job.
you don't condemn him
And
for
people like-
intentionally violating human rights because you think his job is hard. Do you think the job of a surgeon is
I
hard?
don't think his job is hard. I know his job
Do you
is
think
hard.
that the job of
yes.
a brain surgeon is hard?
That's a pivot, so I'm not going to respond
It's
to
not a
that.
pivot.
We're talking about
it's
the
not
president,
a pivot. It
so
is
we're gonna
relevant to
stick
this
on
debate.
the topic of the
It is relevant to this debate. Do you
Everything
think that
is
the
relevant
job
to
of a
debate for you.
brain surgeon is hard?
I mean, if they were working on you, maybe not, because there's not a brain to work on.
Okay, yeah,
So it really
whatever,
depends on the
whatever.
person.
Okay, little fucking
It really
insult.
depends on the person.
What, little fucking irrelevant insult. Clearly, that's a distraction away from a genuine answer to the question. Do you think that the job of a brain surgeon is hard?
For the most part, I would agree.
Would you condemn a
maybe-
brain surgeon for intentionally killing their patients? Or would you not condemn a brain surgeon for intentionally killing their patients because, quote unquote, their job is hard, because this is the argument that you're giving me in reference to Trump. You're acknowledging that he deported people with no due process. You're acknowledging that a court then ruled he deported people with no due process. You're acknowledging that he then ignored that court's ruling and continued to deport them with no due process. But you're also simultaneously arguing that we shouldn't care because he has a hard job. So would you say the same thing about a brain surgeon who intentionally kills his patients?
So the significant difference between a brain surgeon and Trump is that a brain surgeon can sleep peacefully at night without physical, mental, and mental anguish, because the job of the presidency requires being hated on and wished death upon by millions and millions of people, such as yourself. So
I
I
don't
would
give a
argue
fuck that
that.
people hate on the president if the president intentionally violates human rights. Are you arguing that it's not okay to hate on people that intentionally violate human rights?
Are you arguing that we shouldn't respect our president?
Yes.
Did you respect Biden?
I had some respect for Biden.
So we should respect our presidents.
I don't think that we should respect Trump.
Okay, so now you're changing your claim, because earlier you would argue that we shouldn't respect our presidents.
I
You
said that we
can't you
shouldn't.
can't track
I
the
said that we shouldn't.
conversation.
I said that we shouldn't respect the president when they're Trump, because Donald Trump is a rapist. Donald Trump has admitted to sexual exploitation. Donald Trump has intentionally infringed on human rights. Donald Trump has started a war in the Middle East after promising no new wars that has led to the deaths of 2,200 innocent civilians. Donald Trump has set forth economic policy that has destroyed this country's economy. Donald Trump has taken healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 that die every single year via lack of access to healthcare. Donald Trump today said that he wanted to jail journalists, go be the president of another country through a forced regime change in Venezuela, and says that he wants to send all Iranians back to the Stone Age, which is just a cornucopia of war crimes. These and many more other reasons, such as his involvement with Epstein, the credible accusations against him in the Epstein files, him illegally redacting and hiding files accusing him of child rape, on top of his relationship with Epstein, including a letter in 2003 where he sent Epstein a picture, or sorry, more so the drawing of the naked body of a girl with a statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret. Yeah, I definitely argue that this is somebody in which we should not support.
So the truth is, okay, so like realistically, if you really look at it, the thing is,
Yeah, if we really
that's
look at it,
all
the thing
that's
is that you don't have anything to say in response to the facts that I shared you, because you're never going to change your mind, because you're a cult member who doesn't care about the truth.
you're not being open-minded. Like, if you really were like opening your ears, listening, trying to intake any sort of information that anybody comes on your life and tries to like sway you with, you would actually change your mind. And the thing is, all of that was just your opinion. Like, and you already said it yourself. Trump is probably going to be dead in the next, what, like 2 years,
I'm going to
maybe.
stop you there
We're
because you're
not, we're
wrong.
not.
It's not my opinion that Donald Trump is a rapist. That's what a court ruled. It's not my opinion that he's boasted about the sexual exploitation of women and girls. That's what he said on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005. It's not my opinion that his economic policy has been destructive to America. We just simply have to look at and evaluate macroeconomic facts, such as the fact that last year we had 1.3 million layoffs and the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010, on top of the worst jobs report since '03, ignoring recessions. It's not my opinion, okay, that he's been berating our transatlantic allies. He admits to this. He admits to imposing tariffs on them. He admits to wanting to pull out of NATO, and he admits to now begging them to take their warships and put them on the Strait of Hormuz. It's not my opinion that he took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans with a big, beautiful bill. That is the evaluation done by the CBO that's actually right-leaning. It's not my opinion that the big, beautiful bill also reduced the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year. That's, once again, the evaluation and study done by the CBPP. Like, none of those things are just merely my baseless opinions, but they're rather facts rooted within evidence.
That's debatable. I feel
So
like
then
I could
debate it.
change it. That is what I'm doing. I didn't interrupt you, so if you would let me speak, that would be much appreciated.
Yeah, go ahead.
I really do think I could change your mind. If you decide to be open-minded, I think I could change your mind with one simple question. Would you like to hear what that question is?
Sure.
Were you there?
What does that mean?
Were you present when were you present in all of these situations that you were describing with Trump?
No. I mean, like, some of the claims that I made didn't even like have any reference to like a geographical location. Like my claim is about his economic policy. Like I'm just like I'm confused of like what you would even mean by were you there? Like was I in the room when the study was being done by the CBO? No.
Okay, exactly. That is exactly my point.
Okay, what is this point supposed to prove?
That you have no base for your claims and you're just a finger-licking liberal.
So you only believe things that you were personally there to witness?
And I bet your toes are yellow. Like,
so I just want to clarify. Do you only believe things that you were personally there to witness?
Well, of course it would depend on the topic.
Oh, now it depends? But you just told me, Dean, because you believe in things that you weren't personally there to witness, you can't believe them at all. But now you're saying, oh, now it depends. Like, for instance, do you believe, well, I guess I should first ask you, are you religious?
As in, like, do I support a religion? Do I follow a religion?
Yes.
Depends on what you mean by that.
What do you mean it depends on what I mean? I'm asking you if you praise a god.
I like the Bible.
Okay, so you're a Christian. Were you there for Jesus' resurrection?
Well, I was there mentally.
Okay,
you might think this is
I'm sorry.
I'm
going to cut you off there. You've lost your fucking mind.
I have not lost my mind.
You're a 19-year-old woman in America in the year 2026. You were not there for Jesus' resurrection.
I actually didn't say I was 19.
What are we talking about?
You have the memory of a goldfish. I said 18. And speaking of fish, do you remember when you were making fun of that woman's dead
Speaking
fish?
of the last bullshit that you were just trying to say, were you just in the middle of arguing that you were there for Jesus' resurrection?
No, I'm saying it's gonna sound hard to believe, but so I don't really want to like try to explain it to you, but in some kind of way I was there. Not physically, but I was there.
What does that mean?
Have you like ever had a dream and like something is so clear to you, like you're sleeping but you get like basically a vision.
We just got our
and you see.
Listen, what I just want to pull some shit out, but I just want to like call some shit out. By the way, we just got our visibility on TikTok restricted for doing nothing. By the way, for doing absolutely nothing. There's nothing that we have done to get our visibility restricted. And the only reason why that's something that TikTok just hit us with is because we have 21,000 viewers in here. And if TikTok did not restrict my live stream, then that number would have likely continued to grow. If you want to, like, dude, I swear to you guys, TikTok legitimately suppresses my streams when they start pushing out to a lot of people. I haven't thanked a single donor. We haven't talked about the Venmo and PayPal. We haven't talked about anything. We've just been spending like the time debating. So, oh my God. Unfortunately, because of that restriction, folks, we have to go ahead and restart the stream. It is completely unreal that that's something that we have to do. Unfortunately, TikTok does do this a lot when we have like an exceedingly growing number of viewers in the live. I really hate the fact that TikTok forces us to do that. We have another 3.5 hours of debates, everybody. I'm making a plea to you to please come back. If you want to know how to come back, it is very, very, very easy. All that you have to do is ensure that you're following my account, and then you will find it on your following list within the TikTok app. The live stream takes 5 seconds to restart. It's very, very, very easy. Something else that we could do here, if you want to come back even faster, is once the live stream ends, it'll say live has ended, then it will show you my profile picture. If you click on my profile picture, it'll direct you to my account page. If you count to 5 to 10 and then refresh the account page, you'll be able to click on the new live. Mama was being so cute. So I guess we're going to go ahead and hit that restart right now. Super unfortunate that this is something that we have to do, but we might as well just do the restart now and get it done with and like it just out of the way, if that makes any sense. So I'll see you guys in 5 seconds. Please do come back. Like I said, hit that follow button. You'll find the new live in your following list. The restarts take less than 5 seconds. Oh my goodness. I hate that TikTok makes us do that. It is just like the worst ever. Hey, kitty. Hate that. I hate that TikTok makes us do that. So unfortunate. Hello, welcome back into the live stream, you guys. We're already back on, folks. We're already back on. Look at how fast that restart was, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that quite something? Isn't that quite something? We're gonna go and hop back into the debates right now. So only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome in, Marky. Do you support Trump?
Hello, I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay.
And I just want to know if we could have, can we just have like 10 seconds of silence for Charlie Kirk?
No. You could tell us why you support Trump.
Oh, you can't give Charlie Kirk 10 seconds of your time?
Correct.
For his death?
Correct. So why do you support Trump?
I mean, that shows what type of person you are.
Okay. Says a guy that supports a rapist as president. Get over yourself and give the argument.
You're seeming a little mad, buddy.
I'm
and by
just
the
being
way,
honest.
you lie about your bench press.
Okay. Yeah. Says the guy that could probably bench the bar. I know. It's scary seeing men on the left that are stronger than you. Whatever.
You seem a little
What's
mad.
the argument?
You seem a little mad because you can't bench.
Yes. This would be what I call a projection and a cope simultaneously. Now, what's the argument? Why do you
seem
support
a little
Trump?
mad because you're caught up in a lie.
Yes. If you repeat that I seem a little mad, then it means that I actually am mad. You have a really good, strong argument there. Just because you say something, it does make it true.
Look how mad you are.
Yes, like I said, repeat it once more. It just makes it even more true. Now, we are waiting. Well, I mean, I actually didn't stutter. I do happen to have a stutter, but I didn't happen to stutter. I just think that you're likely delusional. So what's the argument? Why do you think that Trump is a good president?
You can't give 10 seconds of your time to a person that had a family that lost his life.
Yes, I'm unwilling to give 10 seconds of my time to Charlie Kirk. True. Now, why is Trump a good president? He left. Oh my God. Wait, I'm so sorry. You are disrespecting the memory of Charlie Kirk by not being willing to walk in his footsteps and pick up the mic and give an argument for why you support Trump as president to combat the hateful radical left. You are disrespecting his memory. This is a man who was killed with a family, and you can't even pick up the mic and continue on what he was doing, what he died in fighting for. Oh my God, Marky Mark, you are beyond disrespectful to the memory of Charlie Kirk. He is rolling in his grave just thinking about you. If I were you, I'd just keep your head down for the rest of your life, because you should know that you're just such a disrespectful person. Right? Am I doing this good? Am I doing this good? Am I doing like the performative anger pretty good? Because that's what he was doing. Let's go to move on to the next guest, folks. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. We're looking for some Trump supporters to debate. We got the next guest, Caitlin, loaded up into the box for everybody who's hanging out with us in the stream for the day. Welcome in, you guys. Make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen. All right, who is next? We got Chad King loading up in the box right now. Someone in the chat said Dean. That was good. Very nice, very nice. Hi, welcome in.
Why are you ducking Myron?
Ducking Myron Gaines? I'm not ducking Myron Gaines from a debate because he's not a debater.
Oh.
Have you ever watched him before? He's just like a Nazi that screams slurs. Like, unironically, that's just his whole shtick. He's not a debater. He left too. Perfect. All right. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Alejandro loading up in the box. See, they have like these like one-liners like pre-prepared.
Yo,
and
what's good,
they just get very mad when I'm able to, toss them to the side. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yo, what's good, Dean?
What's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
Bro, I fuck with you. Keep it up, bro.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Alejandro. But guys, I'm politely asking you to only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. You guys, we are only looking for some Trump supporters to bring up here to have a conversation with. So take a look at what the rules are in the middle of your phone screen. If you're not MAGA, please do stay out of the queue. And for everybody who's tuning back into the live stream, I appreciate you for being here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, please kick me off. I don't support Trump. Sorry.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Julian loading up into the box. Perfect. Oh, Momo's being so cute. Can you guys see her down there in the corner? Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. Make sure that you're following the rules. Right now, we have close to 14.5 thousand people hanging out with us in the stream, you guys. We're trying to find absolutely anybody and everybody who could come up here and give a debate for us insofar as why they support Trump. I understand that that's something that's very difficult for Trump supporters to do. And honestly, 99% of Trump supporters are cowards. But if you happen to be a part of that 1% that are not, feel free to let me know and hop inside of that queue to come up here for a debate. I'd love to hear from you guys. I'd love to have productive dialogue, and I'd love to try to change your mind because Trump is the worst president of your life. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got American joining. Momo's just staring at me. All right. Yeah, guys, with 15,000 viewers, it is nearly impossible for us to find one Trump supporter. How about this? Can you let me know if you're a MAGA down below in that comment section? I'd happily let you skip the line if you could come up here and give me a legitimate argument. There's just, many people that can't. Hi, do you support Trump?
I support Trump. How are you doing, dude?
All right, I think that they're a troll and a fetus. So let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Still looking for that next guest, you guys. Still looking for that next guest, you guys. We got Griffin Hunter loading up into the live stream right now. All right, they're not here. Holy cow. Let's go to get that next guest, Cooper, loading up into the box. We're trying our best here. By the way, if you guys would help push this live stream out and across that For You page to try to get the Trump supporters in here to debate, do double tap on that phone screen and do repost that live, you guys. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
07.
Why do you support Trump?
I just like a lot of his border laws and a bunch of stuff like that. Like
I love his border laws.
like
Oh
this-
boy.
What?
Oh boy.
What?
I mean, you just said border laws, but he hasn't passed any border laws. Like, what border laws has he passed? He left. Oh, okay. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good, dude. Thank you. I appreciate you for that. That's very kind of you, indeed. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. Okay, who's next? We're gonna try to get Abigail loaded up into the box. Guys, these Trump supporters are legit asking, lasting like 20 seconds. Unreal. Hi, welcome in, Abigail. Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes.
Okay. Are you an American? You sound British.
I'm from America. I study in Britain. I said this in your Discord.
You are from America. You study in Britain. Okay. What state are you from?
Miami.
Miami is not a state, Abigail. That would be a city. You have exposed yourself. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Barrel loaded up inside of the box. Why do they try so hard, man? Philibus, thank you so much for the $20 over on Chat Super for Momo Treats. Appreciate you so much for that love, Philibus. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Philibus. Show some love to Philibus down below, you guys. Thank you so much, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Nigger.
So there's a lot of really racist Trump supporters, you guys. That's something that Donald Trump, has been able to get for himself is a bunch of really racist supporters because he himself is racist. And in 1977, he got sued by the New York State Justice Department for not renting to black people. He has allowed ICE agents to racially profile immigrants. He himself said they could just look at an immigrant and tell if they're good or bad. He called and continued to call for the death penalty for the Central Park Five even after they were exonerated, on top of depicting black people as monkeys. So if you ever ask yourself why we got people loaded up into the stream and spamming the N-word, it's because Trump is really racist and so are a lot of his supporters. And it's like, I don't even have to argue for it. They prove it by screaming the N-word. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
Oh, wait.
What month?
March 1st.
Okay, man. Sounds good. I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'll pass that mic off to you. Mary, thank you so much for the $10 over on Chat Super, who says, have you seen the interview with Trump defending Mike Tyson raping an 18-year-old and victim blaming? It shows his predator character. No, I've not seen that interview, but I totally believe that it exists. I mean, he said that he was best friends with Epstein. He said that he loves Diddy. That just seems to fall perfectly in line with those values. 100%, Mary. I'd also like to very quickly thank MC Chicken. Thank you for the $10 over on Chat Super as well. He says, being a fan of space exploration. Did you ever look into the disclosure of non-human intelligence or technology? I have not. Thank you so much for the love. We're all caught up over on the Chat Supers. Thank you so much. On Vimeo, thank you so much, Amanda, for the $5. Thank you so much, Amanda. Kenzie with the $5 for Momo. Mary with the $10 who says, happy Monday, Dean. I hope you, Momo, and girlfriend had a good Jesus day, right? Thank you so much for the $10. Emma with the $5. Then Nikki, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much for that love, Nikki. That is beyond kind of you. I really appreciate you so much for supporting me and what we do. Nikki says, as a child of a very MAGA father, I appreciate the help to form my arguments. I would love to try to get him to debate you, but he's a bit of a snowflake, and I don't think he'll be able to handle it. Well, if he's down to debate me, Nikki, I would love to debate your father. I always love to debate MAGA parents, so just let me know, because I'd love to. Same thing with you, Cree X. I'm going to call you C, honestly. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much for that love. That is very kind of you. What a crazy message. Thank you so much for the $20 and that message. I'm not going to read that out loud. Thank you for the $10. Ari, thank you for the $15 who says, I was raised MAGA and very brainwashed, but I've been listening to you in Parker for almost 2 years, and I owe you so much for helping me educate myself. Ari, thank you so much for sharing that with me. That makes me a very happy person. That is exactly why I do what I do. I'm so happy that we could help you out. I'm so happy that we could help so many people out. Same thing to you, Hope. Thank you for the $4. I appreciate you so very much. We're all caught up over on Venmo and PayPal. Thank you so much, Amanda, for the $17 donation who says, hello, hello from Denmark. Have you seen the 2026 democracy report? It concludes that the U.S. democracy back to 1965 levels with an unprecedented rate of decline in modern history and free speech at its lowest since World War II. I have seen that report, and I absolutely fucking believe it. 110%. Thank you for the $17, Amanda. And then Piper, thank you for the 5. Samantha with a 5. And then Alexandria with a 2. We are all caught up. If you're watching and you want to support, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link to in the bio on TikTok, pin message over in the elsewhere, where as well as, well, actually, it's not at the top of the phone screen anymore. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support him because he the stocks are going up. He bombed Iran, which they have like a 60% of uranium in America, and they also have 90% of like weapon things. And I feel like if they had that much, they could easily make nuclear weapons. And I know that in the past that they said that they would, but they never did. But it's still like an accusation that they're like still using.
Okay, so you actually believe the White House. You believe Trump. So when they told us that the reason why we went to war in Iran is because Iran was an imminent nuclear threat, like you believe them?
Yeah.
Okay. What if I could prove to you that you shouldn't believe them because Donald Trump lied?
How do you lie?
Well, I guess before I tell you, can we agree that we shouldn't support presidents who will tell us a lie to lay the foundation to start a war that includes the mass slaughter of innocent civilians?
Well,
if Donald Trump lied about the motivating reasons he shared with us insofar as why he restarted war in the Middle East, would you still support him?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, wait.
Well, then this topic just isn't even valuable in the slightest because you're willing to still support a president who's willing to tell a foundational lie to start a war that's going to kill innocent people.
I thought you said, why, if you gave reasons, but
No, I'm asking you if the reasons that he gave were just bold-faced lies, okay? And those bold-faced lies are what he used to justify starting the war that has killed innocent people. Would you still support him as president?
No. If he told a bunch of lies.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. So what he said was the motivating reasons and justification insofar as why we're going to war in Iran is the very simple fact that he says that they propose an imminent nuclear threat. However, as I've suggested to you a handful of times now, that claim is not true. They did not propose an imminent nuclear threat. What is my evidence of this? The Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who was appointed by Trump, by the way, being forced to testify in front of Congress under penalty of perjury and under oath, meaning that if she lied, she could go to jail for it. She was asked if we completely obliterated all of their nuclear facilities months ago. She said yes. She was asked, have they even put in an effort in to start rebuilding their nuclear facilities? And she said no. Because of this, we know that Donald Trump was lying when he said that Iran was an imminent nuclear threat.
Okay, but what if they had different facilities for nuclear weapons in other countries but imported them to their country?
Well, according to Tulsi Gabbard, we completely destroyed the totality of Iran's nuclear capabilities and nuclear program, which would include sites and facilities in other countries because that would be a part of their nuclear program.
So yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't even want you just to take my word for it. You could hear her say it.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House.
Okay, perfect. So can we agree that Donald Trump lied when he said that Iran was an imminent nuclear threat?
I mean, kind of, but I feel that they could say that, but they could still make other facilities to keep making these undercover, how we have Area 51.
So you didn't just listen to what Tulsi Gabbard said. She said it is the unilateral consensus of the U.S. intelligence community that we know we have completely obliterated the totality of their program, and we know they have not worked on starting to rebuild it. You're not listening.
Yeah, that's my bad. I don't know.
So can we agree that Donald Trump lied?
Yeah, I'm stuck. I don't know.
No, you're not stuck. You're not stuck at all. All that you have to say is yes, Dean. Or no, Dean, and then here's a good reason why.
I'm agreeing.
Okay, perfect.
Really
so now that
and
you've
I'm
agreed,
only 16, by the way.
Okay, you're only 16, so don't lie about your age when you join a TikTok live. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest lane loaded up into the box right now. Here we go, folks. Unreal. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I used to.
Okay, well, I'm really happy to hear that you don't anymore. That's perfect. Guys, you have to be 18 plus American and MAGA if you want to join the live stream. Please don't lie about your age, because if you do lie about your age, likely what happened to that last guy will happen to you too. You're going to come up here, you're going to make a point, you're going to get drowned in front of a bunch of people, and then you're not going to want to be in that position anymore because, well, you're just like a fucking kid, and then you leave. So just please don't do it in the first place. We have those rules for reasons, really good ones, including the one I just shared, on top of the fact that it's for your own safety. Welcome into you support Trump.
Yeah, and I have a question.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in? Jesus Christ, everyone's 18 today.
07.
What month?
February 20th.
Okay, you'd be 19, dude. Why lie?
Walmart.
Dude said Walmart. What are we doing? Okay, well, dude, I guess like MAGA is kind of dead, and the only Trump supporters that still exist are little kids. Where are all the adults, bro? Come on, what are we doing? Where are all the adults, man? Where are all the adults? Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Why do you vape? It's not good for you.
Okay, Shane, thank you so much for your input. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, but I just came up here to say that.
Okay, well, why do you support a rapist as president? Probably is not good for you. I don't know, Scott. Let's go to, sorry, Shane. Let's go to get the next guest, Scott, loaded up into the box right now. Perfect. Here we go. Well, Scott left too. Well, I mean, right now we have close to 18,000 viewers. Is there a single one of you guys that happens to be MAGA, or is it all just kids and trolls and liberals? Which, by the way, I love to see the progressiveness, okay, of the audience. We love that. And this might just be indicative of the notion that Donald Trump is just a president with no fucking supports. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm like kind of confused. I
How old are
kind of
you?
need like, I'm 18.
I'm sorry. I don't believe you. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Kimberly loading up into the box. I'm going to trust my gut feeling there. I don't believe her. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, I am from Ohio. I'll be 27 in August, born in 99. Because you were asking all that, so I just wanted you to know.
Well, thank you. Do you support Trump?
Yes. Okay, it's complicated because I've never been very, I'm not all red or all blue, if that makes sense.
If the election
So
was
it's
held
like-
tomorrow between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, knowing everything that you do now, who would you vote for?
See, I still think I'd vote for Trump if
Then
it was between those two.
Then you're in the right place. So why do you support Trump?
Okay, I don't really follow up a whole lot because it's hard for me to find true information. So based off of the information prior to the election that I found on Google at the time, I did go with Trump. However, my biggest thing is everybody, including you, I've heard you say it a few times now, that if you support Trump, you're either racist or this or that, and that is something I don't agree with.
Okay, well, that's not what I say.
You can.
I think that Trump supporters,
absolutely-
I think that there's three different buckets that Trump supporters can fall into. Now keep in mind that these buckets aren't mutually exclusive. You could fall into more than one of these buckets, but those three different buckets would reduce down to ignorance, stupidity, and evilness. I would argue here that all Trump supporters would either fall into one or more of those buckets.
Okay. I don't know what bucket that would put me in, but anywho,
We're hoping
somebody.
that it's ignorance. We're hoping that the bucket is ignorance. The best bucket out of the three is ignorance, okay? Because ignorance is something that we could fix. Ignorance is definitely something that we could fix. But let's see.
I could kind of see myself in that bucket, just mainly for the reason, I know that's basically calling myself stupid, but mainly because I don't do much research. However, my biggest thing is you don't know what's AI. You don't know what's, just somebody randomly put on Google or whatever the case may be.
How about we
So
face
it's
that
hard
issue?
for me to,
How about we face that issue if we come to it? Why do you think Trump is a good president?
See, he can be a horrible person, but be a good leader, if that makes sense.
I don't think it does make sense because I think
he's-
that that person would be the leader. I think that the personal characteristics would have an impact on their leadership. When you have somebody as like horrible and rotten as Trump, that's willing to rape women, sexually exploit women, doesn't respect the consent of women or girls, I think that we're just like lacking like this moral foundation of empathy or care or shit about other people. And because we've seen this like intentional neglect of these characteristics like consent and bodily autonomy of women on behalf of Trump, I just think he's like totally apathetic. And I just don't think that apathetic could effectively lead, because what it means to be leader is to care about other people and want to do what is best for them, not just yourself. But I mean, that aside, if you want to try to make an argument that Donald Trump is a good leader, feel free to. The mic and the floor are yours. I know that I've interrupted you a couple times. I'll stop doing that now. I guess let's just start at the top. Why do you think Trump is a good leader?
See, because I think he has good plans. I do think that we have an illegal immigrant problem. However, how he handles it is the issue. Because he has, like, I don't know if this is making any sense, but he has, like, the right issues. He's stating everything that needs to be fixed. He's been, he goes out and he does whatever needs to be done. But I do think that at the same time, I do think he's doing it the wrong way, if that makes sense.
It doesn't really make sense, no. Because if you think that he's doing it the right way...
We do have an issue with illegal immigrants, but that doesn't mean just because you have a slightly darker skin color, then you're automatically not born here.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You've acknowledged that Donald Trump's character is terrible. You've acknowledged that Donald Trump is a bad person. You've acknowledged that the way in which he implements his agenda ends up hurting America. So then why do you consider yourself a Trump supporter? Because in a nutshell, we're agreeing that he's a bad person that is ultimately doing bad things.
But he's trying to do things that are better. I do think that somebody needs to, like, tell him
But I don't think
that what
that
he's doing
presidents...
is...
Now, listen, I personally disagree with the notion that he's trying to do good things. I think that he knows that he's doing bad things, but he doesn't care because he thinks it's in his own self-benefit. But even if we were to accept that he's trying to do good things, but is ultimately failing and is doing bad things, then I think that we should thereby, in virtue of that fact, accept that presidents don't deserve participation awards and we shouldn't support him unless he's actually doing good things.
Yeah, but we pinned him up against somebody who we knew was going to lose either way, because honestly, she's been mocking... I'm talking about Kamala. She's been...
Kamala.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My issue with her is that she changes her accent, she changes her hairstyle, she changes whatever based on the people that she's talking to. But she's not being called fake. But when Trump stands up and goes, hey, like, that's not okay, he's the bad guy because he should have been nicer about it, or he should have reworded that.
Okay. What an interesting argument. I've never heard this before. Now, to the first point about changing her accent, what you're referring to is code switching, where we saw her at a rally in Atlanta where she was in front of a predominantly black audience, to rallies in other places where she wasn't in front of a predominantly black audience. What she'd be code switching in between is AAVE and not AAVE. If you don't know what AAVE is, that is African American Vernacular English. What is African American Vernacular English? It is a vernacular of English that was ultimately developed through the transatlantic slave trade. It is a perfectly valid vernacular of English, but white Americans for generations, including today, will hear a black person speaking in AAVE and they will say that it's unintelligent. They will say that it sounds ghetto. They will say that it sounds like hood. So because of these reasons, black people, most of them at this point subconsciously, will code switch and no longer be speaking in AAVE when in front of a white audience because they don't want to face that racism. And that's something that we see many black people do, not just Kamala Harris, who is a black woman. Now, that we've gotten that point aside, the second point here about changing her hairdo is ridiculous. When have we ever called somebody fake for changing the way that they style their hair? Do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth?
I mean, yeah, I understood that after I said that, but it was just an argument that, I don't know, it was just some I don't even really want to call it research, but some
Okay.
stuff I was reading up on.
Do you understand why I might think it's more of an issue that Donald Trump had a court determine he raped somebody compared to Kamala Harris changing her hairdo?
But how much of it is the truth and how much of it is just information they want to give us just because they can? Like,
I'm
just
not even
because
sure I understand the nature of the
just
question. What
because
matters
we're
here is
getting
that
just because we're getting fed information doesn't mean that that is the truth.
well, we're not just being told that Trump is a rapist. We're being given access to all the court findings and material, including the discovery phase with the submission of evidence, and then the deliberation that occurred inside of the courtroom that then led to unanimous jury of 9 upholding the claim of liability or guilt for Donald Trump on behest of raping a woman by the name of Jean Carroll. Like, this isn't just like a headline on a news story. This is, you know, a court.
Okay, so this is going to come off like really ignorant or however you want to say that, but where are you getting information from?
That's a perfectly fine question to ask. That's not ignorant at all. For this scenario of Donald Trump raping Jean Carroll, I'm getting my information from nycourts.gov. I read the court documents. I could actually show one of the court documents to you now. This is the jury verdict form off of nycourts.gov, where the unanimous jury of 9 agreed that Mr. Trump had sexually abused Miss Carroll.
See, this is stuff that I've never seen before.
Okay, and that's exactly why I run these lives every day, and I appreciate you for being here, because this is what I want you to see. This is absolutely the information that I want to give you, because I think that more Americans need to be informed about who their president is.
And I just want to make a small comment real quick that I'm reading a lot of like hate comments towards me and saying that you're eating me up, I guess. And I'm just saying that I'm all for hearing you. Like, I don't care what side you're on. If you have valid points, I'm all for learning. I'm just saying, like, especially now with AI, for me, like just a normal person who, you know, never grew up very like into a family that really cared much, we were always told, oh, well, as long as you have a president, it doesn't matter who they are. Like, you just automatically have to respect them. I just want to simply say, like, I'm all for learning. I'm curious. I ask questions. That's why I asked you, like, where you get your information from.
Can I ask
because
you a
I
question?
want the actual stuff.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If Donald Trump literally called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress, like Democrats, would you still support him?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so this is something that he's done. He did this 13 weeks ago on Truth Social. I'm going to go ahead and show you what he posted now, okay?
The President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is now Deepening Examiner titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would. This is the most dystopian thing I've ever... So you're not a Trump supporter anymore, right?
No, and I guess I can't say that I ever actually was a full Trump supporter. I guess I don't really support, like... I mean, I support a government, but at the same time, I think we're also giving too much power to one single person anyway. But that's a whole other topic.
Okay.
But,
so
no, I think... as long as I get told the facts, as long as I can see actual proof.
Okay, so I've changed your mind?
Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, I appreciate you so much for joining. Thank you so much for allowing your mind to be changed when being exposed to new things that you didn't know prior. I would highly recommend continuing to watch the live stream because this is just scratching the surface. If you were to like maybe tune in while you're doing chores or just doing something around the house and listen to the live stream as background noise, that we'd be able to further solidify you within side of this belief structure that Donald Trump is a bad president. Because ultimately that's my goal. That's why I go live every day. That's what I want to do. Let's go to get that next guest up on to the stream at this point in time. Thank you so much for joining us, Kimberly. Welcome into You Support Trump.
Not anymore, man.
Okay, well, good. I actually do want to ask you a question, though, because in that comment section, when I was bringing up Donald Trump calling for the execution of Democrats, in the comment section, you said that many Democrats have as well. So please answer the following question. What is one Democrat inside of Congress or inside of any political office anywhere in the country
I'm talking
that has called
specifically
for the
about
execution of Republicans?
Virginia's, I'm specifically referencing the Virginia's, what's his name? Attorney General. I forget his name.
Jay Jones.
Yeah, there you go.
Jay Jones didn't call for anybody's execution.
He just
said
texted one of his fucking staffers saying he wanted to kill his opponent's wife and children with 3 bullets and 4 people. 2 of them with 1 bullet. Like, it's
So,
listen. I'm not.
Jones-
Let me be clear real quick before you start browbeating me. All right, hold on.
I mean, you're just I disagree with Jay Jones. I don't think that Jay Jones should be in politics.
They're all corrupt, bro.
But
I don't know why we're
But
fighting.
Jay Jones didn't call for anybody's execution. He did say that he wouldn't care if his political opponent and their children were to die. But you're not a Trump supporter, so we are going to move on. It's just worth clarifying on that point. It's definitely still bad. In my mind, it's definitely still disqualifying for politics. But, yeah, it's not calling for somebody's execution. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
How you doing, Southern Fetus? How you doing?
Okay, see ya. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you were MAGA. My God. All right, we got Brian loading up. Holy. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
Dean. Isn't it not Soy Boy Dean himself here in the live?
What is the obsession with the Soy Boy title?
Listen, I just joined Parker's live earlier as well, and I had made it very clear to him as well. He is indeed a soy boy. Okay.
Okay. Why do you think that I'm a soy
guys? Let me just look at you, Dean. Come on.
Yeah, just look at me.
Let me ask you a question.
What do you see when you look at me that screams soy boy?
A guy who has a very overly complicated Starbucks drink every time he goes to Starbucks.
Okay. Well, I mean, actually, I don't go to Starbucks because I have an espresso machine at home.
That is, yeah. And where did you get that espresso machine? Where'd you get the money for that?
From people who send me donations.
From the DNC.
Okay. Okay.
Dean, we all know.
Listen, I talk to crazy motherfuckers every single day. There comes a point where you guys just no longer matter, if that makes any sense. You were just so far gone inside of your own delusions. It's embarrassing. I Jesus Christ, very embarrassing. But whatever. Let's just hear the argument. Why do you support Trump?
Listen, Dean, all I want to say is this, okay? I remember you guys call me a passport bro. I'm not going to forget that, okay?
Oh, this is the passport, bro.
And by the way, I'm not in Philippines anymore. I'm not in the Philippines anymore. I'm in Peru.
This is the
I'm
passport,
in Peru
bro.
now.
Yeah, this is I forgot about you, passport, bro. See, I thought that you might have been trolling when you said that you thought I was paid by the... No, you're being legit. You actually think that I paid by the DNC.
Well, it only makes sense. It's all monetarily motivated. I mean, you guys don't really care about politics at the end of the day. I mean, why else do you do this every day? If we didn't really care about politics at the end
of the day, then what do you think drove us to start doing this in the first place?
I mean, let's be honest. Do you really
made no money?
Do you really think we're going to have a Democratic president next term? I don't think it's going to happen.
Are you going to answer my question?
What was your question?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, hey, try to listen to me when I speak so I don't have to repeat myself. Massive blunder on your end. But I'll go to
every time you speak, it's garbage usually, Dean. That's the reality here.
Well, I just think that your interpretation is garbage because you're to a higher propensity than most people to just reject anything that is factual because clearly you're a Trump supporter who contorts reality and shifts it to bend to the will of your cult. It's very embarrassing. So then when anybody's just trying to tell you something that's objectively true, unarguably true, that contradicts your narrative, you just automatically discard it as garbage. But you know what? Whatever. Back to the question that I was asking you. You accused me of just doing this for the money. I got a great question for you, my friend.
It is
true. If I was just doing this for the money, then why did I start doing it in the first place when I had no expectation of ever making money and didn't
try to make money?
Who the fuck starts debating on TikTok in the middle of the night to try to make money?
Okay, dude. You know a lot of people are doing it. I know for sure you started doing it to make
I understand that now, probably some people are trying to.
Okay.
But what you got to understand is that when me and Parker started doing these debates, there wasn't a debate community in the slightest. The quote-unquote the debate community when me and Parker started doing this was legit just random lives with 30 viewers at 2 a.m.
But let's think about it this way. For example, Twitch streamers, right? they may not have initially started it for money. Maybe they actually enjoyed it. Maybe they had some satisfaction from it, right? Initially, right? But once they start seeing the money coming through, they kind of
Speaking of the money, thank you so much, Nick. Thank you so much, Nick, for the $50 over on Chat Super. I really appreciate you so much for that. For that love, Nick. Show some love to Nick down below in the comment section. Thank you so much for the love, Nick. No, it's not $5,000. Thank you. As well as Camp, thank you so much for the $50 as well over on Chat Super. Show some love to Nick and Camp down below. Let's get some massive Nick and Camp W's. Camp with a 50 says, MAGA. We vote for racist policies without being labeled racist? Why so hateful? So real, Camp. Thank you so much for the $50. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal in the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message over on the elsewhere. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. Thank you so much, Nick and Camp. Make sure to show some love to Nick and Camp down below. On Venmo, thank you so much, C, for the $15 as well, who says, can we start a new segment where Democrats can ask you questions? I definitely do plan on doing that soon. Thank you so much for the money, C. Joseph, thank you for the $10. Who says, respect a president just because he's a president isn't an argument. Deadass, thank you for the money, Joseph. Tom, thank you for the $13. Thank you for the money, Tom. Thank you so much for that love, Tom. Show some love to Tom down below. And then Jared, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. I'm going to put that towards the $5,000 espresso machine paid for by you and the DNC. Let's get 1,000 Jared W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love, Jared. Holly with the $5. And then Rachel, thank you so much for the $50 donation, who says, love your work. That is beyond kind of you, Rachel. That is so much money. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you so much, Jared. Show some love to Rachel and Jared down below. Same thing to Kirsten with the $10 on Venmo from the DNC. Lewis with the $5 on Venmo from the DNC. Chase with the $5 on PayPal from the DNC. Caden with the $10 on PayPal from the DNC. And then Tabitha with the $5 on PayPal from the DNC.
Dean was secretly a Trump supporter.
Thank you guys so much for all the money. Well, see, the thing is when I start like joking about grifting, I just like spiritually embody the largest grifter that has ever existed in the history of humankind, which of course would be nobody other than Mr. Trump.
Because you low-key support him, right?
Well, I do. I mean, no, I just spiritually embody his grifting attitude the moment I start.
It's kind of like those who like make, Hitler, insinuations, right? And references. They're low-key Hitler supporters as well. But anyways, back to the point. You have a very expensive espresso machine, Dean, but you keep coughing. It seems like you have all this money to bring towards all these other things, but you can't even afford to get any Hall's cough drops. How about you get some Hall's cough drops before you start the live?
Money doesn't fix allergies. What I'll say to you is, do you happen to have any money? Because if you do, you should, try to buy a new brain.
I'm in Peru right now.
Isn't working out for you,
I have money to get here.
Yeah, I think that you should go drop some money on an education then, dude. I mean, if we're talking about, where we should
I'm in Peru.
Invest our incomes.
I have money to get here.
Yeah, how about you stop investing your money in Peru and start investing it?
Hey, Dean, how about you use your money towards experiences? You haven't ever been out of the States. You're stuck in, I don't even remember what state you're from, Colorado or something? Man, who the hell wants to live in Colorado? Actually, Colorado.
Who the hell wants to live in one of the best states in America? Yeah, says the Trump supporter. Sounds good. So what are the reasons why Trump is a good president?
Always muting, huh? Always muting, Dean. I was actually going to compliment Colorado, but not anymore. You know what? Okay. Fuck Colorado.
All right, sounds good. So
I went there.
Reasons why Trump is a good president?
He's all right.
Why?
Because I said.
Okay, so Brian,
JD Vance,
just because you say something doesn't make it
is going to be the next president. That's all I know.
Yeah, I that is all you think you know because you don't know a whole lot. But regardless
of that, do
you have any type of argument for why Trump is a good president beyond because I said so?
Genuinely, I just wanted to come up here, just let you guys know you're still soy boys.
Yeah, genuinely, you want to come up here and do everything but intellectually engage in an argument with me because you know
I'm right, Dean. You know I'm right.
Well, I mean, if I knew that you were right, then I don't understand why I'd be inviting you to give an argument because that would mean that I wouldn't be able to refute it. So I don't think
you invited me because you missed me. And you knew that I was right.
Oh, if I missed you, then why did you have to bring up the fact that I've called you a passport bro in the past to remind me of who you are? You're relevant, buddy. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you remember, though. But you do remember.
Yes, because of a good memory, not because of your notoriety.
It was a good memory because you missed me. That's why. That entails a good memory, which means you did miss me. So
I'm not saying that the memory of you is good. I'm saying that my memory of everything.
It was a good memory because you remember, because it was good.
Hey, Brian, would you stop supporting Trump as president if he had sexually exploited naked women?
Like Bill Clinton did?
Well, I mean, if you want to posit that Bill Clinton did it in order to get you to the conclusion
Like
that Donald
Bill
Trump
Gates
is a bad
did, and you
president,
supported Bill
I mean,
Gates, right?
I'll let you do that, even though I would argue that we don't have the same level of evidence to prove it to be the case. But just whatever helps you out, buddy. I'd appreciate a direct answer to the question: would you stop supporting Trump as president if he had sexually exploited naked women?
I can stop, and I've made this very clear in the past. Yes, I can stop supporting him as a president of certain characters, right? Of himself, but regarding policies, of course I can support him. I can support the Republican side. I almost said Democrat. Holy shit.
Okay,
Like
we're not getting into a direct answer to the
Voldemort's.
question. We're just going to kick them and move on to the next guest. But before we move on to the next guest, I actually want you guys to see something really fucking cool. So this is live from NASA. This is the Artemis 2 space mission. And this is one of the cameras that they have affixed to the outside of the shuttle. And what we see right here is a photo image of the moon. Sorry, let me just throw this up over on YouTube. What we see right here is a photo image of the moon with the Earth in the background. Isn't that fucking awesome? Isn't that so cool, everybody? This camera is live. Here in the next 10 minutes, the spacemen and women are going to go LOC, which is something to do with like lost contact, because the shuttle is going to be on the opposite side of the moon. So they're going to be looking at the dark side of the moon right here. And that's the Earth. And this is the moon. So really, really cool shit. Really, really cool shit. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Really, really awesome. Really, really cool. Here we go.
That was a fake moon, man. Stop showing fake moons on the stream.
Somebody called it earlier. Tina, thank you so much for the Interstellar. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Tina. Thank you so much, Tina. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much. As well, Seven, thank you so much for the meteor shower.
Why is it the second I come in, the grips get crazy? Like, it's honestly insane to me, but go on.
Somebody called it earlier in the chat that we're going to have some Trump supporters joining today, denying that the moon landing was real. Wait, this isn't even a moon landing.
For real? Okay, I didn't say the moon landing. The moon landing was real as hell. That was my boy JFK. I met him.
So why do you think that was a fake moon?
Because it didn't even look real. You had the moon in the back, and you called it the Earth.
So we called the moon, and the Earth. I'm confused.
Yes, pull up the picture again.
Okay.
You see that in the back? Does that look like Earth?
Yes, that is Earth.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, can you prove to me that's Earth and not the moon, even though that is very evidently the moon?
Yes, I can prove to you that that is Earth and not the moon, because...
Can you do that right now?
The only celestial body that can be viewed with the naked eye outside of the sun from the position of the moon would be the Earth.
What?
The only celestial body that could be viewed in high detail with the naked eye outside of the sun from the position of the moon would be the Earth.
That's the naked eye? There's no camera filters, no nothing? What are you talking about, the naked eye? That's our naked eyes right now, right here. And that's the Earth.
Yes. Science is not MAGA's thing, you guys.
I'll be back someday, Dean.
Okay, what a loser. By the way, it's called Earthrise, if you want to know what it's called. Really, really cool concept. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Welcome back, Marky.
Yeah, do you know what 550 divided by 2 is?
I don't even know what question you asked me. What did you ask me?
What's 550 divided by 2?
550 divided by 2?
Yeah.
Half of 500 is 250. Half of 50 is 25. 250 plus 25 is 275, so 275.
Okay, I was just making sure. But I just still wanted to know if you could give 10 seconds to Charlie Kirk.
If we give 10 seconds of solace to Charlie Kirk, will you debate me on why you support Trump?
Yeah, that's a deal.
Okay. We're just going to go ahead and, turn on some background noise for 10 seconds of silence here. So everybody please collect yourself, and together let's just have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk.
And Erica Kirk.
Oh my god, did you just interrupt the 10 seconds of silence and solace for Charlie Kirk? Oh my god. Oh my
And
god.
Erica Kurt.
Oh my
I had
god,
to
what
add
are you
her.
doing? What are you doing, dude? Oh my god, what are you doing? That is so, sir, that is so disrespectful. That is beyond fucking disrespectful. What the fuck are you doing? This man was shot and killed. What the fuck? What the fuck? Mark. So
All right, 10 more
fucking
seconds.
disrespectful.
10 more seconds.
Okay. Mr. Charlie Kirk, are you ready to debate?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Do you think that like amped you up? Do you think that like Charlie Kirk's spirit is filling you up? Or are you gonna pick up the mic?
I'm always feeling good. I'm always feeling good.
So you're gonna pick up the mic?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm
You're
ready
gonna
to
carry the
debate.
flame?
Yeah.
Okay. Pick up the
What
mic.
about-
Carry
what
the
about
flame.
you get-
Well,
what
can I
about
actually
ask
can I
you-
actually see like how
why do
similar
you
you are to
not
Charlie
support
Kirk?
Trump? Why do you
With the-
not support Trump?
There's about 3 billion reasons why I don't support Trump. But before we go through those, can I actually see how like similar you are to Charlie Kirk by asking you a very simple question?
What's that?
Do you support child torture?
No.
Okay, so then you're not too similar to Charlie Kirk. He supported child torture. Emily, thank you so much for the Galaxy Globe.
How did you support child torture?
Really good question, because he supported forcing rape children to endure pregnancy and then go through labor and childbirth because he doesn't think that they, or didn't think, that they should have access to abortion. Now, the reason why
he
this
made
is
it-
equivalent, please don't interrupt me, sir. The reason why this would be equivalent to child torture is because being a child that was raped and impregnated, going through pregnancy, labor, and childbirth is quite literally torturous. And because they're a child, it's therefore by definition child torture. And we'd argue here that that is something in which Charlie Kirk supports because he wouldn't support the alternative of accessing abortion.
Okay, so he did not actually say that. He actually said that he himself, he would still, if he got raped or anything, or graped, sorry, he got graped or anything like that, he would personally still have the baby if hypothetically he was a female because of his religion. But he says from an outside view, if somebody is graped or underage, that they should have the option for abortion.
So best, thank you so much for the Galaxy.
So you're really twisting his words up because that's not what he said.
Yep, so that's not true at all. I was standing, well, more so sitting less than 15 feet away when he was asked if his 12-year-old daughter were to get raped and impregnated, would he allow her to access abortion? He said no. So that is him arguing that he would support the child torture of his own daughter.
That's not true.
It is true.
That's not
This
true.
happened on his Surrounded episode.
You should be sued for saying that because that's not true.
It is absolutely true. This was one of the largest clips from the Charlie Kirk Surrounded episode published by Jubilee a year and a half ago. Stop.
Since you have a computer to play sound, can you play the clip?
I mean, I bet I could. It might take me a moment to find it, but I bet I could. That's not what I meant to play at all. Yeah. Okay. All right. I bet I could try to find it real quick. In the meantime, folks, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. If you do want to support me, support the stream and what we do here, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. I think it was with Marin. Let's see.
How are you? Nice to see you.
So I just have one question. There's, like, in any case, you don't think there's any case where abortion should be legal?
There's a very, very rare couple cases.
Okay, so you do
where-
think
hold
that
on
a
one
couple
second.
cases
Hold
it
on.
is legal?
If cesarean section is not going to save the mother's life, and the mother's life is actually at risk, which is debated amongst growing numbers of OBGYNs,
Okay.
that is the only case where abortion should be
Do you
allowed.
think there should-
But
Damn.
people say that it is a growing.
Okay, well, we actually don't need to listen to any more than that because he was just asked if he ever thinks that abortion should be legal. And
So
he
you
said
can't
the
play the
only
clip?
scenario where he thinks it should be legal is in the scenario of the life of the mother.
See, you just got caught up in a lie. You can't play the clip.
I just proved to you that he doesn't support rape
that's
victims'
not what
access
you
to
said.
abortion, given that
That's
their
not-
life is not on the line. And yes, further inside of that clip, Marin brings up his own daughter. If she was raped, would he allow her to access abortion? And he just stands 10 toes down on the principle in which he just set forth by arguing that he only thinks that women should have access to abortion when their life is on the line and in no other scenario. So I just played a
Can you
sufficient
play the
amount of
entire clip?
Why should I have to
That's not
play
what you
more?
said, though. But that's not what you said. You should have worded that he said the only scenario was
So
if it's for the mother's life.
I'll play more for you because you want it. But I just want to let you know that this is absolutely a waste of time because anybody with a brain is smart enough to understand that when somebody says the only scenarios in which abortion should be legal is when the life of the mother's on the line, that this means they don't think it should be legal in circumstances of rape when the life of the mother is not on the line.
Consensus in the pro-life world that abortion is never medically necessary.
Okay. So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, and she was going to give birth and she would and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah, but that's totally different though.
That is not different from what I said in the slightest.
You said if she was raped.
Yes. And that's what Marin asked her, if your daughter was raped.
Wait, can you replay that? The part where she asked? Just a question.
Did you hear her say 10-year-old?
Yeah, but can you replay the clip?
Can we agree that if a 10-year-old is pregnant, then that 10-year-old was raped?
Well, I mean, if two 10-year-olds are immature, then you wouldn't want to just word it rape. If two 10-year-olds, both underage.
What we'd say in the scenario of two 10-year-olds.
That's not the right wording. You can't just assume.
That was unconsensual sex, yes, on behest of both parties.
On both parts.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. You have to really watch how you word things.
But she did say rape.
Like you're taking
I'll go ahead and play that
for
you now. I'm taking nothing out of context.
Okay. So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped.
Can you repeat what she just said?
She said,
he fucking left. What a loser. What a total loser, dude. What a coward. Goodbye, coward.
Dude, he knew you had him, bro.
Yeah, dude, like, I don't understand why so many people, especially those on the right, would ever think I would tell such a bold-faced lie that could so easily be fact-checked in front of an audience of, right now, 28,000 people. Like, clearly, I'm going to ensure that I'm doing my due diligence to, like, properly and adequately represent the points in which I make because of the fact that you could so easily fact-check them and the fact that I'm saying these things in front of so many people. But anyways, Parker, welcome in. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Yesterday, I feel like my debates were like pretty good. Today, I feel like I had like a lot more crazy people. What about you? How's it been for you?
Quite a couple crazy people. I mean, we've only been live for an hour and 20 minutes. I am very happy to have you here, Parker, because I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty tired. I'm not really like feeling too into it. Last night I did like a 6-hour live and I was really tired rolling off the end of it. So, I'm happy to have you here. Definitely.
A lot of people here today. Noticeably more than usual.
I know. I don't know what's going on today, Parker. I don't have a single clue. Yes, we have 24,000 viewers on TikTok. That's like insane, right? You know what? Actually, for the 24,000 people watching on TikTok, where do you guys come from? Did you just see me on your For You page? Did you like click in because you like saw that clip of me debating Emily Wilson? Like, how did you get here? Ryan, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I do not. I'm only just.
Okay, I do appreciate you so much for joining, Ryan. But tonight we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Do keep in mind that we are just looking to talk to MAGA. We got that next guest, John, connecting into the box right now. After we get John loaded in, there's a handful of people that I would like to thank for sending donations into the live. So I do appreciate you guys so much for the love and support. But let's just try to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here for right now, folks. Also, if you happen to see any Trump supporters inside of the queue, Parker, feel free to bring them up. Let's go to get that next guest, Selling Crate Juice, loaded up in. John, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dude, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
I don't know if I believe that. What year were you born in?
I'm born in 2006, July 1st.
What about you, Selling Crate Juice? Do you support Trump? No, they're not even here. Betty, do you support Trump? Bible Talks with Betty? Are you here? Nope, she left as well. Guess it's just you, John. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life?
Dude, have you ever read the book, The 48 Laws of Power?
I haven't read the book. I'm familiar with it.
Okay, well, let's see here. We got Law 6, court attention at all costs. You see, I think Trump really utilizes this law. I think he's really got the hang of that. And
if you think it's so important to court attention at all costs, then why do you live in your mother's basement and go outside once a month?
What?
I'm sorry, that was a bit personal. Let's talk about that rule of power, court attention at all costs. You know who else was really good at that?
Who?
Hitler.
Well,
I mean, he courted so much attention, he started a world war that killed 100 million people. So do you support Hitler?
No, I don't. But it's more so the approach. So you see all these people talking about no kings and all that.
Right.
I wouldn't say that Trump really thinks he's a king. He's more so like monarchy maxing. So if you ever heard the phrase?
No way, they're not trolling. Did you just unironically say he's monarchy maxing, bro? You need to stop, bro.
Dude, let me explain. Let me explain.
Nah, bro. What are you talking about? What do you mean monarchy maxing?
They say shoot for the stars, aim for the moon. Trump.
I think I'm gonna kick Max real quick. Goodbye. Welcome to JD.
Kick Max that guy real quick.
So real. Do you support Trump, JD?
I do support Trump.
All right, man. Well, welcome in, JD. Do you mind if I take a moment just to thank a couple people who have supported the live stream?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, I appreciate you for your patience. If you do want to support the live stream, by the way, you guys, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over in the elsewhere, as well as you can attach a message that I could read off on live. That's a great way to support me and what we do to allow us to continue to do it for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. This is over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Keenan. That is Keanin. Thank you for the $25 donation. Who says this guy freaked out when Parker didn't remember him? You should try it. I think that she was referring to Brian from earlier. Unfortunately, I do remember Brian, but thank you for the $25, Keenan. Chase, thank you for the $5 as well. Who says, Dean, your work has genuinely inspired my own. I'm building a nonprofit to reduce poverty. Good shit, Chase. I'm really proud of you. And then Jessica and Amy, thank you both for the $5. And then, of course, Caden. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal, who says, hey, I just want to let you know that you've changed my views and I really appreciate what you do for people. Well, thank you, Caden. Show some love to Caden down below in that comment section. And thank you so very much for the love. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Quickly over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kinsey, for the $5. Ben with the $10 who says DNC payment. D needs compensation. Keep friend them free next paycheck. Thank you for the DNC payment, Ben. Demi, that is DEMIE. Thank you so much, Demi, for the $20 donation. I appreciate you. Who says, Dean, I had a dream, and in my dream, you were my biggest bully. Anyways, keep killing it as always, and keep making MAGA squirm, and have the best day. Well, I'm sorry that you had such a bad dream, Demi, but thank you for the $20, and thank you for supporting what we do. Tracy and Abby, thank you both for the $5. I appreciate you guys so much. And then Kirsten, thank you so much for the $10 who says, I don't know how you handle these conspiracy theorists all day. Oh, God. You know, honestly, I've said this a couple times on stream before, but I always repeat it when somebody asks or makes this statement. The first 6 months of me doing these debates on a daily basis, my mental health was in the gutter because I didn't know how to handle it. It is very hard to handle, on a very real note. But JD, thank you for your patience. Take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
So, I do support Trump. I feel like he's one of the best presidents we've had ever. You know, besides
Can you name one policy that he's passed that you like?
the policy, what's that shit called?
If you struggle to name a policy of the best president ever, then they're probably not the best president ever.
True.
So if you can't name a policy, why do you support Trump?
David, that's an even better question. If you don't know what the hell he's doing, then why do you support him for what he's doing?
I support him because he's done stuff like he said he was going to do.
Oh, like what? Like no new wars?
Wars?
Well, killing Abu Dhabi or something, whatever his name was.
Abu Dhabi?
Whatever the fuck his name was.
Abu Dhabi. Is that not a
I think
city?
he's talking about that one, yeah. I think he's watched that one comedian talk about Trump, and that's about his knowledge, the extent of his knowledge on Trump. He watched Shane, what's his name again? I forget. and then that's about it. That's all he knows about Trump.
My friend, Abu Dhabi is a city. It is the capital of the UAE.
I know that. I know it's a city. What the fuck? I can't fucking think right now, bro.
You're good, bro. You're good, JD.
You got me on the spot.
You're good, JD. Listen, can I ask you a question?
What?
So I'm kind of like on the edge of like becoming a Trump supporter myself, and I was wondering if you, as an intelligent Trump supporter, could like help me out. Do you mind if I ask like a question? So one thing that Biden did that I really didn't like was when Biden praised Allah, because I'm like really Islamophobic, like clearly, right? So like, can we agree, or like, do we agree because we're both like true American patriots that want Christian nationalism? That when Biden says praise be to Allah, you know, like he's essentially like a terrorist, or what is that what you guys say?
I would say, number one, I don't like Islam.
Yeah, patriot. Yeah. You know, like the religion that has a bunch of benevolent practitioners that, you know, use the religion as a symbol of peace and love for everybody to bring people together. Oh, and when that other creator on TikTok was actually like calling around to churches and mosques, the only people that were willing to give out free baby food was the mosques, not the churches. Patriot, yeah, hate that. So, you know, because, you know, we both share our patriotism here, Islam bad. You know, when Biden said praise be to Allah on Easter, by the way, do you think that like clearly demonstrated like Biden to be compromised?
Hello? Hold on.
He's just like, okay. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to land the plane here. The point is that A, no, I'm not Islamophobic. B, no, I'm not on the edge of becoming a Trump supporter. But C, yesterday on Easter, Donald Trump said praise be to Allah. So I wanted to see if this guy would be willing to say praise be to Allah.
New anti-Dean argument just dropped. They're going to clip that and then cut out the part where you said that you actually don't think that and that you were just trying to get him into saying that.
I would argue that significantly less people would have inevitably clipped it if you didn't say that on live in front of everybody. Oh, we're gonna move on to the next
anti-Dean
guest.
argument made by accident. Jill Parker saying,
No, we're good. You're good. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Man, you know, like they always say like, oh, I don't like Islam, but then they like turn around and they like will worship like the mega church pastors worth billions of dollars that fly private jets preaching like hate and division in the name of Jesus, and they'll say like that's like the core American identity. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, I used to.
I'm really happy to hear that you don't anymore. DJ, do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, see, the issue that we're experiencing right now, DJ, is the fact that you are driving.
I'm not driving.
Are you in a moving vehicle?
No, it's not moving. I'm actually parked outside of a building right now. It's not moving. I got my AC on.
Oh, yeah. Could you just quickly turn your
moving.
AC off, and then you could turn it back on just to prove that that's what the background sound is?
Okay, yeah, no problem. All right, it's off. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could also hear the road noises in the background of you actively driving your vehicle. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Dude, that is like the stupidest thing to lie about, by the way. Just like putting that out there. Listen, if you're like actively driving and you get brought up on the live, just say that you're driving. And if like you really, really, really want to debate, like I'll just put you on mute while you like pull off to the side of the road or like take an exit. You know, like that's totally fine. Hello, Mr. Too Good.
Hey, what's up, Dean?
Have you come to your senses and determined that you want to be a more sane, rational person compared to yesterday? Because yesterday you were very upset.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm just curious. Why was it that you said the N-word? Do you remember that?
Do I remember saying the N-word when I was 14? Yes, me and the rest of the internet remember that.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure you remember, and so does everybody else in here.
Don't worry. Everybody does.
Okay. Yeah, and that is
do you think that Dean,
that is
I have a
facts,
question.
too.
I have a question. Do you think that Dean is still racist?
Yeah, absolutely.
So do you think Trump is still racist for not renting to black people in the 1970s? And for calling for the execution of Central Park 5, even though they were exonerated based on DNA evidence, popularizing the birth movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya because he's black to undermine him being president of the United States, even though there's a birth certificate of him in the United States, born in the U.S.?
I don't know. Donald Trump doesn't do TikTok for a living.
So I'm racist because I do TikTok.
Yeah, so you hold, again, a TikToker to a higher standard than the president of the United States?
I don't know Trump like that. But if he did do TikTok every day and I watched him every day, then I would have a better guess on that.
So I just want to argue here. I want to ensure that your argument is, even though Donald Trump was sued by the New York State Justice Department for violating the Civil Rights Act by refusing to rent to black people because they're black people, he's not racist because he quote unquote doesn't do TikTok every day. But the guy that called one of his white friends the N-word when he was 14 years old acknowledges that was racist, has held himself accountable and actively advocates to undo the same the socialization that led me to think that was acceptable every single day by advocating for people to be the best versions of themselves possible and to stop supporting the terribly racist and terribly misogynistic, terribly predatorial, and terribly terrible president Donald Trump. I am still a racist. No, this is cope, and I'll explain how you are coping. You cannot deal with the fact that the 21-year-old white boy on TikTok can hold himself to a higher degree and level of accountability than the goddamn president of the United States that you support. So you just deny that 21-year-old white boy has held himself to that level of accountability. You deny reality. You deny the change. You deny the progression. You deny the anti-racist advocacy that I engage in every single day on this platform. So then you don't have to accept that this random dude on your phone screen is a better man than the president. That's the crux of the issue here. That's the meat on the bone.
Are you done yet? Fuck.
Well, I mean, I wish I could condense it down to 5 words and crown on paper because I know that's what you would likely understand a bit better, Mr. Trump supporter. But unfortunately, it sometimes will require more than 2 sentences of speech. But I am done.
Okay. You said you were how old when you said that?
14.
Okay, so you didn't. So you learned that word under the roof of your family, which means your parents are probably racist as well.
Well, I think I picked that word up at school.
Oh, so people just blatantly say the N-word.
When I was in high school, yes.
That's crazy.
Yes, it is. It's admittedly very bad. Yes.
Damn. Yeah, I was just
the president you support posted a video depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as apes, and you still support him.
I mean, Dean says the N-word.
Well, that claim's not true. The claim that just left your mouth is not true at all.
It is true.
No, because you said Dean says the N-word. I don't say the N-word.
You used to. You admitted it.
Oh, see, that's the claim that is true. Yes, me saying the N-word when I was 14 is different than me saying the N-word now. I feel like anybody with a brain would be able to understand the difference between the statement Dean says the N-word and Dean said the N-word.
Yeah, but if you have such a pure heart and you're so thankful for, everything everybody does in your live streams, is your heart really that pure?
Well, I would definitely argue that my heart is pretty pure and I do this for the right reasons, yes.
Really? So
yeah,
did you
but once again, I expect you to deny that because you don't want to like me. You hate the fact that I come on here every day and I prove people that believe in the same things you do wrong. But the only way for you to rationalize that hatred is to paint me to be this boogeyman that's doing it with the malintention in my heart because you know that you can't hate me for speaking facts. So you got to hate me under the false preassumption that my character is ill-willed. I know it's something that a lot of Trump supporters do. You're mad, keep on coping, buddy. I'm more successful than you now, and I will continue to be more successful than you in the future. And it's just the salt on the wound here is that my success is built on proving people like you wrong and proving that you are part of the minority movement on the wrong side of history, actively supporting what's wrong in this world.
Are you done?
You've asked me that question 2 times now, and honestly, I think that question, Dean, are you done, just proves that I cooked.
I mean, more like done rambling, but.
Yes, you call it a ramble because you don't want to cohesively divulge into the nuance of the statements in which I'm making, because if you do, you'll get lost within a conflict of your own interests, because on one hand, you'll be able to logically recognize that what I'm saying is true, but on the other hand, you don't really care about logic and you base your beliefs off of emotion. So in the same way that you've asked me, am I done? Can I ask you, can you debate? Can you give us a reason why Trump is a good president? Can you respond to the questions that Parker has asked you surrounding the fact that he's racist without pivoting back to me? Is there any way that you could uphold a cohesive view in relation to American politics without being a hypocrite projecting your insecurities onto Dean fucking Withers? Just give us an argument for why Trump is a good president because of the things in which he's done or the man in which he is. Oh no, wait, you can't do that because the things in which he does is terrible. Some of the worst economic outcomes in modern American history. Back in war in the Middle East after promising no new war. 1 out of 5 children in West Virginia are in food insecurity because of him, and he took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, and this is on top of his decrepit character ranging from being best friends with Epstein, sending him letters depicting the naked bodies of little girls with a statement, "Can every new day be another wonderful secret?" to the civil court that held him liable to rape, to the other civil court that held him liable for defrauding his university, to the other civil court that held him liable for lying about the valuations of his properties to a bank in New York, to the criminal court that convicted him of 34 felonies, to his 7 infringements on the amendments of our Constitution, or the infringements on 2 articles. And I know that you're going to snooze right through that all because that's what you've been doing for the last year and a half. You snooze right through every bad thing that he's ever done as you are actively ignoring it the same way that you are today. It is cringe. It is embarrassing. It is immature. Thank you so much for coming to my TED Talk. Go ahead and take it away. He doesn't know how to unmute because he's
they got nothing. Like Trump supporters in general, absolutely nothing. No intellectual response.
Sorry, my alarm was going off for work. I think I got to get going.
Oh, you're gonna run away now?
You gotta run. I know.
No, I'm not running. I'm letting you know my alarm went off. I was sleeping. It's time for me to go to work.
Oh, we're gonna run away. Well, we're at work right now. You just got cooked. How does it feel?
You're at work right now. I just got cooked. How does it feel? Can you make it make sense?
That made sense. Are you an idiot?
Yeah. I just woke up.
The answer to that question, Parker, you asked, is he an idiot? The answer is yes.
Yeah, he actually is. It's unbelievable, dude. Do you have any actual intellectual things to say on the live stream?
Yeah. Anything of intellect, or should I kick you?
So are you assuming that I'm disabled?
What?
No.
You said repeat what you just said. Sorry, maybe I misheard you.
We asked you if you have anything of intellect to share on the stream.
Oh, so you're before that. What'd you say before that? Can we replay that?
That's exactly what we just said.
The last thing that was said before, we asked you if you have anything of intellect to say, is Parker asking you if you're an idiot, and then me saying yes, he is.
Okay, so you're assuming I have a disability.
So the word idiot is not representative of a disability. It is representative of a low level of intelligence.
Yeah, we're assuming you're willfully ignorant. That's what we're assuming. Well, actually, not assuming. That's what we have evidence to believe. Sorry. Wow, he's lost. And again, case in point, by the way.
Case in point.
Yo, Dean has the N-word pass. That's all I have to really say. Love you, Dean.
Okay.
Did you text him that?
No, that's just somebody who came up on the stream.
Oh, you definitely texted him that.
I do not have the N-word pass. I just want to throw that one out there. I don't think the N-word pass is a real thing, but that aside, I guess refocusing back on you, Mr. Too Good. Do you want to respond to our request for you to, say something intellectual about your support for Trump?
Yeah. So do all liberals say the hard R? I'm just curious. Is that something liberals do?
I'm confused on the nature of the question that you're asking. By the way,
yeah. So I come up here.
Hard R.
Do all Trump supporters rape women?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so your president raped a woman. Do you still support him?
Do you have DNA proof?
There was a dress with DNA
on it.
Do you
have DNA proof?
He gave up his DNA after multiple years.
You have DNA proof?
I have a question. If there was a jury that determined that Donald Trump did this, would you accept it?
Show me DNA proof, Parker.
If there was a jury that determined Donald Trump did this, would you accept it? If there was a jury that determined that Donald Trump did this, would you believe that?
Give him a second, Parker. He's computing.
It's loading.
He's loading.
Wow, this is incredible.
Bro,
it's like it takes one simple question.
So like right now as we speak, like the Artemis 2, like they're on the other side of the moon, so they're out of contact with the Earth. Are you on the Artemis 2 mission, buddy? Are you out of contact?
He is.
Are the signals being blocked by the moon?
Earth
buddy?
2, Mr. 2, are you there, buddy?
Well, I mean, I guess the moon's in the way, so maybe not.
Jesus Christ, dude. This is really sad.
I know, but maybe we should just ask him a new question because maybe he doesn't want to answer that one. Can I ask you a new question? Or maybe we should just kick him?
Yeah, it sounds like he's
so much for
just
the
a
air
coward and he's scared to debate.
Very much so. Very much so, Parker. I agree with your evaluation of the preponderance of the facts. Thank you so much. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Hello, hello, Liam. Do you remember losing a push-up competition to me and getting absolutely mocked? 87 to 25?
Actually, I don't.
Oh, you don't remember it?
Did you tell me to get down and do 25? Isn't that what you said?
You told me to get down and do 25, and then I did.
Liam,
and then you
would you get
cooked?
cooked? Want to get cooked by Dean again?
Was this before or after? Wait, is this before or after?
Hey, Liam, would you want to get cooked by Dean again in a push-up contest?
Margie, please. I'm talking to the man up here, not you. You're a boy. Anyway,
you called me a boy. So then why am I a boy?
Wait a minute. Since you actually chimed in, why is it that you've lost all of your followers and you're like basically just like a troll now? Nobody even tunes in for you, Parker. Why is that?
Nobody tunes in my live, Liam?
Yeah, I think you know what it is? It's because you're a rich, privileged young man and people see that you don't have any personality and nobody gives a crap about. And I love
Parker,
it. I love
he's
to
just
see it.
he's really hurt because he
No,
lost
I'm
the
not, I'm
competition.
enjoying seeing that the public sees through the BS.
Hey, America, make America Christian again. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
God, now you're running. Now you're running, Dean.
Oh, 1 second. What's that?
I like his monarchy maxing. I support his monarchy maxing.
Gosh, enough.
Okay. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Liam, no speak. Thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in right now. We got Logic loading up
Why
into the
are
box.
you afraid to
no
debate
speak.
me?
Thank you. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Hey, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Hello. I mean, I do support Trump. I'm not from America. I just have a question.
Okay,
I'm
unfortunately,
from
we are just looking for Trump supporters. Welcome back, Marky. This is your third time on the live today. You keep on getting cooked, and then you leave. Why do you keep on doing that?
No.
Your service keeps cutting out?
Yeah.
I know that you're lying. The reason why I know that you're lying is because if your service cut out, then it wouldn't show that you would just automatically disconnect moments after the last word that you said. You would just likely be sitting AFK on the panel while TikTok would attempt to reconnect you for around a minute and a half, and then inevitably it would time you out. So that's why I know that you're lying, and that's why I know that your service hasn't cut out, and that's why I know that you've left 3 times when you've been cooked.
No, my name's not Mark either. It's Blake.
Oh, you changed your name. Okay. All right, Blake. So
No.
Do you want to pick up the debate where we left off?
No, I actually got a debate for you.
Okay.
Okay. If you had to eat either Cane's or Chipotle, which one are you picking?
Cane's. Obviously a troll. I think they maybe stole the profile picture of that other guy. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. This guy was driving earlier. Let's see if he's no longer driving now. Cane's, 110%. Holy. I love Cane's. Love Cane's, bro. Best fast food restaurant of all time, by the way. Dude, please sponsor me. Cane's,
When have you been there last?
It's been a while. Last time I was in LA. Do you remember when we're just like starting to become friends? And
Yeah.
I literally ate it for like lunch and dinner every day while I was at it because it was so good, man.
Yeah, I remember because I would get that because it was near where I lived when I was in college, and dude, it's crazy, bro. I haven't been in literally so long. It's been so.
That's wild, man. That's so disrespectful to the best fast food place in existence.
Okay, maybe we'll have to go back.
What's going on, DJ? You still driving? You got to come back on TikTok in order for us to hear you, my friend.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you disconnect any Bluetooth devices that you have connected to your phone?
Yeah, give me just a minute.
Okay, I'm going to give you just a minute. I'm going to put you on mute for that minute, and I'm just going to thank a couple people real quick. Thank you so much for the 20 over on chat. Super devotee. Thank you so much
Can you
for the
hear me
love.
now?
I can. Just give me one moment. D with the $20 says, I feel like you and Parker have a red one, blue one dynamic. It's a character dynamic that where one has fury, passionate temperament, and the other has a character that is more mellow and reserved. I think you're the red one and then Parker's blue. Yeah, it depends on the day. I definitely do come at it with a little bit more fury, but I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Devotee down below in that chat for the 20. Like I said, I really appreciate you, man. Very, very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. I think that there's a couple people as well to thank on Venmo and PayPal, so do give me one moment to do that to start off on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jade, for the $2. I appreciate you, Jade. Joseph, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Let's get 250 Joseph W's down below in that comment section. Joseph with the 25 says, for your singular focus on shredding MAGA, congrats on the conversions today. Well, thank you so much for the love, Joseph. I hope that you enjoyed this stream today, brother, and thank you so much for the kindness. Aiden, thank you for the $10, who says, yo, love the live. Thank you, dude. I have a question. How do I tell my friend that he shouldn't say racist things? We're in high school, so he says really racist things without thinking. I want him to stop, but I value my friendship with him. What do you recommend? I'd honestly recommend explaining to him why they are racist to say. If you guys are like still young, still in high school, like I definitely argue that there's still some time where like you could like get him to stop doing the racist things by helping him to understand why they're wrong. Thank you so much for the $10, Aiden. Joshua, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate you, man. And then Ellie, thank you so much for the $5. And then Trinity, thank you so much for the $15 donation as well, who says, so refreshing to see a young person shut ignorant people down. To keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Trinity. And that's so awesome. I'm happy to hear that you've been enjoying the live streams. Thank you so much. On PayPal, thank you so much, Alyssa, for the $50 donation on PayPal. God damn it, Alyssa. That is wild. That is ALYSSA. I want to see 500 Alyssa W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much for the love. Who says, even with a lot of grace, still at some points in time will struggle in this economy. Trump is cancer to the USA. Thank you for everything that you do, Dean. Well, thank you so very much for the incredibly kind donation, my friend. Show some love to Alyssa down below. That is unreal. $50 is a shit ton of money. That goes a very long way. Same thing to you, Emily. Thank you for the $14. She says, as a Muslim who hates Trump, I was so confused reading that Trump post. I know, right? Me too. Thank you for doing what you do, though, for the coffee machine. Thank you for the $15 for the espresso. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Danny. Thank you for the $1. All right, look at that. We are all caught up. If you want to support me in the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the elsewhere. And with that, go ahead and take it away, DJ.
Oh, Dean, I got to get going, man.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for joining.
I will see you later,
buddy.
bro.
See you, Parker. I'd run too if I was about to speak, because I'm about to shut y'all up. Because here's the thing.
My girlfriend just got home. What do you mean?
Because here's the thing. I know you're gonna ask me if I support Trump, and absolutely I do.
No, one question before I go. How many continents are there?
Do you think that you have maybe 30 seconds, Parker?
Yeah.
I'm gonna just get a run to the restroom super quick.
Okay.
Thank you.
While you do, DJ. How many continents are there, DJ? Hello, DJ, are you there? Did he run away?
So, can you do what?
How many continents are there?
7.
What are they? You just muted yourself. Are you looking it up?
What is this, a geography lesson now?
I'm asking you, what are the 7 continents?
Is this a geography?
This is a basic question. How he's searching it up. He's swiped out of the app.
Is this a geography question?
Dude, you acted like you were gonna own me, bro, and you can't even tell me what the 7 continents are right now.
You asked me how many there was. I said 7.
No, what are they? Name the 7 continents.
I'm not looking nothing up.
Okay, so name the 7 continents then.
What's that got to do with being a supporter of Trump?
Well, you said you were going to own me and that I'm scared of debating you, but you can't even name the 7 continents.
Wait, just to be clear, the guy that said he was going to completely destroy us in a debate cannot name the 7 continents.
I definitely can. I ain't
then
got
do
no
it.
problem denying it.
Then do it.
If you definitely can, then why won't
you're just going to keep asking dumb questions that don't even matter. So
Waiting,
why would
are
I
you gonna do it?
Why would I entertain you on something that ain't even
This is the
of the
first
subject
question
of
I've
what we're
asked
talking
you
about?
on the stream.
I have a question.
Y'all's question is,
hey,
how
DJ?
do I still support Trump?
DJ, I have a question.
What's up, buddy? Yes,
what
sir.
color is the grass?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me. Is that the questions y'all are asking?
Alrighty, Dean. I'll see you later. Have a good live, man. Good luck with
I
this.
appreciate you for joining up, Parker.
Peace out. I'll see you tomorrow.
The chat's put
So, yeah.
the 7 continents on there for y'all. Y'all could read that.
Okay, well, I think this is going to be a really fruitful conversation with a very intelligent person. So
I'm
go ahead and
very
take it away.
intelligent.
Wait, first and foremost, I have to ask you, do you think that you're going to absolutely own me in this debate?
Absolutely own you. I think you'll end up owning yourself is what's going to happen. You're going to
Okay.
put your foot in the mouth.
Okay, so true. So I got my notepad open. I'm really ready for the intelligent argument that is bound to be cohesive and make a bunch of sense. Why do you support Trump?
Oh, why do I support Trump? Because he puts America first, buddy.
And how does he do that?
He just secures the border.
Okay.
He secures the border. He cares more about us than the other side did. Really, when it comes down to choosing the two, I had to choose what made sense and who would put America first and what would be better for me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Sounds good. I'm going to start off with that second claim. You said that he cares more about us than Democrats. I don't
Absolutely.
believe that claim to be true. The reason that I say that is because if Donald Trump cared more about the American people than the Democrats have and do, well, then why did he take healthcare away from 10 million low-income American people, knowing that 51,000 low-income Americans die every single year via lack of access to healthcare?
Why did he succeed in a search and rescue mission when the other administration just left them there to perish?
Okay. What failed search and rescue mission would you be referring to under Biden, where we left servicemen and women there to perish?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't. Can you inform me?
Oh, man.
No, you can inform me because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So now I understand that you wanted to pivot real quick. It's cute because it's a way to deflect away from the questions in which I'm asking you to interrogate your view. But do you want to actually try to answer the question that I asked you? If Donald Trump cares more about the American people than the left, then why was Donald Trump willing to take health care away from 10 million low-income Americans? Why was Donald Trump willing to disobey a court order, break the law, and not pay out food stamps for 16 million American children? Why didn't he want to abide by the voice and the demands of the American people to transparently release the Epstein files and have his own name illegally redacted over 1 million times and only release 3/4 of the files to fine Congress, breaking federal law and breaking his promise to the people to get that done? And if he cared about the American people, then why was he willing to make so many other false promises, like dropping the price of groceries so fast on day one your head would spin, ending Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one, or not going into any new wars?
So do you think that the other administration cared more about America?
Yeah, clearly. And I think that we
Donald
saw that
Trump
through their domestic
administration?
policies, such as the infrastructure bill to invest $1 trillion into creating
Why would
new
they
jobs
leave
and
the
renewing
border
our
open?
infrastructure.
Why would they allow murderers into our country?
Oh, okay. So you think that allowing murderers into our country is a really bad thing. So when Donald Trump allowed the families of murderers to come into the country, we're talking about cartel mob bosses. That just meant he didn't care about the country, or the fact that he in of himself is guilty of many violent crimes, ranging from the court that held him liable to rape to the time he admitted to sexual exploitation, or his full and complete presidential pardons he gave to the people that would have been murderers if they were successful in what they were trying to do, such as DJ Rodriguez, who tried to kill a cop on J6, went to jail for 10 years and then was let out of jail by Donald Trump.
Okay.
So, I mean, how do you feel about Donald Trump giving a full and complete presidential pardon to people that literally tried to murder, kill cops on the steps of our nation's capital? Then he turned around and on top of that called them patriots, you know?
I
Like,
feel
come on.
like Donald
I feel like
Trump-
this is so clearly hypocritical and hypocritical in your behest and contradictory to your view, because you want to speculate that the Biden-Harris administration opened up the border, when in all reality, that's not
They
true.
did.
We saw an increase
They
in
definitely
entry
did.
onset by the pandemic. But regardless of that fact, we could actually identify a legitimate scenario of Donald Trump literally letting somebody outside of jail and calling them a patriot after they tried to murder a police officer. And you don't care, right?
Donald Trump has done more for this country than Biden and
Exactly. You don't give a
Harris
fuck.
ever did.
You don't give a fuck
They ever
that the
did.
point that you tried to make to criticize
Oh,
Biden
absolutely.
directly applies to Trump, because he actually let a attempted murderer out of jail and then called him a patriot. You don't care.
I absolutely care, and I care
Then
about
condemn
this
him.
country.
Then condemn
I care
Donald Trump
about-
for his J6 pardons.
Listen, not everybody is going to agree with some views and everything like that. I'm as straightforward as it gets, and I choose what's going to be best for our country, and that's Donald Trump. It ain't nobody
Can
on
you
the
condemn
left.
Donald Trump for the J6 pardons?
Can I condemn him for the pardons? A couple of them, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
I'll say that. A couple of them, yes.
Okay, so why are you still willing to support Trump as president, given that he let attempted murderers out of jail?
because that's what's best for our country.
Why is it best for a country to let its
Kamala Harris, between him and Kamala Harris, absolutely Donald J. Trump.
Okay.
Kamala Harris proved that she couldn't lead this country just for the things that she did as vice president. They were worried more about other countries than America, pouring in money to all these different countries and not the people here.
Okay. So, Joe, thank you so much for the galaxy. So, first and foremost, the other countries that they poured money into were like A, Israel, because AIPAC controls both sides of the aisles to a certain extent, and then B, Ukraine. But when we're looking at Donald Trump, A, he continued the funding to Ukraine. B, he gave $50 billion to Argentina. And C, he upped the expenditure on Israel, including upwards of $1 billion a day on a war in Iran that we're fighting for Israel and because of their pressure, per the ex-head of counterterrorism, Joe Kent. We didn't spend $1 billion a day in Ukraine. But now we're spending $1 billion a day for Israel. Not costing us not just money, but also the lives of our servicemen and women, because we're fighting their war for them.
They just allowed criminals and drugs into the country that killed millions of people instead of trying to put a hold on it. I mean, that we were at war with ourselves and with drugs because of that.
Make sure not to say the names of any specific DRUGS or I'll have to kick you. It's TikTok TOS. Oh, and by the way, I also just want to point this out here. So first and foremost, you said that they allowed criminals to come into the country. Then A, why did they deport undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records at higher rates than the Trump administration today? And then B, you said that they allowed DRUGS into the country. So why does the FBI under Kash Patel report that we saw a drastic increase in the level of DRUGS coming into America under Trump and his first administration, then a sharp decline in the level of DRUGS coming into America under the Biden-Harris administration?
What's your question?
Okay, well, yeah, of course you didn't track any of that. I guess we'll just start with this one question. If the Biden-Harris administration just was so willing to allow hardened criminals to come into the country, then why did they deport undocumented immigrants with bad criminal records at higher levels than the Trump administration is doing today?
It's higher levels because there was more of them that came in, obviously.
So you're saying that something happened on January 21st, 2026, that somehow warranted and justified and explains perfectly why it is simultaneously true that Biden let bad criminals into the country, but also deported them at higher levels than Trump is today. Got it, buddy. You know what? I don't think that you care about violent criminals.
Just because... Oh, I absolutely do.
Can I tell you why I don't think that you care about criminals?
Why is that?
Because you made one fucking president. How can you sit here and tell me that you're not a hypocrite for arguing that you never support Biden because he let criminals into the country? Meanwhile, you made a criminal president.
You're saying that Donald Trump is a violent criminal?
Yes.
How?
Because he was found guilty of 34 counts of fraud inside of a criminal court, and he was also held liable for the violent crime of rape inside of a civil court, amounting to what? A very violent criminal.
That was all political.
Okay, prove it.
We'll agree to disagree on that.
I don't want to agree to disagree. I want you to prove it.
Can you prove that he did it?
Can I prove that he did it? Yes. Here's a jury verdict form from a unanimous jury of 9 that ruled Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
So that proves that he did it. That proves that it's not political and that he actually did it.
Oh, okay. So now you're suggesting that there's political interference inside of the court case. So prove it.
We can't prove it.
Okay, so then why do you believe it if you can't prove it?
Just as much as I can't prove it.
Okay, well, it would be your burden of evidence because you're the one making the positive claim. Holy shit.
You can't prove it just as much as I can.
I'm not the one making the claim. You're the one making the claim.
You're claiming that he is a violent criminal. Based on that. There's no proof to it whatsoever.
Okay, there's no proof to it whatsoever. Name one piece of evidence inside of the court case that you dispute.
That I dispute?
Yes, since you want to argue that there's no proof whatsoever. Well, we know that there's a lot of cataloged evidence inside of the court case that inevitably the jury accepted as proof. So what's one of those pieces of evidence that you dispute?
Was there ever DNA or anything like that?
Why are you asking me, was there ever DNA? This is not a direct response to the question that I asked you. The question that I asked you is what is one piece of evidence inside of the court case that you dispute?
There isn't no evidence.
Okay, well that's categorically false. Yes, there was cataloged pieces of evidence collected by the court during the discovery period that the, once again, jury inevitably used to rule his guilt. You're making the claim that you dispute the evidence that was cataloged during discovery because you don't think that it is sufficient in proving that he did it. So please name at least one of those pieces of evidence that was objectively cataloged during discovery that you dispute and you do not think is sufficient.
There was no evidence.
You already said that, and I already debunked that. You continue to repeat that there was no evidence. Objectively, that claim is false. Can we agree that the court cataloged evidence that the jury used to rule his guilt during discovery?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay, so then you're just denying reality.
It's not reality. It's political.
What is your evidence that there was no evidence?
Have you seen the evidence?
Yes.
What was it? What was the evidence?
I'll happily tell you what the evidence is after you answer my question.
What
is your evidence that there was no evidence?
Because I've not seen no evidence.
Okay, so you haven't seen it, that it doesn't exist? Have you
Have
you looked for it?
I'm basing my
Have you looked for
beliefs
it?
on. Yeah, of course I've looked into it.
Okay.
And I've not
So
seen
then what was
anything
the name of the rape victim?
Honestly, I do not know.
Damn, but you're telling me that you've looked into the case, but you don't even know Eugene Carroll's name? You're a liar.
I'm not lying.
Okay, convince me that you've looked into the case by telling me one fact about the case.
One fact about the case?
Such as when she claimed that it took place. Okay, where she claimed that it took place. What she claimed occurred specifically. Tell me one fact of the case.
Well, I really can't.
So you just lied to us all, right?
No, I didn't lie, but
so then what exactly
have
you looked into?
I mean, I just brushed it off. I mean, it didn't,
exactly. You just brushed it off without looking into it because you're a cultist.
There wasn't no evidence.
Let me ask you this question.
Far from a cultist.
Let me ask you this question: if you knew that Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked women, would you still support him as president?
If I knew 100% and there was proof 100%.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is what I'm asking you, yes. Can you answer the question?
Yeah, I can answer. So ask me the question again. If I knew that
If you knew that Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked women, would you still support him as president?
If I knew that he did for sure, absolutely, I don't think I could.
Can we agree that sexual exploitation is to do something sexual to somebody without their permission?
Absolutely, bud. Absolutely.
Okay. Would it be doing something sexual to somebody without their permission for the male owner of a business to barge into the woman's restroom to then look at the naked bodies of the women inside?
Possibly, I guess.
I feel like the right answer would be yes. Not possibly, not I guess. The answer would be yes, because men aren't allowed inside of private women-owned spaces.
It depends on if you're looking for somebody, if there's a fire alarm and trying to clear out the building. I mean, it just depends.
So given that there's no fire alarm, okay, given that there's no exigent scenarios in which would warrant a man going inside of a private woman's space, no fire alarm, no one's dying, no one's screaming, no guns, no shootings, okay, could we agree that it would be sexual exploitation for a male business owner to barge into a woman's dressing room or a woman's restroom to look at the naked bodies of the women inside?
Well, I mean, I can't answer that.
Why?
Because I mean, it really just depends on the situation.
Well, the situation that we're describing here is barging into the space specifically to look at the naked bodies of the women inside, unconsensually.
How do you know they're just going in there just to look? How do you know that?
Well, this is a question that I'm asking you. I'm not saying that this has happened. I'm saying if this were to happen, would it be sexual exploitation?
It just, like I said, it just depends on the situation.
But I gave you the situation. I'm talking about a situation where a man owner of a business would barge into the woman's dressing room to look at the naked bodies of the women inside unconsensually.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean,
In that situation, is it sexual exploitation?
I mean, I'd have to say yes if you put it that way. Yes.
So if Donald
Absolutely.
Trump did that, you would stop supporting him, right?
Like I said, it just depends because.
But it would depend on it actually being sexual exploitation. Because right before I asked you this series of questions, I asked you, would you stop supporting Donald Trump if he was guilty of sexual exploitation? And you said yes. So I'm essentially just asking you that same question again. So now that we've agreed that that scenario is tantamount to sexual exploitation, would you stop supporting Donald Trump if he engaged in that situation of sexual exploitation?
Oh, if I had the proof and everything, yeah.
Okay, here's him admitting to that exact thing. He was the owner of a couple beauty pageants in the 90s and early 2000s. Here's a clip of him admitting to barging into the private women's only dressing rooms to then look at the naked bodies of the women inside.
To do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a
is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
There you are.
Like I just said, inspecting. I mean, it's like I said, it depends on the situation.
Okay.
He just didn't go in there. I mean, like you're putting it that he did. I mean, it's.
So he admitted to going in there.
He did. He said he was going. He could go in there for inspections and everything. He's got it like that. I mean,
So
that's all he said.
he wasn't doing an inspection of the space, and I could prove it. Because if he was legitimately doing an inspection of the space, nothing sexual to do with the naked bodies of the women,
You
then
can't
he wouldn't have
prove
one
that,
on.
though.
I can't.
How can you prove that?
Because if he was legitimately doing an inspection of the space, nothing sexual about the naked bodies of the women, then he wouldn't have said, and they were naked and they look great.
He just said he was doing an inspection. So now you're just.
Well, then after he said that he
assuming
was
the
doing an
worst.
inspection, he went on to say that they had no clothes on and they looked great, and that he got away with it, by the way. If this was not sexual in the slightest, then A, he wouldn't be bringing this up when asked about him doing sexual things with his beauty pageant contestants. That was the context of this clip, by the way. B, he wouldn't have automatically turned around and said that they had no clothes on and they looked great, because remember, he wouldn't be doing anything sexual. He wouldn't be looking at them. He'd be doing an inspection of the space. And then C, at the end of the clip, he wouldn't have said that he got away with it, because if it was a genuine inspection, what the fuck would he be getting away with?
Can you play the part where they were talking about the sexual, with it being sexual, like you just said?
Yeah, sure.
You own this pageant. You go over. You're meeting the girls. It's like one of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you." Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
Conflict?
yes?
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later
The
on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything.
There you go.
I still don't. I don't get the point you're trying to make. They never said anything sexual in that clip.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're just clearly wrong. But what the fuck is this? 1 second. I gotta show this to everyone. We're gonna pull it up on YouTube too.
Oh God.
So you sat alone in your house with your child, then you thought of a TikTok idea to make a TikTok about beating your child.
Here we go. Buddy, that was 4 years ago, and that's comedy. That's so funny.
What's funny about it?
that is hilarious. And if you don't find that funny, you need a sense of humor.
Can you explain to me how it's funny?
Yeah, because that's obviously a joke. Won't
But
nobody at
the
least.
question is, what's the joke?
The joke is me as a father choosing $10 million over my son. That's the joke.
Okay. So
it is-
$10 million to punch the kid. And you thought about that, like in your own head. Like you're just sitting there alone at home thinking about how if somebody paid you $10 million, you'd kill your newborn. Because that's
Kill
what
my
punching that's what punching a newborn would do. It'd kill them.
Well, for one, he was about 6 months. He wasn't
that's
a newborn.
that's what punching a 6-month-old would do to them. It'd kill them.
And ain't nobody thinking about actually punching a kid other than you.
You
That
were.
don't make no sense.
Wait. Yes, you were thinking
No,
about
that's why
punching a kid.
it's
So then you decided to
literally
turn around
comedy.
and make a TikTok about how you would take $10 million to punch a
Literally,
kid as a quote unquote
it's-
joke.
It's comedy. It's comedy, buddy. It's comedy.
Who thinks of this quote unquote comedy? This is something that it only would be thought of in the mind of like a super sick person. Like for like all the parents out there, when like your child was 6 months old, did you just like start thinking, like randomly start thinking about how funny it would be if you killed your kid for $10 million?
Ain't
Like
nobody
is this
think
like a
about
is this
killing-
like a thought that has occurred in like the head of like any other parent? Like just randomly start thought it'd be so funny to get paid $10 million to kill him?
Is that all you got, Dean? Attack a video that's for comedy? Is that all you got?
What
bud?
you just once again like it's
'Cause that's-
sick. It's sick
you-
to think
you
that's
could-
funny.
You could think. I mean, all right.
Like it's just not.
Okay.
It's just like not funny. Like I
mean, not-
genuinely
not to
believe of like
you.
you randomly one day like think about how it would be funny to kill your child for $10 million. You're a very sick person.
Nobody's thinking about killing anybody, buddy.
What do you think punching a 6-month-old would do?
For one, I would never put my hands on a kid. Thank you. I
But
never
the
have.
joke was
never
that you
will.
would.
And the joke is, yeah, obviously no good parent would ever lay a finger on their child.
So why do you
can
think it's
joke-
acceptable to quote unquote joke about something that no good parent would ever do?
Because you can see that joke everywhere. It's literally a joke. That's what comedy is.
I just
Obviously,
once again
something you don't
I
get.
fail to
You
see
don't
like the
get it.
comedic aspect.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
like
fine.
like I don't even think like this is like too insane to say either. Like this isn't even like the whole liberal snowflake thing of like, you know,
That's definitely what it is. Go-
Dude,
go
no,
look at
you're just
comments.
like
That's definitely what it is.
Can you agree that from an outside perspective? Okay, let me ask you this question. Do you have any friends with kids?
Absolutely.
Imagine that one of these friends that you have with a kid, and their kid was 6 months old. This friend just, maybe you're out getting food, you're going to go bowling, you're just going to have some fun. You know, you're brown out, whatever. Now, randomly, this friend of yours says, guess what? I'm thinking about how funny it is to consider killing my child for $10 million. Like, would you look at them and be like, that is really funny? Or
I
would
don't
you be like,
get-
what?
I don't get how you're saying killing. You're literally
Because I've
taking this
repeated,
to a whole
punching
new
a
level.
6-month-old would
You're-
kill the 6-month-old.
You are literally taking this to a whole new level.
Can we agree that punching
You
a
need some
6-month-old
help.
would
You
kill a
need some help.
6-month-old?
Everybody, Dean needs some help to be thinking like that. That is absolutely wild. For you to think that people
What the
just,
fuck do you think punching that
for-
small of a
for you
child
to
would do?
think- For you to think that people would just put a TikTok on there and actually put their hand on their child is
You
crazy to me.
never answered
It
my
is crazy
question.
to me.
You never answered my question, by the way. My question was,
I'm
if you
not
were
going to
just
answer your question
because you know that this
Nope.
is what like obviously like demonstrates this to be fucked up, right? Like everybody, like consider the question that I asked this guest. Like put yourself in the shoes of this guest. So like once again, if you're just like randomly hanging out with your friend, and then your friend with a 6-month-old baby at home, just like randomly like turn around and there was, oh, you know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about how like funny the idea would be of me killing my kid for $10 million. Like what are we doing? Like, clearly, like, if like your friend just randomly told you how quote unquote funny they find the thought of killing their kid for $10 million, you're not gonna like laugh. You're probably gonna be really like taken at bat and really like pushed away from that person, because that like clearly demonstrates that person to be nuts. Like, that's disgusting. That's insane.
What blows my mind is if I was somebody on the left, you would not even say anything remotely close to what you're saying right now. The only reason that you have brought this up and twisted it to...
God, he's not going to respond, bro. What a gross guy. Like, that's not even a left versus right thing. Like politics aside, you're just a bad person. Welcome back in, Smack.
How's it going, man? So you just lied on live video. You said Trump went into a locker room. He said he didn't go in the locker room. He went backstage. I like how I fact-check you, you liar. Replay the video. You said,
God.
Would you support someone who went
Smack.
into a locker room and sexually assaulted somebody? He didn't go into a locker room. You're a liar. He went
word is-
backstage.
the-
Replay it. Replay it, you liar.
The word that
That's
you're
not
looking...
what you said.
the
No, that's
word-
what you do, bro. I fact-checked
The
you.
word
I
that you're
fact-checked
looking...
you.
The word that you're looking for, or more so the phrase that you're looking for, isn't locker room. It's dressing room.
Listen to the video. He said backstage. He owns the stage. He has every right to go
Okay.
backstage and tell women they're pretty.
Okay,
But
so
you tried
we're
to
gonna
demonize
listen
it to make him look like he went to the locker room. You're a
So this-
liar. This is what you do. And you play with these stupid hicks
High
who can't
cortisol?
speak back to you and
High
fact check
cortisol?
you on live events.
Wait. Calm down.
Play
High
the video.
cortisol?
Play the video. Let's see. Let's show you're a liar. Let's show. Play the video.
I will play the video.
Just like I checked you on the off.
I will play the video if you could take 3 deep breaths. Can you hit 3 deep breaths for me? You're cortisol maxing. It's rubbing off on me a bit. You know, like I'm trying to maintain a low stress environment here, buddy. You know, like come on, do this for 4 hours a day. I can't be bald by 30. And I just gonna you're throwing my vibe off here, dude. You're really throwing my vibe off here, dude.
All right, I got you, man.
Can you take 3 deep breaths?
I took them while we were halted for a bit there.
Okay, this clip is 29 seconds long. We're gonna listen to all 29 seconds of it together.
Yep. Let's
Imagine it's your
wait for locker
obligation
room.
to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what-
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So should I prove you wrong now, or should I let you dig your grave deeper?
Yeah, show me where he said locker room. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Because that's
when
what
he-
you told that last guy. Go
Of
ahead.
course, when he said-
Show me where he said locker room. Go ahead.
Of course. When he said that he'd go into a space where men weren't allowed, that he was breaking a rule by entering, where there were naked women changing inside. If I told you that right now I'm sitting on a 2x2 stable platform affixed to the ground by 4 legs with back support, I'm telling you
Sorry,
I'm
you
sitting
said
in a
locker
chair.
room.
So
You
if
said
Donald,
locker room.
so
That's
if Donald
complete-
Trump says, if Donald Trump tells you that he's going inside of a space where men aren't allowed, where he's breaking a rule by entering, where there's only naked women that are changing, Donald Trump is telling you that he's going inside of a dressing room. And by the way, you continue to say that you said locker room. It's never been a locker room. It's always been a dressing room.
Backstage, he owns the event. He can do whatever he wants. He owns the event.
So that's
And
not
if
true,
you say it
because although
correctly,
he
it
owns the
changes the
event,
story.
he doesn't own
you
the
don't
bodies
say
of
the
the
story
women he
correctly
dresses.
because you try to frame the story how you want to frame it.
Do
to
you
lie
have a
to
mother?
people.
Do
And then
you have a
they have
sister?
to fact
Do
check
you have a girlfriend?
Yeah, I do have a sister, and she's been in pageants. And guess what? Men have been
Okay,
back
let
there.
me-
and guess
let me
what?
ask
They
you-
think that she's pretty, and that's
Let me-
fine.
let
That's
me
what
ask
men
you-
do.
Let me ask you a question. So if your sister worked a corporate job at an office building, and your sister is using the bathroom in the
If her
women's
job was
restroom,
to undress
I'm gonna
in
go
front of
ahead and
men,
mute you.
yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you right now so I could finish my question. So, if your sister worked a corporate job at an office building, and inside of this corporate job, she was using the restroom.
It's a swimsuit pageant, buddy. It's a swimsuit pageant.
So once again, I'm gonna put you on mute
not
because
an
I'm in the
accounting
middle
firm.
of asking a question.
You're not framing it correctly.
I'm in the middle of asking a question.
It's a swimsuit pageant.
It doesn't matter if it's a beauty pageant, or it doesn't matter if it's a corporate building. Women still have bodily autonomy and control over who
That's called the
sees their
bathroom.
body when they are
the
at
bathroom in the
a
locker room.
when they're at a beauty pageant. And when
You mean
they're at a
backstage.
corporate
You mean
accounting
backstage. Say
job.
backstage. Be
So
factual.
the thing
Be factual.
is
Say
that
backstage.
you continue to
Not you again, big dog. I
interrupt
fact
me
check you.
every single word that I say. We will not be able to have any sense of a productive conversation.
Well, then just
in the
tell the
slightest
truth, dude.
When
Say the
you
truth.
interrupt me every fucking moment of the time you spend on the live. I'm going to need you to do the whole deep breath thing again. I'm more than happy to let you speak. You just have to be more than happy to let me speak. And when you're speaking, I'm not. And when I'm speaking, you're not. There will be no conversation whatsoever if you continue to act the way you are. Get it together. You are a grown-ass man. Start acting like one. Now, to finish my rebuttal to the claim that you made in response. Your first claim was that he never said dressing room. He described a dressing room. Your second claim was he was the owner of the building. He could do whatever he wants. Just because you're the owner of the building does not give you the right to do whatever you want inside of that building. Women still have consent over who sees their bodies in private spaces designed for them, even in buildings that are owned by men. The third point is that you said at these pageants, they were already getting paid to take their clothes off in front of men. First and foremost, no, that's not true. They're getting paid to get judged in swimsuits. They get paid to get judged in dresses. It's a beauty pageant on stage where they consent to that occurring. They do not consent to that occurring when they're naked or when they're in any physical presentation, when they are backstage in their private dressing rooms because of the expectation of privacy away from men that is implied via private women's only dressing rooms. Go for it.
Yeah, so do you agree that he said he went backstage, or do you agree he went to the women's dressing room?
I agree that he said.
Which one did he say?
I agree that he said that he went backstage to the dressing rooms.
Thank you. Now, do you agree that you just told the previous guest that he went into women's locker rooms? Because I have it recorded. Did you
I
say
do not agree that
rooms?
No.
Did you say that? Did you say
No.
women's locker rooms?
No.
You're a liar. You're a liar. Record the video.
The
You
claim
said,
is dressing
"Do you support
rooms,
a guy
not
who would
locker
go-"
rooms.
This is what you said. Would you support a guy who went into women's locker rooms and sexually ogled them? That's what you said. You lied again,
How much
bro.
money do you want to bet?
I checked you right now.
How much money do you want to bet? Then play the clip.
John Austin. What? I thought we were gonna let people speak.
The claim has always been dressing rooms, and I did say that I want to interrupt you, and I'm interrupting you right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just busted you in a lie. I busted you in a lie last night about the Ossoff statement, and I want to make one more comment because you keep seeming to say that he sexually assaulted a girl. Yeah,
Are you gonna
it's
run
called-
after you make this
it's
comment?
called political motivation. Guess what? He apparently did it in the 1980s,
Don't run.
but they wait to charge him until in 2020. How does that even work? You commit a crime and then 20 years later they charge you? That's political motivation to a T.
Make sure that you don't run when you're done. You said that you had one more
I'm
thing
here.
to say.
I'm here.
That
Are
makes
you
me
just
think
gonna
you're
send like?
perfect.
Are you? No, I'm all here, big dog. Come on.
Okay, perfect. So you've continued to repeat that I lied to the last guest when I told him that Donald Trump would barge into dressing rooms, and you continue to repeat that you've proven that to be a lie.
You're still a liar. It's not a dressing room. Even if you want to go with that. It's a
Okay,
lock.
can I speak? I've already repeated why you are wrong, but you haven't heard me when I've told you why you are wrong because you're not listening. And by the way, the reason why you're not listening.
You went backstage? Okay. Backstage.
Sir, the reason why you're not listening is because of how emotional you are. Emotions, when high, will cloud our judgment and prevent us from hearing other people. So that's why I've asked you repeatedly to take a deep breath or two to get those emotions to a level where your judgment will not be clouded to the extent of disregarding every word that leaves my mouth. Okay? Just listen. In the clip, he did say backstage. But he said when he would go backstage, he was going into an area where no men were allowed, where he was breaking the rules by entering, where there was naked women who were taking their clothes off and getting dressed, where he had to abuse the fact that he was the owner and then lie about doing a fake inspection of the space. That description of all those characteristics, about breaking rules by entering, about no men being around, about having to lie and abuse his power, and there being naked women changing, is what proves that it was a private women's only dressing room.
That's
All right?
not correct.
It is.
It's not correct.
It is,
No,
because if
doesn't.
it was just a general...
Doesn't prove it.
Yeah, it does.
No, that
Because
doesn't prove it.
Are general backstage areas spaces where men aren't allowed? No. Are
What
general
you
backstage
can
area
say-
spaces where
No,
the
no,
owner would
what
have
you
to
can
abuse the
say
fact that
is-
they're an owner to get into? No. Would the owner be getting away with something and breaking a rule if they were to go into a general backstage area? No. Do a bunch of women
yeah, they
just get
would.
naked and change in a general backstage area when they have a dressing room? No.
If I
That is the
owned
description of a
I own
dressing
a
room.
place where I'm the owner and I'm running the pageant. I'm allowed backstage, and just because people who are showing up to a pageant aren't allowed backstage, that doesn't mean I'm going into a woman's locker room. That means that I'm the owner of that event, and I'm allowed to go backstage. So, look, here's what I will say.
Here's my question
I'm
to
not
you.
disagreeing with you.
If it
but
was
you
a general
cannot make
backstage
that
area,
statement.
then why are
You
no men
can't
anywhere?
Make that statement.
If it was
You
a
can't
general
make that
backstage
statement if
area,
you
then why
don't
were no
know
men
it.
anywhere? If it was a general backstage area, then why were no men anywhere?
Because he's the owner of the pageant, he can do whatever he wants.
That's not answering my question. In that clip, he said that there's no other men anywhere. Clearly, there's other men that work for the pageant. So why weren't they in this quote-unquote general backstage area? Oh wait,
it doesn't
it's because
mean
it
that
wasn't
he's
a general
going to a
backstage area.
locker room. It doesn't mean that he's going to a dressing room.
It does.
He
It
went
does
backstage.
actually. Yes. Yes. When he says that there's no men, he says
You're
that men
making
aren't
a
allowed,
conclusion. You
and
have
that he
no
was
facts.
breaking a rule
You're
by
making a
entering.
conclusion. You have no facts.
Listen. If
You
I
can
say, if
you
I
think
say,
it's a dressing room, but he says backstage. Backstage.
Listen. If I say that I'm going into a space where men aren't allowed and I'm breaking a rule by entering, am I going into a private space for women?
You're going into a place that other men don't own that pageant.
You're not answering my
So
fucking question. No. Listen,
you're not
this,
framing
this
it
is
correctly.
this
You're
is
framing
the
it how you
this is
want
the
it to be
frustration.
responded
No, I'm framing it
You're
insofar
framing
as
it
what
how you
Donald Trump
want it.
said.
He owns
Listen,
the
oh my god,
pageant. He can
this is
walk
unreal.
backstage if he wants to.
I'm going to ask the question again. If I tell you that I'm going into a space that men aren't allowed and I'm breaking a rule by entering into, am I telling you that I'm going into a private space for women?
Can you just add one more element to that? Can you also
Why
add the
can't
fact
he
that
respond?
you own the pageant? Because you're limiting it to
Sure,
what you want it to
sure.
sound like. You're angling it.
Listen,
You're angling it, right?
I'll add that.
Let me
I'll add
do
that
the same
bit.
thing to you.
I'll add
Let
that
me do it
bit.
to you.
I'll add that bit. So if I tell you that I'm a business owner and inside of my business, I'm going into a space where men aren't allowed, that I'm breaking a rule by entering into, am I telling you that I'm entering into a private space for women?
It doesn't mean you're going into a locker room or a dressing room.
Answer my
It
question.
doesn't mean any of that stuff.
Answer my question.
No,
Holy
you're
fuck.
not, because you
You're
own the
refusing to
pageant.
answer the question because you know that
own
this
the
is where you
pageant.
fucking lose. You are refusing to answer the question because you know that this is where you fucking lose the debate. You and so many other Trump supporters legit don't have a fucking brain. Like, how are you like my fucking neighbor? Like, how are you like genuinely somebody that walks among us? I dead ass don't understand how like you have like a functioning like role in society where like you work with society to like make it
Why do you
better by
need to
like working a
lie?
job,
Why do you need to
paying
lie?
taxes, and spending money
Say
in
backstage,
the market.
don't
Like
lie.
it's just like so
Say
fucking crazy to
backstage,
me.
say
Like this is
backstage,
just
don't
like
lie.
this is like
Say
just
back-
so otherworldly. I'm
You're
gonna
so smart,
ask the
say
question
backstage,
again,
say
and I
backstage,
want you
say-
to answer the fucking question. If I tell you that I'm a
You
business
have to
owner
lie.
and inside of this business,
to lie
I'm going
and-
to enter into. You need to calm down. You know what? He's not going to hear a
You
single word that
lie.
I'm
You
saying
say locker
because he
room.
needs
That's
to
a
calm down.
lie. Say backstage.
It is not a lie.
Well, then, if it's not a lie, then you don't need to frame it to lie to people who are listening. Then just say backstage. But you don't say backstage because you know that messes up your argument.
I don't say
Bingo.
backstage because it wasn't a
No, you
general
don't say
backstage
because it
area.
messes up your argument. He says
I could
backstage.
prove to
then
you
say what
otherwise.
Trump said.
I
say
can
what Trump
prove
said.
you wrong. Do you want me to prove you wrong, sir?
Yeah, play the video. Prove
Perfect.
me wrong. Play the
I'm
video.
going
Let's
to
see what he
prove
said.
you wrong
Let's see what he said.
with one
let's
very
see if he
simple
said backstage
question,
or let's see if
and
he
then-
said locker room.
I'm going to prove you wrong with a question. You don't dictate how I make a counter argument against you. Answer the following question. If I
No,
tell
play the
you
video.
that
Let's hear what the video says.
you don't dictate how I will make my counter
Of
argument
course you
against
don't want to
you.
play the facts. Of course you don't. Why would you?
My counter argument will not start with me playing the video. It will end with me playing the video. And you do not get to dictate that. Here's the
Why
question.
would you want to play the video? It works against you.
It doesn't, which is why it's going to be the last thing we touch on here. Answer the following question. If I tell you I am the
Oh, here
male
comes the
owner-
curveball. Here we go.
If
Send
I
it how
tell
you want
you-
to send it.
If I tell you that I'm the owner of a business, and that inside
If
of
I
this
tell you that
business,
I'm the pastor of a church and I own a church and I go behind the church, of course,
you need to calm down.
leave out the fact that he owns the.
There's only so much I could do when you are acting like a petulant child.
Oh, bro, I just proved that
Listen to yourself.
you.
You haven't proved shit You've only claimed to
I
prove
just caught you
something.
lying.
No, you
Play
haven't.
the video.
You've only claimed to catch me lying.
He said he's
And then
going
when
into
I'm
a
telling you that I could prove you wrong,
not going
you
into
won't
a
let
locker room.
me.
He says
If you
backstage-
caught me lying, then why won't you let me speak in my attempt to tell you that I'm proving you wrong? That's right. If you caught me lying genuinely, then you would be letting me speak to dig my own grave. But that's not what you're doing. I'm literally over here begging and pleading you to just let me tell you why you're incorrect. You're saying, no, Dean, I've proven you wrong, and I will not let you even speak to tell me why I haven't. No, Dean, I've proven you wrong, and I will not let you say more than one word when you try to tell me why I haven't. That's the position that you're in, because you haven't proven shit. And you're so scared of me demonstrating that to be the case.
Backstage.
I am going to try this one last time to demonstrate why what you're saying is incorrect. I want to prove that what you are saying is wrong.
He owns the pageant. He can go backstage.
Okay.
He owns
this
the
is
pageant.
my last try, Smack. I want you to answer
Just play the
following...
video. Let's see who's correct. Just
After
play the
you
video.
answer the following question,
You said
I will
locker
happily...
room. It was backstage.
After you answer the following question, I will happily play the video.
Ask the question
If I
correctly.
told
Does he own the pageant?
If I told you that I was the male owner of a business that we know women work at, and
A swimsuit pageant. Go ahead.
One more interruption.
Context is everything, Dean. Context
and
is
I'm
everything.
going to kick you.
You can kick me, bro, but I just caught you lying, and everyone on your live.
You haven't caught me lying. You have just said that you've caught me lying, and then every time I attempt to describe to you why you're wrong, you don't let me.
You said locker room.
Think about it,
backstage, bro.
Smack. There's no way that you're genuinely this stupid. Clearly, you haven't caught me lying if I'm telling you that you're
said
wrong,
backstage,
and you won't
it's
let me
locker
describe
room.
to you
That's
why
a
you're
lie.
wrong.
He went
I'm
backstage.
trying to
It's
describe to
completely
you
acceptable
why
to
your
go
claim
backstage.
is wrong. I want to tell you why you're fucking wrong. Let me tell you why you're wrong. You can't just scream liar, 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 pants on fire, and then interrupt me whenever I try to tell you why you're wrong. Here is Dean proving you wrong. Answer the question. If I'm the male owner of a business and I'm telling you that inside of this business, I am going inside of a space where men aren't allowed, that I'm breaking a rule by entering, am I telling you I'm going into a space that is private for women only?
No, because if you own a pageant, you have rules that.
Okay. That is what MAGA looks like in 2026, ladies and gentlemen. They don't think that private spaces exist for women because they think men can do whatever they want. They are petulant, violent children. They will rape you. They will sexually exploit you. They will take advantage of you. They will abuse you. And if anybody wants to call them out on their rape, exploitation, abuse, immaturity, they're a liar. And there's nothing that they can say otherwise. Sorry for the slight little glitch. We are back now. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Do y'all see the type of people that I have to put up with?
Hello.
Yeah, 1 second, bro. Do you guys see the type of people that I got to put up with? These are like the bottom of the barrel, saddest of the sad, most violent of the violent, most immature of the immature. They're crazy. They're legitimately crazy. They've lost their minds. That last guess was an irredeemable POS. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
All right, man. I'm not going to lie. I just kind of need a moment after that crazy lunatic. So I'm going to think, I'm going to take a moment and just thank a couple donors.
That's okay.
Thank you so much for the $10 over on Chat Super Luna. I appreciate you so much, Luna. Luna with a 10 says, I have an interview this week for an events organizer for progressive political campaigns and helping communities, which is pretty much my dream job. Good luck on the interview, Luna. I hope that you absolutely nail it. And thank you so much for being inspired to want to positively benefit and impact the community around you. Thank you once again for the $10. Then Hayden, thank you so much for the 5, and F for the 5 as well. And AG, I happily would have let you up to talk to that last guest if we kept up on the live stream longer, but we're not doing. I think, and I'll read your whole text, because if you wanted to come up for something else, I just need to read your whole text. Thank you so much, Aubrey, for the $10 over on PayPal. Let's get 100 Aubrey W's. Aubrey with the $10 says, thank you for standing up against these disgusting humans. They defend a rapist because they're so brainwashed by him. Thank you for standing up for these women. You are a light in the dark world. Thank you so much for the love and support. That is beyond kind of you. And thank you for the kind words, Aubrey. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate you, Amanda. Show some love to Amanda. And then Deborah, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Deborah sent a $50 donation on PayPal with no message attached, just the love. Show some love to Deborah down below, y'all. I really appreciate the ever-living hell out of you. Thank you so much, Deborah. That is beyond fucking kind. I mean, you already know that. That is beyond fucking kind. Thank you so much, Deborah. We have a couple people to thank over on Venmo. Thank you so much once again, Deborah. Tashina, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Who says, hope this cheers you up. Thank you for the love, Tashina. Yeah, I just need to save my mental health. Joseph, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get 200 Joseph W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Joseph, who says, for constantly putting up with this shit. Thank you so much, man. And then Rosemary, thank you so much for the $5 as well. I appreciate you. Thank you. Sal with the $5 as well. Madison with a $1. And Jared, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Jared, holy fuck, there's not a bone in my body that deserves that much love. $100 is a shit ton of money. My God, dude, thank you so much. More than you know, so much for the $100 donation. Jared with the $100 says, what I've learned from watching your lives for the past few months. Most Trump supporters are nuts, idiotic, and or giant idiots. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more, Jared. Thank you so much for the $100. Oh my God. Kirsten with the $250 donation on Venmo. That is Kirsten spelled Kristin. Show some love to Kirsten down below in that chat. With the $250 donation, Kirsten says, quote unquote, for your resilience and patience. I'm fucking floored. I don't even know what to say. Like, I always have something to say. It's my full-time job to have something to say. That's what, like, what do I fucking say? Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you so fucking much. You're the absolute GOAT. From my heart to you, Kirsten, thank you so much for your kindness, your generosity, and for a level of love that I will never understand why people choose to show that level of love. Thank you, Kirsten. I want to see W's for Kirsten in the chat for at least the next 10 minutes. Holy fuck. Thank you one last time. Thank you, Kirsten. Victoria, thank you for the $25 as well on Venmo, who says, it's been a rough couple days with the wackadoo guest. The RNC is paying trolls to introduce logical gymnastics. I'd rather give my money to you, just saying. Thank you for the $25, Victoria. Yeah, these are all like RNC and Russian funded bots and trolls to come antagonize me until I quit, right? Miley, thank you for the $10. He says, another day, another dollar. Thank you for doing what you do. Well, thank you, Miley. Alexander, thank you so much for the $25 donation of Venmo as well, who says, you pulling out your phone to play the Howard Stern clip during the debate with Emily was like a fatality for Mortal Kombat. Oh my God, she got grilled on that point. Thank you for the $25, Alexander. Same thing to you, C. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo from 30 minutes ago when we had that guest up that was like saying that child abuse was funny. He was telling me to check his video. Thank you so much for the $50, C. Let's get 500 CWs. Fucking thank you. Thank you so much for the love. That's also crazy. Riley, I appreciate you for the $20, who says, Dean, we appreciate everything that you do to spread information to educate the insanely somehow stupid people who still support Trump. My mom and I watch you and Parker daily. Thank you. Keep up the good work, my friend, from Riley and Melissa. Riley and Melissa, I hope that you guys are still watching so you could hear this. I really appreciate the two of you guys. Thank you so much for keeping yourself involved and informed. Shout out to Riley and Melissa in that chat. Same thing to Aria with a $25, who says, my entire family's MAGA and I'm the only buddy who got it with any semblance of intelligence. I love what you're doing, and please, for the love of God, can America do better? First and foremost, I know what it's like to be part of a MAGA family. I'm a part of a MAGA family. It's rough. And thank you so much for the $25 and the incredibly kind words. And then Abby with the $10. Thank you so much for that love. And then Aaron, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo as well. I appreciate you, Aaron. Show some love to all of the donors down below in that chat. We're all caught up. Let's go ahead and hop into that next debate. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. And Joe, thank you so much for those galaxies. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you were MAGA.
I just support the president. You know, whoever it is, I support him. I mean, I did want Trump to win.
Did you
I
say
like
that you
some
were
of the stuff
30?
he's done. Yes.
Yeah. How many hours a week do you work?
0.
So you're an unemployed 30-year-old?
I'm retired.
You're retired at 30, so you must made a lot of money in your 20s?
Yes.
So what was the highest effective tax rate you've ever paid?
Not very much. I've been able to put most of my money in a revocable trust.
So what was the highest effective tax rate that you paid?
I'd have to ask my accountant. Most of it's in a trust.
Okay, well, if you put it into the
Irrevocable
trust, this means that it would be categorized as personal income that you then put into a trust, meaning that you paid an effective tax rate on it prior to putting it in a trust. So you're either a liar or a trust fund baby.
I got really lucky with purchasing Bitcoin early on in the early 2010s. So, and yes, I also do come from family.
Okay, I have a question. What's a ledger?
A ledger, a Bitcoin ledger?
What is that?
It's like the transactions.
No. So, in the world of crypto, a ledger is a cold wallet. You are a liar. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Let's go to get the next guest, Sierra, loading up into the box. Someone in the comment section said he's 30. Check his account. No fucking way. I didn't even check his account because I just that was so clearly a lie. Was it not a lie? Wait. What was that guy's name? If you're telling me that I could click on his account and see a full fucking grown adult, I'll bring him back up. Maybe he was telling the truth. Because it's not impossible that there's some legit 30-year-old unintelligent Trump supporter that made money off of crypto but doesn't really know too much about it. And let's see.
I mean, it's not very nice to say I'm unintelligent. I've been trying to be nice and polite.
You know, okay, I guess I wasn't.
You can play it. You can play my song. I really like that song.
My apologies.
I think it's a good song.
Yeah, that's you, bro. You're grown. Sorry for mistaking you for a kid. My bad. My apologies. My apologies. Yo, Sierra, do you support Trump? Okay, Sierra's not here. Okay, take it away. Rake, tell us why you support Trump. Once again, my apologies for mistaking you for a kid.
Oh, is it back on me? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, he's the president. I mean, I don't know if you're too mentally fatigued from that last one, but I mean, I agree with you. That shit's disgusting what he says. A lot of the stuff he says is disgusting, but I mean, he has good policies sometimes.
Okay, which ones?
I mean, since we were just talking about how he's kind of creepy and shit, I thought the Take It Down Act was pretty chill.
What was that? The AI deepfake corn?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I agree with the Take It Down Act. So do the Democrats as bipartisan legislation. And ultimately, the reason why we'd argue that Donald Trump is not a good president isn't because of his one piece of bipartisan legislation that we could point out as a mutual agreement of it being.
I mean, there's more than one piece.
Okay, what else do you like?
I mean, there's more than just one piece of bipartisan stuff.
Okay,
I grew up in a military background, so I like the Medal of Honor Act. That was pretty chill too.
What does that do?
That strengthens protections around the
protections for what?
Around the military honor, ensuring proper recognition.
Okay, so we're ensuring that people who get Medal of Honor are.
And this was nonpartisan too, so it was voted on by both sides.
Okay, so here's what I'll say: there's really not a president that we could point towards in history that didn't oversee some low level of beneficial bipartisan legislation. And the reason why I'd argue here that Donald Trump is a bad president, even in consider to the low level of beneficial bipartisan legislation that we've seen under both his first term and the second term with expediting the COVID vaccine or the Take It Down Act, would be everything else that is very high level, detrimental, partisan legislation, like the big beautiful bill that took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, redistributed wealth from the average American to the top 1%, to funded food stamps for 3 million low-income Americans, like breaking massive promises, including starting war in the Middle East, distancing ourselves from our allies, threatening to invade Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, Greenland, or turning around and justifying the execution of and murder of citizens on the streets of this country, or his very violent and immoral agenda of mass deportation to round up people because of the color of their skin. DHS has authorized ICE to detain people because of their race, to then deport with no due process. I'm referencing the 300 Venezuelan immigrants who were deported to El Salvador with no due process as ruled on by a federal judge, to then be tortured in El Salvador per multiple independent UN rights reports and other international human rights watches that we've seen from across the world. Those are the reasons in which I'd argue here that Donald Trump is somebody that shouldn't be president, and this is not even mentioning his character.
So you think he shouldn't be president, but do you support the president, whoever it is?
No.
No. Okay. I mean, he also did I think he made it harder for fentanyl, like he did a fentanyl act too.
Unfortunately, man, you're not allowed to say that on TikTok. I'm sorry, dude. Also apologize. I'll repeat this again. I do apologize for starting the conversation off with you in the way that I did. Confusing you to be a kid. I'm not gonna lie. When I roll off of a conversation like that last one with the really crazy guy that's just screaming and yelling, it kind of takes a second for my brain to readjust to somebody like you, who's a little bit more calm, cool, and collected. I just because I'm a human, my brain can't switch from the last kind of guest to this kind of guest, if that makes any sense. So I do apologize for that. But I got to remove you because you said the name of the FDRUG, unfortunately. But I do that you have a good rest of the day, and feel free to request in the future for continued dialogue. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up, and you're welcome. And do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2003.
What month?
March.
Okay. Well, you'd be 23 then. You're a liar.
I'm not a liar.
Yes, I'm born 04. I'm 21 turning 22. Meaning that if you were born in 03, you'd be 22 turning 23. March
Yes,
is
I
already
am.
passed.
Yes, I did turn 23.
Okay. It's technically possible.
Would you like to see my ID?
It's technically
I can show it to you.
It's okay because I don't want you to expose other information. It's possible.
I can cover it up. I'll show it to you.
It's okay. There's other questions that I could ask you here. So I think I heard you say 22, but it's technically possible that I misheard you or that you misspoke. So we'll just ask.
No, I didn't misspeak, but I mean I was born March 22nd, 2003.
Okay, so you're 23, not 22. I guess just for the future record of things.
Yeah, I mean I guess I'm getting used to that. I don't know.
I understand.
But I can show you my ID. If you'd like to see it.
I believe you. Go ahead and tell us why you support Trump.
Okay. Sorry, that's my dog. I think Trump is one of the greatest presidents we've ever had. And there are Oh, I thought this was laughing time. I'll laugh with you.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but I was laughing at you.
Okay, I'll laugh at you too. Oh, see? Now we're laughing at each other.
Right.
Right.
Go ahead and continue the argument.
I mean, I don't really know what I'm arguing based upon. I'm just telling you that I think he's the greatest president of all time.
Why is that?
He sticks to his guns. I mean, he's promising. He's for the American people. Supports his allies. Yeah.
If he supports his allies, why did he threaten to invade his allies?
Who are you referencing?
Greenland.
It's not so much an invasion. That was just kind of like we're trying to take possession. Trying to possess.
Through an invasion. He asked the military to draft a wartime plan of invasion.
Yeah, but they weren't trying to cooperate. You know?
Exactly why it would have been a
Like,
plan
we're
for
chill.
invasion.
We were chill until they weren't willing to cooperate, and then we were like,
until they weren't willing to just give us their country. Precisely. So then he
you
asked the
wouldn't wanna live
military
in
to draw up a
Greenland?
plan of an invasion.
You wouldn't want to live in Greenland?
Regardless if I'd want to live there or not, that is completely irrelevant to the debate, clearly. You said that he
I was
supports our
just
allies.
asking a personal question.
Is
I don't know.
threatening to invade our allies supporting our allies?
I mean, I think we've supported them, yes, 100%.
Okay. Why does it support our allies to threaten to invade them?
Once again, it was cooperation. So the agreement in which we have with our allies, it's all different, right? It's based upon what exactly we've been able to sit down and talk with them about. It's been what
Is this Chloe?
can obtain from them. What?
Is this Chloe?
No.
Are you sure?
I don't know. Are you sure? Why are you asking me if I am someone?
I think that this is Chloe. This is not a troll, by the way, everybody. Chloe, I know it's you. You could just say. So, Chloe, go ahead and continue your argument. This is not a troll.
I'm laughing because why are you just sitting there being like, I know it's you? Staring into the camera. Like, what is this?
So
Are we on NCIS right now? What's going on? You're like, I know it's you.
It's pretty funny. Okay, Chloe, gotta continue the argument.
What are we doing, Dean? Like, are you swooned? What's going on?
No, I'm not swooned by the most
He's
grotesque
like, I know
shit.
it's you, Chloe. I know it's you.
Because I do know it's you. And I think the
How
fake
do you
account's kind
know?
of corny. Because of your voice and your stupidity.
Oh my god, Dean, you remember my voice?
Yes.
God, you love you some Clo, period.
No,
Anyways.
I just
Yeah, you
have
do.
like great memory recall. There's nothing I could do about it.
Mhm.
It's why I'm good at debating, but it's also why I
Uh-huh.
remember like very specific guests. You're
Uh-huh.
not special.
You're not special, Chloe, but I just remembered you based upon like 15 words that you've said.
Yes, not because you're special, but because I have really good memory
Oh,
recall.
this is so funny. Anyways, continue on. Go ahead.
I'm the one that wants you to continue on to describe to us how threatening to invade our allies helps our allies.
I mean, like I said, we've been at peace, yada yada, but like I don't see the issue if they're not able to cooperate. But I will say Greenland's been pretty like namaste, so
Because what we were asking them to
don't really
cooperate
see.
with was a senseless demand of conquest. I don't think that our allies should be forced to cooperate with senseless demands of conquest.
I mean, I could agree with you somewhat.
Okay, so
for sure.
you agreed that that they didn't have to cooperate with Donald Trump's request to annex their country. So therefore, we could agree that Donald Trump's A, request to annex their country, and then B, threat of invasion after they denied said request, was not beneficial to our allyships, not just with the Danish kingdom, but with the totality of NATO.
Yeah,
Not to mention
I was
that
kind of referencing Israel though.
Yeah. So it's like the transatlantic partnerships that actually benefit us. He's terrible for those. But then the allyship with the expansionist, evil, ethno-terroristic state that doesn't benefit us because they just drag us into war and have our servicemen and women die for them. He's beneficial for them.
I mean, I don't think that any service members unaliving is a good thing at all.
Right. So let's stop killing our servicemen and women and or just offering them up on, silver platters to the IRGC for Israel. That's stupid.
Dean. Deansy. Listen, I came up to talk to you about a couple of things, okay?
Okay, not the point that you just made about
No,
how
I
you
mean,
think that
no,
Donald
we
Trump
can
is good for
continue
Israel.
talking
when
about that. I wanted to talk
explained to you
about
why
the
that's
dressing
stupid.
room thing. No, yeah, we can continue, but like I was.
Oh, you want to talk about the dressing
room.
room thing? So what could Chloe's intellectual insight possibly be in reference to the clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation? What could it possibly be, Chloe?
I'm gonna have to get a voice changer, man. Anyways, I was just confused on your logic here because you were talking about women's only spaces, right?
Yes.
So
You're going to make it about trans people, right? So you're going to ignore the fact that Donald Trump sexually exploited women and girls. You're going to say, Dean, you're talking about women's only spaces. I'll say yes. You say, well, Dean, I don't think that you can talk about women's only spaces because you don't even know what a woman is. What's a woman, Dean? And then I'd give you my definition of the word woman. And then we disagree in the notion of gender identity either being rooted within biological sex or existing as a social, as a social construct. And then all of a sudden be a debate about trans people instead of a debate about the fact that you support a president that is admitted and laughed about sexual exploitation. Do you see how that's a pivot?
I mean, holy steamroll. Hello. I was literally just going to talk to you about it.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So your clip, right? The Howard Stern show clip. I'm just really confused on how you gathered from that that Donald Trump was sexually exploiting women.
I'm really happy that you dropped the, so Dean, you're talking about women's only spaces, because I told you exactly what your argument was going to be about trans people. So instead we could just talk about the clip. Chloe, genuinely, I appreciate that. So how did I gather that it was a dressing room? Because he said that there was no men around. He said that he was breaking a rule by entering inside by bringing up the fact that he got away with it. And he said that inside of this space, there was naked women who were changing. Not to mention that he said in order to get into this space, he had to A, abuse his position of power, to then B, lie about doing a fake inspection. He would not have to A, abuse his position of power, to B, lie about doing a fake inspection. If it was a general backstage area, there would be men around and men would be allowed if it was a general backstage area. He wouldn't be, quote unquote, getting away with anything or breaking a rule if it was a general backstage area, and there probably wouldn't be naked women changing if it was a general backstage area. Not to mention that that's every single person who has recalled an experience of this happening at the pageants, even women like Virginia G, who defended Donald Trump by saying that he gave a heads up and they put clothes on before he'd walk into the dressing rooms, all acknowledged that this occurred in dressing rooms. Not a single one of them acknowledged that this occurred in a general backstage area.
Okay, so they've come out and willingly admitted that Donald J. Trump, walked into a dressing room full of undressed women and said, I'm the owner of the pageant, so I can do these things. They've come out and said that.
He didn't say that out loud. That's just what he did, and that's what.
No, I know.
The
I was just
explanation
being
for what he did to Howard
sarcastic,
Stern.
I guess. But
yes.
Just wondering.
Yes, and I really want to repeat like the cherry on top here, because I know that you and many other Trump supporters love to deny the testimony made from women with accusation against Donald Trump. That's like your specialty. So I'd really like to like specifically hone in and focus on women once again, like Virginia G, that came out and defended Donald Trump by saying that he gave them a heads up before time, and they all got dressed. Even like the women that have defended Donald Trump, saying that he never walked in while they were naked and never walked in without asking them first or whatever the fuck, acknowledge that it occurred in dressing rooms. Okay? So now we know at the bare minimum that this did occur in dressing rooms, and the whole fucking bullshit debate that many people continue to try to make on my live stream, that this didn't occur in a dressing room and just rather occurred in a general backstage area where he was allowed, is bullshit.
Okay, so wait, hold on. I think you just debunked your argument. And I'm laughing.
I don't think you could possibly think I'm stupid enough to debunk my own argument, so you're probably wrong, right?
No, because I'm confused now. You've left me confused, and here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you real quick. You just said you made the claim that a woman had come out about Donald Trump, him forewarning them that he was coming in, they were getting prepared. So I'm confused as to how he would be looking at undressed women if he gave them a heads up.
Yeah, really good question. It's because in some circumstances he would give them a heads up and they'd get dressed. In other circumstances, he would not give them a heads up and they would not get dressed. My evidence of this is A, the testimony of the woman that said sometimes there would be heads up, and then B, the testimony of Trump who said he'd barge in there and they'd have no clothes on, which would indicate he did not give them a heads up.
Yeah, who is that woman?
Her name's Virginia.
Yes, can you show me that?
Sure, why not? Keep in mind, like, this is like what Trump supporters love to point to. Like, this is the go-to defense of Donald Trump's actions in this clips. Like, this is like, oh, it's not Virginia, it's Victoria. Sorry, it's not either. It's Veronica. It's Veronica Hughes. It's not Virginia or Victoria. But anyways, yeah. Here's what she had to say.
I was in the very back of a very, very large dressing room.
Victoria Hughes was Miss New Mexico in the 1997 Miss Teen USA pageant. Hughes remembers getting dressed backstage just before the show when all of a sudden,
we have a visitor. They didn't tell us who it was and that we needed to make sure that we were dressed and that we were decent.
Little did she know that visitor was Donald Trump, who owned Miss Teen USA and 2 other pageants from 1996 until just last year.
And he said hello and he wished everyone good luck, and then he left.
Hughes told us via Skype she was dressed.
So yeah, once again, like I just want to preface to you and for everybody watching in the chat, like this is not like the interview that I'd point to demonstrate that he did this while they were naked. This is like once again like the one beauty pageant contestant that has come out in defense of Donald Trump, who said that he gave them a heads up before he would do it. The reason once again why I'm bringing this up is because even the Trump defender Veronica Hughes says that it occurred in dressing rooms. And the relevance of this is to dispute the narrative that it did not occur in dressing rooms. Now, do we also believe that he did this to them while they were naked? As I've already repeated, yes. Why? Because that's what the other women said. And that's what Donald Trump said. In the clip, he said they had no clothes on. So clearly in the clip, he was referring to him doing this in a scenario that Veronica Hughes was not present in. Because Veronica Hughes said that they would be given a heads up and they'd all get dressed. Donald Trump said they were not dressed. Therefore, these are 2 different scenarios.
Okay, so where are the testimonies of those other women?
Yeah, all over the place. You have Mariah Bellato from Miss Teen USA 1997 who said that Donald Trump would just barge into the dressing rooms while they're naked. Say, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. Same thing with 3 other unnamed teens as young as 15. You also have Tasha Dixon, Miss Arizona from 2001, who told CBS that he just barged in on them while they were naked and half naked. You had Miss Massachusetts and Miss Vermont from 1977 as well.
Yeah, so I think that the credibility of that, it's neither here nor there, for sure. I don't. Diesel, stop, move.
The credibility is really high considering that he admitted to it.
He didn't admit to it though. I mean, he admitted to visiting these ladies. Yes, I will say that, but I don't think he admitted to. I don't think he admitted to doing anything.
The credibility. Wait. Did he admit to quote unquote visiting these ladies when they had no clothes on?
I mean, you have to play the clip for me.
Okay, so if he admitted to visiting these ladies when they had no clothes on...
We're not going to do this, Dean.
Yes, we
please.
will.
Just play the fucking clip.
If he admitted to visiting these ladies when they had no clothes on non-consensually, would it be sexual exploitation?
Exploitation is so different. It's so different than what you're trying to insinuate right now. You're trying to insinuate sexual assault.
I'm trying to insinuate sexual exploitation.
Okay, well, can I ask, what's the textbook definition of exploitation?
Textbook definition of exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody or something.
To unjustly take advantage of someone or something. Okay, what's the definition of sexual assault?
Why? We're not talking about sexual assault.
I'm asking you a question because I think you've been going about this all wrong.
Why is that question relevant? Nobody's ever mentioned sexual assault in reference to Donald Trump.
A lot of your questions aren't relevant either. I'm just asking you a question.
Okay, well,
can you answer it?
No, because I never said sexual assault. I said sexual exploitation, which are 2 different things.
I know that. I'm not saying that you did. I'm asking you if you can answer my question.
Oh, no, because it's irrelevant.
Okay, well, that's amazing, Dean. I thought you were the all-knowing. My bad.
I'm sorry. I refuse to answer irrelevant questions because they create distractions.
God, you ask irrelevant questions all the time, and everyone has to answer to you. I don't understand.
What's an irrelevant question that I've asked you?
I'm talking about other people. I mean, I think we've had a relevant conversation
that I've asked somebody else?
I don't know. Even in the sense of abortion,
you don't know? Wait, you just said that you don't know.
I do know.
So you don't know
oh my God! Someone had a thought, Dean. God forbid. I know. It's really hard to grasp that someone else on this earth has thoughts except for Dean Withers.
I think it is hard for me to grasp that you, a Trump supporter, has many of those.
Yes, because you weren't just a Trump supporter like a while ago.
When I was 14 and I was a Trump supporter, I didn't have many thoughts.
Well, I'm glad that you're able to acknowledge that when you were 14, you didn't have any thoughts. And I still think you're making way.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Amazing. At 14,
that was a really
I
good
didn't
point.
have many thoughts either.
I don't think that you've had many more thoughts at the age of 30 than you did at 14.
I'm not 30.
Jeez, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Oh, my bad, bro. Go ahead. So let's get back on topic. Okay, you asked me what the definition of exploitation is. I gave you the definition of exploitation. You then asked me the definition of sexual assault.
Yes.
And then I didn't give you the definition of sexual assault because we're not talking about sexual assault. So where do we go from here?
Right. So so you're talking. I want you to play the clip from the Howard Stern show and let's listen to it. I will mute up. I want to hear it with my own ears once again.
I've done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are...
By the way, Chloe, you're not 22. You're 23. But we'll go ahead and play the clip.
Anywhere.
You don't even know your own fucking age. Dude, oh my God. I'm sorry. You don't even know, I know that you are 23 because I believe the birth date that you gave me. But, oh my God. You don't even know how fucking... 23rd birthday.
Dude, I was born in May in Sanford, Florida. I'm not giving you my actual birthday. I'm not getting doxxed on here. I can show you my ID.
Wait, you just did give me your actual birth date.
No,
you just gave me you just said May. You just said May of 2003.
Yeah.
Thanks for giving us your actual birthday.
Why would I give you the day of my birth? I wouldn't just give you my birthday. I can tell you I was born in May, but I'm not going to tell you my actual birthday.
Earlier you said March.
Yeah, I know. I lied. I didn't want you to think it was me. Hello? But yeah, I can show you my birth certificate right now. It's in May.
Oh, okay. Show me your birth certificate. Miss
You really
lady
want to
who
see
doesn't
it?
Yes, Miss Lady who doesn't want to get doxxed.
I will go to my car
show
right
your
now and
birth
grab it for
certificate
you.
on live in front of 25,000 people. No,
Yeah,
do
I'll
not
cover
show
up
me
the
your
bad
fucking
parts.
birth certificate because that will dox you.
I'll cover up the bad parts, Dean. It's not a big deal.
At least you'd mention your birth is a bad part. I'm sorry. That was too far. Let's go ahead and listen to this. Sorry.
My birth was what?
That was really too far, Chloe. Let's just go ahead and listen to this clip together.
Then I'll go
No,
backstage
Dean, go ahead.
before a show.
Yes. So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
There you go. By the way, you really shouldn't keep your birth certificate in your car. Just a heads up.
Yeah, I keep it in my wallet.
Not a smart thing.
I have 2 copies.
What? Okay, good. So whatever. There's a clip. Inside that clip, we heard Donald Trump describe a place where men weren't around. We heard him describe a place that he was breaking a rule by entering. We heard him describe a place where women were naked and changing. And we heard him describe him barge into that space by taking abuse of the fact that he was the owner under the guise of doing a fictitious inspection. The reason why this would amount to sexual exploitation is because sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually. He unjustly took advantage of the beauty pageant contestants sexually by infringing upon their expectation of privacy in a women's only space where they were then getting naked to then look at them while they were naked, which would amount to unconsensual sexual conduct, thereby fulfilling all necessary criteria of the definition of what sexual exploitation is, thereby being sexual exploitation.
Okay, so by definition, let me just backtrack a little bit here. By your logic, a man going into a room full of women who are dressed, undressed, by your logic, that's exploitation.
Yeah, if those women have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men, and then the man goes in there knowingly, yes.
Okay, so now we're getting into the good stuff. I'm going to ask you this.
This is where you make it about trans people, right?
Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely.
Right, because you don't want to acknowledge the fact that your favorite president, the greatest president of all time, quote unquote, sexually exploited women. You'd rather just completely ignore that and then debate about 1% of our population. It's because you don't care about Donald Trump sexually exploiting women. It's because you don't care about our president being a predator. It's because you don't care about women being taken advantage of. You just care about trying to own the libs by making political points about things that you know nothing about, such as gender identity. The only hypocrite here is you, by the way. And I'd argue that you're a hypocrite here because you're going to go on to talk about how wrong and bad it is for a trans woman to take a piss, but then you're not going to acknowledge that it's wrong or bad for Donald Trump to sexually exploit. You're the hypocrite.
No, I don't think so. I'm just asking what you think a man is. What's a man?
I'm not going to tell you what the definition of the word man is because that's a distraction away from the debate.
It's not.
The reason it's
Because
a distraction away from the
by
debate
your
is because
logic-
the definition of the word man is absolutely irrelevant to the acknowledgement that Donald Trump sexually exploited women and girls. Thank you.
By your logic, a man could walk into a dressing room or a locker room with a pecker and go and pee and say, "I'm a woman," and then everyone's just got to be cool with it. So I'm just wondering, why are we not in acknowledgement of this?
I think that restrooms should be segregated on the basis of gender identity, not sex, because I think that it's safer for all of the women inside of the bathroom. When we separate the restrooms on the basis of sex compared to gender identity, then we're saying trans men who are biologically female should be using the women's restroom. The impact that testosterone has on the body of anybody, male or female, is very dramatic. In common times, trans men who are female are significantly more masculine presenting on average than A, trans women, or even B, cis men. For that reason, if we were to say that trans men should be using the women's restroom, then we're telling any cis man that wants to take advantage of women inside of that space that they could just barge into that space and claim that they're a trans man. And that door isn't open as wide when we separate the restrooms on the basis of gender identity and allow trans women to use the space because they're not as masculine presenting on average. Now, in consideration of this argument that I just gave you, insofar as why I think trans women should be using the women's restroom, we now understand how trans women using the women's restroom is completely irrelevant to the acknowledgement that Donald Trump sexually exploited the beauty pageant contestants at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. Reason A being the fact that he was a cis man and they were all cis women. So even if we assume that a man is a male and a woman is a female, it would still follow that this man sexually exploited these women because he was a male and they were females because they're all cis. Then point number two, in order to evaluate and conclude that Donald Trump sexually exploited women and girls, we just have to be able to conclude that he took advantage of somebody sexually unjustly. Okay? Now, that conclusion that he took advantage of somebody sexually unjustly would just have to meet the criteria that he infringed on somebody's consent to do something sexual. Infringing on somebody's consent to do something sexual bears no relevance towards what gender identity is. Concluding that you're infringing on somebody's consent to do something sexual bears no relevance towards what a man is. Concluding that you're infringing upon somebody's consent to do something sexual bears no relevance towards trans women taking a piss. So for that reason, this is a distraction away from the debate because you were scared to acknowledge that your favorite president sexually exploited women.
He wasn't talking about doing anything sexual, though. That's what I'm confused about.
Yeah,
how's that sexual exploitation?
The sexual thing that he did was he looked at their naked bodies, he turned around, he went on Howard Stern's radio show, and when asked about the sexual things that he do with the beauty pageant contestants, he brought up the fact that he looked at their naked bodies, and then he talked about how good they looked.
How are we able to tell whether or not they were actually naked? That's the question I'm wondering.
Because he said so. Because he said they had no clothes on. When I have no
No,
clothes on,
he
I'm
didn't.
naked.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
He did.
He did not.
If he said that they had no clothes on, then would we be able to conclude that they were naked?
No.
Okay, so then why are you arguing that he didn't say it?
Oh, yes. If you were able to show me a clip in which he said they were naked and had no clothes on, then yes, we would be able to conclude that.
Isn't wearing no clothes being naked?
I'm just confused on when he said they had no clothes on.
Oh, right here.
Everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay?
There you go.
No clothes.
Yeah, this is where you try to make the point that he cut off saying
Damn.
clothes halfway through to take a breath and to laugh because of quote-unquote comedic timing. But then this is just clearly a very bad argument because the only word they could have said there is close. There's no other second half of the word that would amount to anything other than the word close that would be relevant in the context of the conversation being described. Not to mention that, yeah, it's reasonable to suspect women to be naked in a dressing room at a beauty pageant. Just saying.
I just think this is insane because you have, I've never been able to come up here and have any substantial evidence for anything you have claimed about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
The e-files, none. The dressing rooms, nada.
See,
None.
you ran out of
Nothing.
arguments. This is how I know that I won the debate, and this is how I know that I actually do
Dude,
have substantial evidence.
I wish you
Because
didn't say that every time.
If I didn't have substantial evidence, then you'd be able to prove it.
Well, you'd be able to prove it too.
On a real note,
There's
if
no
I
proof.
didn't have substantial evidence, you'd be able to prove it. And that's what you've been trying to do, by the way. You know, when you were investigating what the definition of sexual exploitation is, when you were investigating the claim that he said that they had no clothes on, that they were naked, when you were investigating the claim that this was even a dressing room at all, those were the attempts from you to prove that I don't have substantial evidence. But now that
You
I've
don't.
proven every single one of those attempts wrong, I did demonstrate to you that this was a dressing room. I did demonstrate to you that they were naked. I did demonstrate to you that he did something sexual. Now you're left with no more counter arguments, and this is A, where a reasonable person would concede. But then B, because you're not a reasonable person, this is where you just say that I don't have any proof. But yes, clearly me playing you a clip of Donald Trump admitting to these things is more than enough evidence to believe that these things occurred.
I'm a reasonable person, Dean. I really am.
Yeah,
No, I
you're
am.
definitely not.
But I just have never seen concrete proof of Donald Trump doing anything that you have claimed him to do.
Why is Donald Trump's admission of guilt corroborated by the victim testimony not concrete proof?
Ever.
Can you answer my question? Why is Donald Trump's admission of guilt corroborated by victim testimony not concrete proof?
What are you referencing?
I'm referencing his admission of guilt, the 29-second clip that we just listened to in Howard Stern's show, corroborated by the victim testimony, Mariah Bill-Otto, Tasha Dixon, so on and so forth. And I'm asking you, why does that not amount to concrete proof? What is a reasonable doubt to the evidence suggested?
Okay, well, first of all, he was not admitting guilt. That's not it at all.
What does it mean to
he's
admit
not
guilt?
guilty? That means that he would acknowledge that he was guilty.
Yeah, he acknowledged that he did the thing, okay? Well, he is acknowledging that he did the same thing. He acknowledged that he'd barge into the dressing rooms. He'd acknowledged that he'd then look at the naked women. And he acknowledged that it was unconsensual by acknowledging that he got away with it and breaking a rule and acknowledging that the person who allowed him in there wasn't the woman, but rather himself. That is him acknowledging guilt because that is him acknowledging that he did the thing.
Well, here's the craziest thing is that the only person in which identifies themselves when talking about when this happened or what happened in this circumstance is the person that's saying he didn't do anything wrong.
So Donald Trump
That's
is
why I'm
arguing
confused.
that it's not wrong when he sexually exploits them. But clearly, it is wrong when he sexually exploits them.
I wish you actually used your definition of like terms like in your arguments correctly, because when you say sexual exploitation, that would literally mean that he was doing this thing with ill intent sexually. And he never said anything, even with the context before in which he's talking to Howard Stern or Howard Stern's asking him questions.
He did do it with
Even then, it cannot be proven that it was sexual ever.
Yes, it can. We could
No,
prove
it
that
can't.
we could prove that it's sexual because it is sexual to intentionally look at the naked body of a woman, to oogle them, to then turn around and talk about how great their naked body looked. That is a sexual thing. Right? Can we agree that it's a sexual thing for a man to seek out the naked bodies of women, to then oogle the naked bodies of women, to then turn around and talk about how great they looked?
There's no proof of them even being naked.
Well, you agreed that if he said they have no clothes on, then they were naked, and then I played you the clip of him saying that
I didn't
they have
even
no
agree
clothes
with you that he said that they had no clothes on.
What do you
I
think
don't
he
even
said?
agree with you on that.
What do you think he said?
Oh, well, I don't know. If he said it, maybe I'd have a clue, but couldn't tell you.
Okay, well, I want you to tell me. Let's go ahead and listen to that one last time.
And I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody?
Can you repeat the last sentence that just came out of his mouth? Because to me, what that sounded like, he was saying is, quote unquote, everybody okay? You know that they were standing there with no clothes.
I mean, it could be a number of things.
What are the other number of things that it could be?
No clams. Could
What
be
is
a
a clam?
costume. Like the clams in which they wear, like on their bodies, for like a costume. This were pageants.
Well, yeah, but they weren't costume pageants. They were swimsuit pageants.
Yeah, a swimsuit. Hello? That's
Also-
the perfect time to wear clams.
Okay, I have a question. Does the word clam start with a cla, or a clo?
No, that's all I heard was
We heard a clo.
My name's Chloe. Maybe that's what you're thinking about.
Standing
I
there
don't
with
know.
no. Okay. So do you understand how disingenuous you're being?
I don't, because everything that you've argued has been disingenuous. The claims that you make on a daily.
I think I'm just gonna kick you. Okay, Chloe. The reason why I'm gonna kick you is because you are just clearly being disingenuous. And one thing I actually will thank you for before I move on.
We got a runner.
Yeah, for sure. So the one thing I actually will thank you for before I move on is for pushing more people away from the MAGA movement. When the average American, including apolitical Americans, hear everything that you've shared with us in response to the arguments I've made in the last 10 to 20 minutes, they are pushed away and repulsed from you, as well as the movement that you're trying to represent, because of how disingenuous your arguments have been because of how insidious and insane your arguments have been. When Donald Trump is talking about going into a dressing room where we would reasonably expect women to be naked, especially at a beauty pageant for swimsuits, and then we hear him say they were standing there with no claw, they look great, and then for you to fill in the claw with with clams, and then suggest that maybe they were wearing clams on their fucking swimsuits, when all the women said they were standing there with no clothes, not standing there with no fucking clams, no one believes you. You just sound insane. You sound very unreasonable, and you just sound like a very crazy person who I don't want to surround myself with, because I don't think it's good for me. I don't think it's good for society. And one last thing I'll point out here is I don't think it's good for women and girls. And it's also crazy because you are a woman. You know, imagine that you were raped, you were sexually exploited, you were taken advantage of. And then the man that raped you, the man that sexually exploited you, the man that took advantage to you, turned around, went on a podcast, said it was funny, and admitted that you had no clothes on. And then, he looked at you naked after barging into your dressing room, right? At Kohl's. Maybe you were trying on a dress. And then all of a sudden, there's like millions of people on the internet saying that, oh, maybe Chloe was standing in that dressing room at the Kohl's without any clams on, because it's technically possible that she went to the Kohl's store to try to find clams to put on her dress that she was wearing to a costume event on Halloween. Or maybe, Chloe's sexual exploiter was just joking about it when he admitted to it. Maybe Chloe's I could just go on and on all day. And clearly, if you were in that position, you would hate the world. You would hate the people who'd make those arguments, and you'd think that society is going downhill so very fast, and we live in a culture that promotes rape to the highest extent. But when you're on the other end of that argument, when you're the one just denying the lived experience of these women and girls, you could hear the testimony from Mariah Bellato saying that she had no clothes on. You could hear the testimony from Tasha Dixon saying that she had no clothes on. And then you could hear Donald Trump say that they have no clothes on. Well, because he technically stuttered when he said the word clothes, it now means that the totality of the case falls apart. All of the women were lying. And even though the word clothes is what Donald Trump was clearly saying, it's the only word that makes sense in the context, you're just going to completely discount it because of the technical stutter when saying the word clothes. It's gross. It's very, very gross, Chloe.
Well, Dean, thank you for giving me that as a woman. I really appreciate it.
The sad part is that you don't mean it. I wish you did. I wish you did really appreciate me trying to help you open up your eyes, because that's what I want to do. I want to make the world around me a better place. But you don't really mean it, because you don't want to make the world around you a better place. You don't want to learn and grow and become a better person over the course of your life, because you were dead set in your ways that you're never going to leave behind, because for whatever reason it makes you feel important. It makes you feel important to be a part of the movement that is discussed every day. It makes you feel important to be a part of the movement that is the background on the live stream that I run for an audience of over 20,000 for 7 days a week. It makes you feel important to come up here and embarrass yourself in front of an audience of over 20,000 because so many eyes are on you. But that's all that you care about, is that sense of self-importance, being a part of a group, and not being a part of the outcasts, quote unquote, as labeled by Trump, that are called terrorists, the outcasts that are labeled the irredeemables, the outcasts that are called crazy, all for acknowledging that we shouldn't have sexual predators as president, on top of the other 1,000,000,003 reasons that we go over on a daily basis. Welcome, and how are we doing, Mandy? Do you support Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Do you support Trump?
Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 28.
Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and thank a couple people, and then I'm going to go to pass that mic off to you. If you are watching the stream and you'd like to support me or the stream, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok. It's also in the pin message over on that other place. Thank you guys so much for the love. Elle, thank you so much for the $10, who says, play the Veronica clip again. She also says, in there, talking about a dressing room. Yes. No, it did happen in dressing rooms. Chin, thank you so much for the $10 as well, who says, so if you like something, you could just take it. Petulant child. By that definition, you'd be pro-immigration and thus anti-Trump. Immigrants want to live in your country, ergo they're allowed to be there. Yeah, right? Thank you so much for the $10. Rin, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, my family has never talked about politics and always supported Trump, and your account has really helped me see what's really going on in the world. Thank you so much, Rin. I'm happy that we've been able to help you open your eyes. And then Dimmy and Zumba, thank you both for the $10 as well. Huge shout out to Dimmy and Zumba. And then Bigfoot, thank you for the $25 on Super Chat. He says, I mean, you deserve more, but I got to save it for Parker. LOL, keep on being you. Thank you so much for the love, Bigfoot. Let's get 250 Bigfoot W's and then another 200 LWs, who says, I also just want to point out that in the backstage clip, Donald Trump says that he went in there. Backstage is, in my opinion, a space connected to said stage, separated in most pageants by a curtain of some sort, similar to Broadway. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to say that you're going into the backstage. That doesn't make any sense. You're just going backstage. Then also Lord T with the $10 who says, I think I'm at the point of just letting all of this burn down and starting a new constitution because the cult members keep on defending this, not owning up that they were wrong. DNC bought out. Lord T, I appreciate you for the $10. Listen, Lord T. I think that'd be a good thing, a really good idea for you just to take a day to yourself, bro. Like, I know that you're in here every single day. I care about you. I care about your mental health. And if you're just at the point where you're just saying, let's burn it all down. Okay, while I acknowledge some validity to that point, I think that could indicate that it may be time to just take a day to not think about politics at all for a mental reset. You know, Lord T? A couple people on PayPal real quick. Thank you so much, Lisa, for the $100 donation. Lisa, that is beyond kind. Thank you so much, Lisa. Holy shit. Lisa with the $100 says, Lisa, the LIC from Montana here. Thank you so much. That last guy was ridiculous. He's clearly never been backstage in theater, any event in his whole life. Well done on you for trying to explain things to him. These people have no clue. Love and respect. Well, love and respect back to you, Lisa. That is beyond kind of you. I don't deserve that much fucking money. $100 is so much. That is so fucking much. Thank you, Lisa. Show some love to Lisa down below in that chat. Please, please, please. Thank you so much. As well as Kat Rin. Thank you so much for the $10 as well over on PayPal, and Kennedy. Thank you so much for the $10 too. We have a couple more people to thank on Venmo, and then we're going to hop into that next debate. Do just give me one moment here. Jessica, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, who says, Trump talks like a mob boss, just well-trained by lawyers, just enough ambiguity for deniability. It's obvious that he means it, but people like Chloe get a safer event. I actually disagree with you, Jessica. I don't think that there's any ambiguity in that clip whatsoever. And then he wasn't even trained by lawyers at the time. No clue how he's gotten away with it legally. Thank you for the $20, Jessica. Bridget, thank you for the $10, who says, as a woman, please tell Chloe she is an absolute disgrace to women as a whole, and we don't trust her. Thank you for the $10. Rachel, thank you so much for the $40 donation on Venmo. Let's get 400 Rachel W's. Thank you so much for that love and support. That is wild, Rachel. Rachel with the 40 says, if a female business owner barged into the dressing room of her business simply to look at the naked bodies of women that worked under her, that would also be sexual exploitation. It has nothing to do with the sex or gender of the person, more so to do with the intent. Thank you so much for the $40, Rachel. I appreciate you. Billy with the $4. I appreciate you. Shelly with a 5. Emily with a 5, thank you. And then Rita, thank you for the $20. She says, Chloe's clearly obsessed with you, Dean. She's highly insufferable. Yeah, she's very fucking insufferable. Thank you so much for the love. And then Abby with another $20 who says, use this for an extra pump of cortisol in your $5,000 soy latte tomorrow. XOXO, the DNC Maxing team. Thank you so much for the $20 from the DNC. Thank you so much. And Tanya, thank you for the $20 as well. He says, Miss Arizona, Tasha Dixon stated that Trump came into the dressing rooms unannounced while women were changing. Yes, corroborating what he said. Dead on the money. Thank you. And this came in 47 minutes ago. I really hope that you're still here because this is fucking wild. Kirstine. That is Kierstine. Kirstine, thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. All of you guys. Oh my God. You guys have been so kind today. And I'm just so genuinely grateful. I don't deserve this. I'm so privileged to be able to do what I do. And I'm so privileged. End of story. Point blank period. Kirstine, thank you so much for the $150 donation. Kirstine says, listen every day. I hope my kiddos are like you. Kirstine, I no doubt in my mind, you are a great, great mom. Thank you so much for the love and support. I do not fucking deserve that, dude. Show some love to Kirstine down below in that chat. Unreal. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and hop into that next debate. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. You got my attention.
Cool. I guess before we start, maybe the first thing I want to start off saying is, for like liberals saying how they're like so for women's rights and all of these things. It's kind of crazy that you're all hating on the women that come up here. And I know that it kind of takes guts to come up here as well. So I don't know. I think that that's a little bit ridiculous to like hear all of the hate towards these women. So it's kind of hypocritical to start with.
I don't think that's
so maybe we could start there. I think it is.
So I don't think that it's hypocritical to like hate on people that are actively defending sexual violence, especially in consideration of the fact that the vast majority of sexual violence impacts women and girls. If anything, I would argue that it's a position against women and girls to argue as if we should accept people, treat them the same, and not hate on them, even in the slightest, when they're straight up saying that sexual violence is chill, somebody could admit to it.
I don't think anybody said that.
That's
I don't think anybody said that it's
the view that we can't prove sexual violence even when the person who does it admits to it is absolutely equivalent to the view that sexual violence is chill, because nobody
Let
actually
me ask you
thinks,
this. Can I ask you something?
I'm almost done.
Okay, go for it.
Nobody legitimately thinks that an admission of guilt from the perpetuator of sexual violence is not enough evidence. The only reason why the last guest said that, Chloe said that, is because she doesn't care Donald Trump did that to the women and girls, but she thinks it's probably better, optically speaking, in front of an audience of thousands, to look stupid and deny the evidence compared to look evil and deny the wrongness.
Do you think that there's any, like, okay, so he started to say close, right? But he didn't finish that, right? But that's not to say that it wasn't going to be closed, but I feel like anybody could say that as a joke. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean, like, his personality, literally, like, he's always joking. So, like, who's to say that it wasn't a joke? And yeah, okay, maybe some people could take offense to that, but I don't think that there's any proof to, like, that there actually was naked girls, especially when they, if anything, we have the witnesses that say there weren't. So I don't know.
We have more witnesses that said there were compared to the one that said there weren't. And I actually think that all witnesses could be telling the truth simultaneously, because I don't expect Veronica Hughes to be in every dressing room at every pageant all the time. She's only going to know what she's personally lived. And if she hasn't personally lived the experiences of the other women barging in while they were naked, then of course her takeaway is going to be that they all had clothes on. But we shouldn't believe that they all had clothes on because Donald Trump said they all have clothes on. And we shouldn't believe that Donald Trump was joking because A, you couldn't point me towards anybody else with $1 billion to lose that went on Howard Stern's radio show and joked about being guilty of sexual violence when in all reality they're innocent. And B, Howard Stern had asked him very directly if he was telling the truth, if this is something he's actually done, and he said it is.
Okay, well, the thing that I would say about that is, like, these girls said that they were warned. So, like, if they didn't have clothes on, I would say that that's more of a them problem. I've played basketball, sports, all of these things, and I know that we've had male coaches, and they made sure that, like, to let us know, like, hey, they're going to come in the locker room. So, like, if they were, as they literally said, one of the girls literally said, yep, we were all informed. Like, the fact that they didn't have their clothes on, I think that's more of a them problem. I don't think that that's on Trump, because Trump's, you know, assuming that everyone's going to be clothed.
So we shouldn't believe that they're all informed in all instances, because point number one, vast majority of women never recalled an experience of being informed ahead of time. And point number two, in the clip, Donald Trump said he was able to enter in because he allowed himself to, not because he informed the women and girls and they got decent. Point number three, even if he did inform the girls and then they didn't get dressed all the way, that's not on them because they still have the reasonable expectation of privacy inside of the women's only space. It would actually be on Trump to ensure... One moment. It would actually be on Trump to ensure that every single person inside of that space is decent, or if he were to enter into that space when they're not decent, he'd be sexually exploiting them.
I mean, as a woman, I think you're blowing this out of proportion. I think,
yeah,
and again, you can keep, I mean, you can keep saying, like,
I think what you meant to say there is add as a cruel dumbass. I think that you're blowing this out of proportion because no benevolent woman or man, regardless of what your gender is.
So you want to call names? That's awesome. I guess that's kind of like, I feel like when you're losing a debate, all you do is throw name calling, which I haven't called you any names.
I wasn't calling you a cruel dumbass because I'm losing the debate. I was calling you a cruel dumbass because of how inexcusable and insane that last statement uttered out of your mouth was. You were putting salt on the wound.
Well, guess what? Real debaters don't need to call names.
Not only have you opened the wound,
real debaters don't need to be called names. Okay, so like,
yeah, you could say I'm not a real debater, but you can't say I'm wrong. You could say I'm not a real debater.
I'm saying you're wrong. I'm a woman. I'm a woman, and you also I think all of these girls that have come up here, all of these women that have come up here, have you noticed they're all freaking women? And they all had said the same thing. They said that they don't take offense to this. They say that this is literally like the fact that you're all hypocrites and letting these men into our locker rooms.
I can name a woman who didn't say that they don't
I'm sorry,
take
but
offense to
transgenders going into my locker room makes me uncomfortable. I'm a woman. And no matter what you say about, cis this or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Wait.
I don't care if it offends anyone. Sorry.
Wait.
You're either a guy or you're a girl. But anyways, if they're going into my locker room,
that's what you do when you lose a debate,
take
is you make it
offense.
about trans people.
Because we should be making it about that because you're hypocritical.
Can I ask you a
question?
saying,
look, you're trying to say,
why do you take
you're trying to say how women feel. Well, guess what? I'm a woman.
I'm a woman. The girl before me was a woman that came up here. I remember there was a girl last night on here that came up here. She was a woman, and we're all trying to tell you that these transgender people in our locker room make us feel uncomfortable. So I'm sorry, but all I'm hearing are witnesses of women coming up here to tell you that it makes them uncomfortable. So, like, I'm just trying to tell you, like, sure, go for it. I mean, you should be honest this entire time. I don't know why you'd be lying.
Yeah, check this out. You're a woman that thinks like a man. And what I mean by that is just like the men that I've encountered in my own life, just like the men who are governing over the country, you want to downplay the wrongness of sexual abuse and sexual assault when it's convenient to you and your narrative. But what you don't realize here is it's not convenient to you in the slightest because you're not a man. You're a fucking woman. Okay, you are part of the group.
Okay, so now you're trying to tell me how you're trying to
You're part of the group in which has been subjugated to the generations of everybody having a story to tell, and then everybody not being believed by the men in society because, once again, the men don't think it's a big deal, right? You're a woman that thinks like a man, and it's not just hurting other women, but it's also hurting yourself. Now, the second thing I'm going to say here is you argued that you shared your feelings with me. You don't feel like it's a big deal. I don't care about your feelings. I care about how you can be compelling in reference to your feelings by purporting a legitimate argument to dispute the claim that this is sexual exploitation, because the definition of sexual exploitation would be unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually. And clearly that's what Donald Trump admitted to when he argued that he would allow himself to barge into this space. And then inside of this space, he'd look at naked women knowing that he couldn't be inside of that space and that he broke a rule by stating at the end that he got away with it. Dude, no one gives a shit about how you feel. We only care about what you could prove. And also, one last thing I wanted to address here, and I'll send you an invite to unmute, is you then went on to whine about trans women taking a piss. So why do you get uncomfortable when you think about a trans woman taking a piss, but you don't get uncomfortable when you think about a cis man taking advantage of naked girls? That's not only hypocritical, but very, very, very problematic.
So when did he take advantage of the girls exactly?
Yeah, when he barged into their dressing rooms and looked at their naked bodies. That's when.
He didn't barge in. He let him know. So again,
really?
I'm confused on where the exact evidence. Were you in that room? Hey, were you in that room?
I have a question. So you're saying that he let them know in advance because that's what
he did. Yes,
said,
one of the
right?
girls literally said that.
Okay, so do you believe the girls that said that they were not given a heads up?
No, I think that those girls just want to post a story and want
do you
be
believe
highlighted
Veronica?
Because
but you don't believe Tasha.
Propaganda, 100%.
But how do you know?
That.
But how do you know that the propaganda is Tasha and not Veronica?
Exactly, we don't know that, right? So
okay. So then you don't know that they're given a heads up. So then at the end of the day, you don't know that they're given a heads up. Wait, perfect. You just told it because you just argued that we do know he barged into the dressing rooms and looked at them while they're naked, but we don't know that they were given a heads up. Holy fuck. That's sexual exploitation. If we do know he went into the space while they're naked and looked at them, and we don't know that he gave them a heads up, then we know that he sexually exploited them. Holy cow. Go ahead. You walked yourself right into that one. Oh my God. You walked yourself right into that one.
First of all, no. All I walked myself into was your word salad and you muting me. I don't think that that's proving anything, to be honest. But at the same time,
argument.
So you know what? I can say what I think, right? And you're telling me what you think, but neither of us were in that room, so we both don't know which propaganda it would have been. So at the end of the day, you can't say that Trump was going in there with any malicious intent because you weren't there. You don't know. I don't know. So at the end of the day, it's mute. It's a mute point.
Okay. The reason why your argument fails is because the person who was there is Trump.
It's because you're saying it does. There's no evidence. There's zero evidence.
Did you notice I was about to give you the evidence,
but
you stopped me from giving you the evidence? You're going to repeat yourself instead of letting me speak?
You've literally given your quote-unquote evidence, and it's not evidence. Him going into the locker room is not evidence because he literally told the girls that he was going to go in there.
Wait, I thought that you just acknowledged that you don't know that.
Okay, but you don't know that he didn't. So you can't say that it wasn't. You can't say it either. This is my entire point. You're sitting here trying to say,
think about it this way.
And that it didn't happen for sure, right?
Think about it this way.
So you're wrong. You're just wrong.
Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Okay, are you ready to think about it?
I've been thinking about it, and I mean, I think you're completely wrong.
Okay, so I would argue that we have very strong evidence that he didn't give a heads up in all scenarios?
I don't care what you think is considered strong. That's opinion. And again,
Well,
it's
it's
just
an opinion
the liberals.
that
It's so
I'm gonna give you
opinionated and
inside of a
feelings.
debate.
You're in your feelings. These
Really?
women are in their feelings. Like, I'm a woman,
Really?
and I'm telling you that like no foul play was done here. Like,
Okay, that claim that no foul play was done here, does that come from your feelings?
okay,
Yeah.
You're just
yeah, Mandy, you need to think before you speak. Or
Okay,
else you'll
well,
just
you
wind
know
up
what,
embarrassing
Dean?
yourself more. And you know what, Mandy?
I don't feel embarrassed because I feel like we both didn't win here because you didn't
Yeah.
prove anything. Like,
Well,
we literally all
every
we've
time I
proved,
tried to, you
all we've
interrupted me.
proved is neither of us were in that room on that day. So we can't. No, we
every
can't. It's a
time I've
mute
tried
point.
to.
And
I think
Dean,
otherwise,
you know what's
and I
crazy?
think I could prove otherwise, but you don't let me because you
Okay,
interrupt
but you
me.
want to know what's crazy?
Yeah,
Is like
that.
so much
you just
shit has.
interrupted me. You didn't let me.
I'm
it's
sorry,
awesome.
but I just want to say this one last thing. This is all I have to say.
Yeah, and then you're gonna leave. I know, Mandy. You come up here, you steamroll, you try to make an argument, you fail because you're wrong, and then you say, "I gotta say one last thing." You say one last thing. It's usually like hateful and like and vindictive because you just lost the debate, and then you leave. It's a fucking script, dude. Yes, we do know that he didn't give them a heads up in all scenarios because he said that he'd barge in doing a fake inspection because he was the owner. He said that when he would enter into the space, they wouldn't have any clothes on, and we heard from 5 women who said that when he'd walk into the space, they didn't have any clothes on, and we know that this would be a different experience than the one in which Veronica was relaying because Veronica said that when they were given a heads up first, the person who gave them a heads up also ensured that they then had clothes on before Donald Trump would walk inside. But you want to discount all of those facts as mere feelings so you could ignore them because you want to continue to support this asshole as president. And by the way, even if we completely ignore his character, he's a piece of shit. Why are you fighting so hard for the guy that wants to like destroy the economy and has ushered in the worst jobs report since through ignoring recessions? The most
I love
manufacturing
how you're
bankruptcy
ignoring
since
the fact that we
2010.
had the
Tell
highest
me.
inflation we've ever had at 9% under Biden, and we fucking had millions of illegal immigrants come into the country. We have to use our taxpayer dollars on them, literally to put them in housing. When it's crazy that you're so about the people, but we have so many people here that are homeless and have our own issues within America, yet we're letting in all of these criminal people that we don't have any background checks on. Is wild to me that like that's all your president did. He let all of these people in. He literally, our freaking inflation was through the roof. Nothing was affordable. Housing wasn't affordable. We're not going to talk about groceries. We're not going to talk about you want to sit here and whine about gas prices right now when they were literally higher under Biden when there wasn't even a fucking war going on. Like, it's just wild to me that like you're gonna sit here and all you guys have to sit on is, oh well, he walked into a locker room, so like, okay, I'd rather have a frickin' president that walked into a locker room than have frickin' everything be unaffordable, have all of these illegal criminals that are killing people left and right on the streets, our citizens, and then the fact that everyone in that room didn't stand up when Trump said, would you want to stand for the actual citizens over the legal immigrants, and no one fucking stood. Like, talk about pathetic. I'm sorry, but like, I'm not gonna like sit here and whatever.
It's okay. You could cry a little bit more, but as soon as you're done crying,
I'm just saying what everyone should be saying, because like at the end of the day, it's ridiculous, and you guys are just in your feelings about.
Is there ever like some point where I should mute you so I could respond, or are we just naturally?
I mean, you've been muting me. Just so everybody knows, he's just been sitting here muting me and like word salading and then calling it like, oh, I'm winning. Like, no, you're not. You're not fucking winning. You didn't win anything.
So
you didn't show any proof of anything.
Okay.
You've been muting me the entire time.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure I'm sitting here with frickin' facts of the frickin' inflation and the higher gas prices and when everything truly went up was under Biden. So I'm sorry, but there's literally nothing the Democrats did nothing.
Oh. So now I'm going to start responding to everything you said, because that's what a debate is. So, A, you said that the gas prices were higher under Biden when there was no war. Well, actually, The reason why gas prices were higher under Biden is because Russia started a war with Ukraine. They invaded them to ethnically cleanse them, and then we stopped buying Russian oil. We
Yeah, and
sanctioned the fuck out of it.
guess who went to go
Okay.
over there
So can I
to
please
try to
finish my
stop that,
sentence?
right?
So should I
Wasn't
mute
Kamala
you?
gonna go talk? Wasn't that her job to go over
It
there?
actually wasn't. But so you made upwards of 10 points, and I got to make a half of a point. Do you think that's fair? It's not.
Okay, continue.
So your first blunder was to suggest that Biden made the gas prices higher. Well, that's certainly not true.
Which he
Well,
did.
because, okay. Andy, do I need to mute you? Like, listen, I understand that you guys like to run wild with a narrative that the liberals are the emotionally uncontrollable, like crybabies. If you're going to make that point, don't be the emotionally uncontrollable crybaby. You know, like, at the bare minimum, try to hold yourself to the
Okay,
core.
so now I'm a
let me speak
crybaby
and don't
too?
cry. Yes.
I just think it's funny
But
because you just keep name
I'm just going to
calling.
mute you and respond at this point in time. So the first claim that you made is that, well, inflation was a 9% high under the Biden-Harris administration. So you're right, it was, but we can't just assume that the administration caused that, because that's what we call a correlation causation fallacy. You'd have to demonstrate what Biden did to cause that higher level of inflation, which you won't be able to do. But out of the kindness of my heart, I'll actually tell you what caused that higher level of inflation. It was the global the global pandemic, disruptions in the supply chain, and people being out of jobs. As well as economic stimulus. And this inflation wasn't just something that we saw in America. This is something that we saw all across the globe in every country on the face of planet Earth. But a fun fact I'll share with you here is because of the awesome leadership of the Biden-Harris administration, we were able to actually rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic in America faster than any other country in the G7. So I hope you guys see that, no, I'm not the crybaby, because I'm the one that's exploring nuance here. I'm the one that is exploring fact here, and she's just the one parroting a talking point she heard off the TV here. Now, the second claim that you made here is that we had higher gas prices under Biden when there wasn't a war. So that point was just analytically false to the maximum. There was a war. It was Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia accounted for 25% of the total OPEC oil production. When we sanctioned their oil because they invaded Ukraine, we lost access to 25% of the global supply of oil. The basics of economics are as follows. You have a supply curve, you have a demand curve. When demand stays the same and supply goes down, prices go up. So prices went up when we sanctioned the Russian oil. That wasn't just the Democrats, that was the Republicans too. By the way, Trump, coincidentally, this is one of the only things he's done that I support, has made those sanctions on Russian oil stronger. Okay? The second point that I'll make here is that it's crazy you're talking about a president making the price of gas higher when we're looking at Donald Trump today starting a war in Iran, leading to the shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz, causing a $1 increase in the average price of a gallon of gas. Holy shit. The third thing that you said in your long soliloquy there is that the Biden-Harris administration let all these criminals into the country. Well, that's certainly not true. Or else they would have had higher deportation rates of undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their record compared to Donald Trump today, not to mention you're a hypocrite, because Donald Trump is a criminal that you let run the country. Who are you to say shit about merely letting them in? And Donald Trump's also a hypocrite, because he's the criminal that's turned around and given full and complete presidential pardons to the violent criminals that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol, like J6 rioter DJ Rodriguez, who tried to kill Officer Fanone, let him out of jail, then labeled them as a patriot. Not to mention the cover-up of the Epstein files, having his name illegally redacted over 1 million times, having 2 million files not released at all, and having the names and identities of the co-conspirators inside of the Epstein files completely redacted out of accordance with the law and in defiance of Congress in protection of the criminals. But go ahead. Ignore every single data point that I just shared.
Yeah, but if he was in
to
those files, then why didn't the liberals release it when they had it?
Good question. Because the Biden White House saw independence between the DOJ and the White House. And we know this to be the case because it's not a hypothetical that the files make him look bad, because we've already had files released that make him look bad. Like the letter he sent to Epstein in 2003 depicting the naked body of the girl with the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." Or Epstein's letter to Larry Nassar, another child rapist, who says that Donald Trump shares the affiliation for young nubile sexually attractive girls. Or the credible accusation made against Trump that Epstein introduced her to Trump and then Trump did bad things to her. And And this accuser was able to successfully sue Epstein for millions of dollars because he raped her. We know that he was sex trafficked by her. Okay, all of these things and many other things make him look bad, whether you like it or not. The Biden White
maybe
House
it
could
makes
have
him
released
look.
those
Maybe
things.
you could argue that it makes him look bad, but
And
I don't
did the
think
Biden
that
White
there's.
House release
But I
those
don't
things?
think that there's any. There's just
And did the
not
Biden White House
enough
release those things?
There's just not enough proof.
Did the
though.
Biden
Like,
White House release those things?
There's nothing.
Did the
that
Biden White
has
House release those
depicted-
things?
There's nothing.
Did
that
the Biden
has
White
made
House
him
release
a
those
criminal.
things? Yeah, what? No, there's something that has made him a criminal. He was found guilty of 34.
I'm talking about Epstein.
Oh, you're talking about Epstein. Perfect. Well, we already know that you don't care about sexual violence because a civil court determined that he raped a woman, and we just heard him admit to sexual violence in the sense of sexual exploitation. Then you turned around and said it wasn't that bad.
Again, I think it's propaganda. I think it's like one of those like.
Yeah, everything. What do you have? Is this propaganda?
Yeah, did Trump rape Miss Carol? No. Like, yeah, you're just literally proving that. No, like, and then everything that.
Oh, wait.
She
Can we
spoke-
touch on that real quick? So this jury verdict form proves that Donald Trump raped Miss Carol. Would you like to know why?
I'm assuming you're gonna tell me, right?
Yeah, perfect. Because the action that the jury determined he was guilty of was forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers without her consent. Under the strict and narrow definition
let me
of
ask
the
you
word rape
something.
in the state of New York at the time, it wasn't legally rape because their strict and narrow legal definition was only the penetration of the woman's female member or the man's male member, not the penetration of the woman's female member or the fingers. Therefore, legally, they could only determine this to be sexual abuse. But clearly,
so
that's
what
still
did-
rape.
what did she
because
provide, though,
we could
to-
agree
but-
that the definition of rape would include the penetration of a woman's female member with any part of a man's body, especially his fingers.
What did she provide though
Don't
outside
pivot.
of just her word?
Don't pivot.
Outside of her testimony,
Don't
what
pivot.
did she provide?
You're pivoting away from acknowledging that the jury determined that he raped her. Please acknowledge that the jury determined that he raped her.
The jury determined it, but based off what? What she said?
Based upon the evidence?
What was the evidence besides her testimony?
Yeah, for sure. The testimony of 7 other people.
Yeah,
the
what else
therapist
is
notes
there?
from
What's the
90s,
actual evidence?
inconsistent-
Because anyone
Well, I'm
can-
trying to tell
I
you,
had-
but you're
guess what?
interrupting
I
me. You
had a
asked me what
friend
the
in
evidence
college.
was. I'm trying to tell you what the evidence was. Why are you
Sir,
interrupting
I had a friend in college.
Why are
who
you interrupting me?
literally
You
was
asked me what the
accused of
evidence
rape.
was. I was just trying to
Look,
tell you what the evidence
look, I
was. You
had a
asked
guy
me
in
what the
college.
evidence was. Let me tell you what the evidence was. Holy
Okay,
fuck.
tell me.
Thank you.
And I'm
So-
not going to take
so
the
evidence.
testimony because that's not evidence.
Okay, yeah, well, if testimony
Okay,
isn't evidence,
so let's hear it. What
I'd
is the
question why you
actual
believe Veronica
proof?
earlier. But anyways, so yeah, the evidence would be as follows. A corroboration between her testimony, the testimony of some other people, and a therapist notes from the 90s where she indicated that she was raped by Donald Trump, and the dress that she submitted to the court claiming that it was from the day that she was raped by Donald Trump with his DNA in it. Court proved it had unknown male DNA in it. They asked Donald Trump to supply his DNA to the court to test it against the DNA in the dress. The court, then he refused to. That's not something that that a guilty man would do. Sorry, that's not something that an innocent man would do, because an innocent man would submit their DNA to prove their innocence. Now, the second form of evidence that we have here is the lies and inconsistencies within Donald Trump's testimony inside of the court case. He testified to the fact that he never met her. That was proven to be a lie because she responded by supplying a picture of them together to the courtroom. He also said, okay, that he would never do anything to her because she wasn't his type, but that was also proven to be a lie because under deposition, he mistook a picture of his ex-wife, Marla Maples, his type, to be E. Jean Carroll. Now, on top of this, we also have all of Donald Trump's character priors, with the most notable of them being Donald Trump in 2005 saying that he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first. What did the jury
Okay,
determine?
let me ask
he
you something.
grabbed
'Cause
a woman by her vagina without asking
Okay.
first.
Okay, let me quick ask you something. So I also heard that there was like within her side of things within her testimony where she was literally giggling and laughing with him all the way up to those rooms. And then on top of that, he asked if she wanted to try on underwear and she said yes. So I think that like if I'm sorry, but if I'm in a store and a guy is like, "Hey, you want to go try on lingerie?" Like, and if I'm not into it, I'm not going to be like, "Oh yeah, like let me go try on lingerie for you." Like I'm pretty like positive that's not at this point. I feel like that's just egging it on. I'm sorry, but like I won't say that like, you know, whatever, like if he did it, whatever. But like what I'm saying is like I don't think that there's two people, right? And like she was literally egging it on. So like I feel like she put herself in that position. 100%. Like anyone that would not want to get touched by this man would not go try on lingerie in front of him. Period. I don't know. I think that's what do you got to say to that? Like, honestly. You can't sit here and say that that's 100% on the man.
I'm so disgusted. Hearing this every day has really impacted my mental health, and I'm sure that the same thing is true.
So has having trans in our locker rooms. I'm disgusted with you guys too.
let you speak for as long as you wanted to. Now you will be
No,
quiet.
you didn't. You muted me the entire time.
Are you delusional? I literally just
No,
let
I'm
you
not
speak until you
delusional.
had nothing
Thank you very
else to
much.
say. Okay, you have more to say. Go ahead. What else do you have to say before I could speak without you interrupting me 2 words on?
Okay. Well, one, I would say I feel like you lose all these debates and all you have is to like mute people and call them names. Like now I'm delusional. And then now you're all of a sudden winning the debate in your mind, right? You're telling all your fans, "Oh, I'm winning," but you're really not. I literally just proved a point. This girl literally said yes to going and trying on
I tried to
lingerie.
respond to the point and you wouldn't let me.
Okay, so respond, because you were sitting there like speechless for like 2 minutes.
The reason why I'm sitting there speechless is just because I'm taken aback by the victim blaming rhetoric that I'm hearing from you in consideration of the fact that once again you're a woman. Okay? For you to sit here and say that men own the bodies of women if women do things that could be construed as a sexual engagement is disgusting. I don't care if E. Jean Carroll was giggling at him. That doesn't mean he owns her body and could do whatever he wants with it.
Did I say that? No.
I don't care that E. Jean Carroll was willing to go into a dressing room with him. That doesn't mean that he owns her body and could do whatever
And
he
I never
wanted
made that claim.
That is exactly what you said. You said, and I
I
quote,
never made that claim that he owned her
that is
body.
exactly
That's not
what you said by arguing that because she was giggling and because she invited him into the dressing room with him, that therefore it wasn't rape when he penetrated her vagina without her consent. This is the issue. Just because a woman gives a man attention doesn't mean that woman wants to have sex with that man. Just because a woman is even romantically
Again, I never made that claim. You're literally saying this.
On any level with a man doesn't mean that that woman wants to have sex with that man or that man can do whatever he wants to the woman. Now, you continue to say that you never made that claim. You did. You said that because she was giggling, because she invited him into the dressing room, she egged it on, and she put herself into the situation where she had her vagina penetrated unconsensually. Therefore, he's not to blame. Therefore, it's not rape. I need you to understand, okay, that rape exists even inside of marriage. A woman that is so infatuated by a man that she's willing to put a ring on her finger and be there for him for the rest of both of their lives because of how much she
I don't need the
loves
word
him
salad.
and how
I get it.
attracted she is to him can still be raped by him because that doesn't take the consent away from that woman. So clearly a woman who Donald Trump just met that, you know, probably was at least on some level interested in Donald Trump because she did invite him into the dressing room. That does not mean that therefore gave Donald Trump the right to pin her down forcefully and penetrate her vagina with his fingers.
Okay, but again, we don't have there's no evidence of that besides her testimony.
I gave you all of the evidence. I went through and I listed
trying to submit
I gave
a dress.
You the evidence.
Her trying to submit a dress
listen,
that
I
didn't
gave
have
you,
any DNA on
Mandy,
it.
I gave you the evidence.
That's not
I
evidence.
itemized the individual articles of evidence. And
Okay,
then your
can I ask you a
refutation
question?
of the evidence. No, Mandy. Your refutation of the evidence was to merely say that she egged it on. Therefore, I've now debunked your refutation of the argument. Listen,
You
can you,
didn't
at least
debunk
admit,
anything.
Can you admit that you were wrong
You
on the part of
telling me you
arguing
debunked
that
something
she's to
doesn't
blame?
mean you debunked it. I'm
Can
just
you admit that you
letting
were
you
wrong
know.
on the argument of saying that she's to blame because she invited him in the dressing room?
If it was actually true, yeah. If
Okay.
it was 100%, if there
Thank you
was
for conceding
enough
your
evidence, no, but there's
victim-blaming
not.
rhetoric.
There's not enough
Thank you
evidence.
for conceding your victim blaming rhetoric. I appreciate
Okay.
you.
Okay, but let me ask you this.
Decoy, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says facts over feelings is always projection. The right cries in their feelings on trans people, making them uncomfy. Then they cry about Donald Trump losing court cases. They cry about his bad economic stats. Thank you for the $10, Decoy. Yeah, I don't know, man. Trump is such an idiot, and so are his supporters, like this crazy lady.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the $100, Christopher. I appreciate you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Let's get 1,000 Christopher W's down below in the chat. I really appreciate you so much for the $100
Tell me you're
donation.
losing a debate
Thank you so much for the love. I'm just going to take a moment to thank my donors. Christopher, thank you so much for the $100. Christopher, the $100 says, Dean, I just realized I spelled your name Dean in the comments tonight, but for my stupidity, but most of your patience during tonight, here's a gift. Well, thank you so much for the $100, Christopher. That is beyond fucking kind. $100 is a shit ton of money, and I'm so very grateful for you. Please show some love to Christopher down below in that comment section for the $100 donation. Same thing to you, David. Thank you for the $50 donation, who says, hey, Dean, keep up the good fight on changing minds. I've been watching you for months, and it's great, and it's been great seeing all the minds that you've helped change by showing them the simple facts. Keep it up. Thank you, man. I'm happy that we could change minds out here, and I'm happy that we could leave people like Mandy in the dust. And thank you so much for the $50 donation. That is beyond kind of you. And then Kelly with the $10, who says, the fact that this woman had the audacity to say word salad after she spoke for 10 minutes about how women are to blame for being raped and that victim testimony is not evidence, disgusting. Well, it's because these people are barely sentient, Kelly. They don't have the ability to introspect. They don't have the ability to reflect on the last thing that they said. They don't have the ability to reflect on their actions. So yeah, I agree. That was the audacity for her to say word salad.
Hey Dean, can we try to not insult each other in a debate? Because I haven't said anything to you. I'm not sure why I keep getting insulted.
Okay, well,
it's
I'm insulting you.
It's a debate. It should be a healthy debate. You shouldn't need to call people names.
So if what you're debating is immoral and depraved, then you are a bad person, and I will not apologize for saying that as such. Now, if you are deep in your feelings and you're a little snowflake and you can't take it, feel free to leave. But I'm just trying to tell you what's true.
Okay,
but
so
I'm almost done with thanking donors. Thank you so much, Colleen. Thank you so much for the $5. Jenna, thank you for the $5. Devin, thank you for the $5. Then Ashley, thank you so much for the $10, who says, I voted for Trump. I'm an autistic mom, and Trump shows that he doesn't understand the complex life with complex kids. He doesn't live up to what he claims. You help me think critically. You are making the impact you set out to. Thank you for standing up for women. Much love. I'm so happy that I was able to change your mind, Ashley. As well as Nayla. Thank you so much for the $40 donation on PayPal. That is NAYLA. Show some love to Nayla down below, who says, Dean, I watch your lives every day. Thank you so much for being you. I'm Persian, U.S. veteran, and a survivor. I am against the war in Iran. Thank you for setting the record straight every day, and thank you so much for exposing literal PDFs on the daily. You're so important to the country. Keep it up. Thank you for the kind words, Nyla, and thank you for your service as well. Thank you so much. Daphne, thank you so much for the $24 as well, who says, tell women that support Trump that they're disgraceful. And as well as Katarine, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you guys so much for the love over on PayPal. You guys are fucking beyond kind. On Venmo, thank you so much, Joseph, for the $5. Show some love to Joseph down below. Peter, thank you for the $75, who says, horrifying fact, during their 1990 divorce proceedings, Donald Trump was charged with raping his first wife, Ivanka, because she said that he raped her. Yes, thank you for the $75, Peter. Show some love to Peter down below in that comment section, everybody. Thank you so much, man. That is so kind of you. As well as Joseph with the $20, who says, okay, really, last one for the night. I can't believe that you put up with Mandy for so long. I support you, Dean. Thank you so much for the love and support, Joseph. Abigail, thank you for the $10. She says, as a woman who's been SA'd, the debates in the last hour have been hurting me. I'm so sad that women can victim blame purely because they admit that the man who they voted for is an abuser. They can't admit it because it destroyed their worldview. Brittany, thank you for the $52 donation, who says, I'm a single mom and work with breast cancer patients. You deserve, at the very least, an hour of my pay today. The people that you've helped today, especially the women, are horrifying. Brittany, thank you so much for what you do for work, by the way. And thank you so much for the $52 donation. That is genuinely fucking beyond kind, Brittany. Please show some love to Brittany down below. Seriously, way beyond kind. Bradley, thank you for the $5. Bridget, thank you for the $5. Haley, thank you for the $25, who says, oh, she's got MAGA filler, keep schooling her. Thank you for the love and support, Haley. Allison, thank you for the $15, who says, Mandy, don't speak for all women and you're clearly a patriarchy bootlicker. Proximity to power doesn't keep you safe. Wake up. Melissa, thank you for the $5. Then Mulaney, thank you for the $15, who says, as a woman, I'm very offended about Donald Trump's sexual exploitation. These women are the kind of rape apologists that honestly kind of depress me, but so much more make me angry. I'm so sorry that they have so much internalized misogyny. Well, thank you so much for the $15. Abby with a 5. Allison, thank you for the 5, who says, hey, Mandy, woman here. It is sexual exploitation, and I love trans women. They could be next to me anytime they want. You're a coward. Kate, thank you for the $5. And Katie, thank you for the $20, who says, thank you so much for not letting that person get away with it as a woman argument. She doesn't speak for us. Thank you for supporting women. We need you and love you. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Katie, and I love you too. That was some bullshit. I could agree. Then C, thank you for the $5. Lauren, thank you so much for the $15. Manny, thank you for the $5. And then M Sharp, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Michelle. I want to see 1,000 Michelle W's down below in the comment section. Michelle, that is fucking, dude. You guys have been so kind. Michelle says, love you, Dan. I love you too, Michelle. And I read the rest of your message. You got it. I won't say that. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the kind. Thank you for the generosity. Show some love to Michelle down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Serena, Sierra, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. So it says my first donation. Thank you for standing up for what's right. I'm always on here cheering you on. Thank you so much. And then Dave, thank you for the 1 penny. And Naomi, thank you for the $4. Then Joseph, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo as well. I appreciate you guys. Now, Mandy, do you have anything like original to say?
I guess the only thing I have to say is like, y'all are so hateful. Like all your comments, this whole, like, I'm sorry, but your entire page, like you should check yourself. You should check your page.
Do you want to ask
It's
you a question?
literally people. No. People, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are people coming to me saying, don't have kids. I don't blame why you're single. All these things. Is that nice to like say to someone? And I'm not sitting here. You can call me a crybaby.
No. I'll
I
answer your
think
question. No, I'll answer your question.
Hateful.
You asked me a question. Let me answer it. Is it nice to say those things to people? No, it's not nice. Is it nice to victim blame? No, it's not nice. Now, I want to ask you a question. If a Democrat that ran for president and like really hated Republicans, you know, like your posturing liberals really do, and they were actively calling for the execution of like Republicans who did nothing wrong to deserve execution in Congress, they were calling all Republicans terrorists and they were celebrating their deaths. Is this somebody who should ever be president in a million years?
I'm sorry. I literally didn't even, can you repeat that? Because it was just a bunch of word salad.
Yeah, if there was a hateful Democrat. Okay, hey, I want to start off by saying this. Just because you don't understand
I'm
what
sorry,
it means,
can you slow down a little bit? Like you're talking so freaking fast that like I don't even know what you're saying. So
Okay.
please, can you just slow it down? Thanks.
whatever. I'll just start the question off from the top. Here's a question. If a Democrat ran for president that really hated Republicans, called them terrorists, called for the execution of Republicans in Congress, like literally said they should be hung, and celebrated their deaths, is this somebody who should ever be president?
Okay, so I'll say no. Like I don't think that that's like cool to say, right? I'm not gonna say no that they shouldn't be president because I don't base it just off of like all you guys care about is like morality. When it comes down to it, every single freaking president
Weren't you
we've
just
had
whining
has
about
said,
what people in the
has
comment
had-
section were
no,
saying?
no, listen, please listen. Let me finish. I'll land my plane. I think that all of the presidents before Trump have also said horrible things. So I really don't see your point here. Like all you have is like going off your fifis again, like saying like, oh, like
President
if
calling for
a
the
president
execution of
says these
Democrats.
things, like he's a bad person.
You know what?
Okay,
You know what? Let's
all
stop
the
going off the
presidents-
fucking feelings.
Listen, no,
Sure,
please,
no
I'm
feelings.
landing my plane.
Okay.
All of the presidents before have also said shitty things. Like they're all these people in power, like they all say shitty things and they're not all perfect. So like I don't get why you're sitting here saying, "Oh, well like he said this." It's like that doesn't prove that he isn't a good he doesn't have it's you should be voting based off policies at this point. That's what
Okay.
I think. Because
Here's
at the
okay.
end of the day, I don't think that like him like saying making a comment or whatever and people are just in their feelings should be why you're not voting for someone.
Okay, perfect
Like-
question. What are your top 3 Trump policies?
I think the whole migration or the immigration.
Whole migration? No.
policy-
You said no feelings. You said no feelings. So let's only talk about policies. A policy is a bill that is
No
passed
tax
by
on
Congress.
tips.
No, one moment.
No
and then
tax on
signed
tips,
into law
which
by
your
president.
frickin'
So what is it?
Democratic
No
states aren't even
feelings.
allowing.
No feelings. Just policy.
Yeah.
What is your favorite policy? Keep in mind that a policy would either be an executive order or a bill passed by Congress and then signed into law by Trump. No feelings. What is your favorite?
No
Trump
tax
policy?
on tips. I think that that's great. I wanted that. I voted for that. But guess what? I won't even reap the benefits because I live in a Democratic state.
Oh, wait. No,
And-
feelings. Sorry. Those are all feelings. Let's just talk about
No,
the
that's-
policy. You
no,
said that your
that's
favorite
facts.
Trump policy was no tax on tips. Perfect. So the reason why you shouldn't support the big, beautiful bill and no tax on tips is the fact that in consideration of all the tax cuts in the big, beautiful bill, the CBPP, which is the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, tells us that the average American making at or under $51,000 per year will actually be worse off than better off because of the big, beautiful bill, because of things things such as increasing the cost of living to do with rolling back clean energy subsidies, which the CBO tells us will increase the price of energy by upwards of $500 per year.
The cost of living has went up under Biden.
Oh, but no feelings. No feelings. Stop the feelings. We're only evaluating policy. No. You're pivoting because we're only evaluating policy. Stop interrupting me while I'm doing an evaluation of policy. You Trump supporters are deep in your fucking feelings, and it is embarrassing. Let's talk about the facts. Let's talk about the policies. So now I'm going to start from the top. So once again, you said that your favorite policy was no tax on tips. Well, to be more specific, that was a provision of a policy. The policy name was a big, beautiful bill. Ultimately, you shouldn't support the big, beautiful bill because even though it includes things such as no tax on tips, it is more detrimental than it is beneficial. That evidence is coming from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, who tells us that the average American making at or under $51,000 per year will have less purchasing power because of the bill, because it includes things such as a 72% rollback on the production of clean energy that the CBO tells us is going to increase the cost of your energy by upwards of $500 per year. It also includes things like $156 billion rollback to food stamps, which is going to cut 3 million people off of food stamps. And it includes another $900 billion cut to Medicaid, which is projected to cut 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid when we already have 51,000 low-income Americans die every year via lack of access to Medicaid. And this is all just to save money, to spend money on the top 1%, once again, according to the CBPP, to give them an average of 3% back per year. These are the facts about the big, beautiful bill policy. Since you said that we don't care about anything else but policy, I now want to hear your intelligent, comprehensive rebuttal to the series of subsequent facts I shared to you about the big, beautiful bill. Keep in mind, pivoting back to Biden is not talking about the big, beautiful bill. Talking about Democrats is not referencing the big, beautiful bill. So I want you to debunk my argument against the policy.
I think that the things that you've stated aren't even like, it's really dependent on the person. Like the things that you're saying, like I'm not affected by Medicaid. So like the things that you're saying are only affecting certain people. So it's arguably like the no tax on tips. I'm a server in the summer and it would really help me. Like, and when you're saying like the whole housing thing, like it already was high. Like,
but it's getting higher. But you shouldn't support the policy because it makes it higher. Wait, it doesn't matter to make it higher? Wait, now you're telling me that but you want it higher?
But it doesn't. I have 2 jobs, so it doesn't even like that.
It doesn't matter when things cost more?
Again, you're not.
Who gives a fuck if it already cost a lot? What matters is that you're saying that this is a good bill, even though it makes things cost more.
I don't understand that part, I guess.
I know, because you don't understand policy, you don't understand economics, you don't understand what a 73% rollback in clean energy production would do to the market of energy, and how this would overall reduce the supply and increase costs because you don't care about policy. You just care about like latching on to whatever fucking like agenda in the moment of you think would help you further the debate. Because when we're talking about how Donald Trump is a rapist, sexual exploiter that wants to kill his political opponents per self-admission, well then you claim that I'm a snowflake because I care about who he is as a person and we should just care about his policy. But then when I give you a comprehensive rebuttal of his policy, all of a sudden you don't know what the hell I'm talking about because you don't know shit about economics.
I still stand by the fact that I think certain people will benefit and certain people won't.
But overall, the average American is not benefiting. The economy is worse off.
But look, you can say...
How do you explain the fact that last year we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010? How do you explain the fact that last year we had the worst jobs report on record since 03, ignoring recessions? How do you explain that? How do you... No, wait, you can't disagree to this because we're not talking about your feelings. We're talking about facts that we could actually justify with evidence from the BLS.
He won the fucking election.
The facts are that you can't respond to the economic data in which would suggest that he's a bad president. Stop pivoting. Respond to the economic data. Respond to the fact that the Bureau of Labor Statistics... No, you're not. Respond to the fact that according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, last year we got the worst jobs report since 03, ignoring recessions. Respond to that. Just merely pointing out that he won the election is not responding to the fact that we're observing bad economic outcomes. Yes.
Can I respond?
Yes.
You keep saying that we lost all of these jobs, right? Mm-hmm. And guess what? All of these jobs that we're quote unquote losing are coming from the federal. So like he's literally cleaning house.
No, this is coming from private sector jobs.
Okay, do you have anything to show for that?
Yes,
like,
the
do you
Bureau
have,
of Labor
like,
Statistics.
Sources?
Yes, the Bureau of Labor Statistics would be my source.
Okay. All right, maybe I'll concede to that part.
Okay, so jobs are worse off. Can you name one single macroeconomic variable that is better off today because of Trump?
One thing I will say is, again...
No, answer my question. Can you name one single macroeconomic variable that's better off today because of Trump?
Literally everything's improving.
Oh, that's actually not true.
Inflation went down.
No, that's not true. According to the CBI and once again the BLS,
yes,
last
it is.
month, the month before last in February, we saw a 3.4% increase in the prices for American manufacturers. It's being described as the worst of the worst. Not to mention that the OEPIC,
the worst of the worst. The 9%
OECID,
inflation under Biden wasn't the worst of the worst.
Yeah, actually, 3.4% in 1 month is worse than 9% in 1 year or 12 months. Do the math. It is worse. Now, on top of that, I also want to point out here that according to the OEIC,
yeah, I think we can't really make that claim until
it tells
he
us
hits
that the projection of inflation this year is supposed to be 4.1%, which is much higher than the inflation last year at 2.8%, or the inflation the year prior, 2.7%. So we actually do see that inflation is going up. We do see that it's the worst of the worst. We do see that macroeconomic variables are worse off. So therefore, we do see that your claim that everything is better off is false.
No, because you're saying that with the assumption that it will get higher, right? Because you're saying, oh, it's already it's getting so high, right? Like
that was
so
from
fast.
February,
but
yes.
Yes, but guess what? I don't think you can fully make that claim until it hits 9%.
Why?
Because under Biden it was at 9%.
How did Biden cause that? How did Biden cause that?
Because after he sent out that third stimulus check, I'm pretty sure it
there
shot up.
There wasn't 3 rounds of stimulus, idiot. There's only 2. Holy fuck, you don't know shit.
He sent one out. Or
no,
2,
that's not
whatever.
True.
The second
there's
one.
2.
Sorry,
Perfect.
misspoke.
Perfect.
Misspoke, sorry. The second one, that went out.
Okay, well, we know
that wasn't even needed,
we know that it's not because of a second unnecessary round of stimulus due to the fact that in all other countries, including the ones that only had 1 round of stimulus, they experienced the same levels of inflation. It was global, dude.
I don't know. I think regardless...
No. Wait, I'll give you a source. Once again, do you want a source that inflation was global onset by the pandemic? Or are you just going to fail to acknowledge that because you know that it wouldn't play in accordance with your very emotional narrative?
To be honest, I also think a lot of it was with the immigrants coming in.
Okay, so how did immigration increase prices?
Because of all the immigrants that had to be housed in all of these different places.
Oh yeah, you said that the government. You said that the federal government was paying to house undocumented immigrants, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1996 is?
Enlighten me.
A bill that makes it illegal for the federal government to spend money on the welfare benefits for undocumented immigrants. No.
Okay, so where was it coming from?
It wasn't coming from the federal government. That's for sure. Was it coming from the federal government or just wasn't happening?
So where was it coming from?
So can you acknowledge that you were wrong about positing that the federal government was paying for this?
No.
Okay, then what's the evidence that the federal government was paying for this? Give me your source.
What's the evidence? No. Okay.
No, don't burden shift. Don't burden shift. You made the positive claim that the federal government was giving their money to be spent on housing for undocumented immigrants. I tried to give you evidence that you were wrong by pointing out law that would make that illegal. Then you denied that I was right, belligerently, by the way, just so fucking obtusely. And then you made the claim again that the federal government was spending money to house undocumented immigrants. So I want your evidence. I want your source. Give me a source that the federal government was spending money on the housing undocumented immigrants under Biden. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, okay, I'll concede.
Yes, that's right. Concede because you didn't have any evidence to make the claim. Thank you. Now I also want you to concede that Biden did not cause the 9% level of
I won't concede to that because I think there's something to say that it rose that much under that administration. I think that there's something to say.
Okay, so how did he cause it? Because once again, you said a second round of stimulus, so that would be government expenditure, right?
Yeah, but I'm also...
How much money did the Biden-Harris administration spend?
I think that there's a collective of
Can you answer my question? How much money did the Biden-Harris administration spend?
I don't study this stuff every day. Dean,
don't worry, I do.
So enlighten me.
I do.
Okay,
$4.4 trillion in total spending, $2.2 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure. Do you know how much Donald Trump spent in his first term?
Okay, but isn't his going to military stuff, right?
What?
Majority?
No, military spending has either remained relatively the same or only gone up as the years have progressed, which would mean that we would expect the same or more military expenditure under Biden. But now answer my question. What was the total expenditure of debt that Donald Trump signed into law under him in his first term?
Okay, I don't know that number, but what,
don't worry,
what
I do.
exactly?
$8.6 trillion.
Okay, tell me what it was spent on. What
Sure.
was majority of it spent on?
Sure. So the biggest allocation of expenditure under Donald Trump in his first term would be the $1.9 trillion spent on the the TCJA, with an exclusion for the $4 trillion spent on COVID.
Okay, so some of it was literally even spent on COVID, you're saying?
Yes. If we account for COVID-related expenditure under Trump in his first term and under Biden, then Donald Trump spent $4.8 trillion of non-COVID-related expenditure, and Biden spent $2.2 trillion of non-COVID-related expenditure. So I think it's quite ironic that you're telling me that Biden caused a 9% level of inflation by spending half as much as what Donald Trump spent in his first term. And don't take my word for it. Take the CRBF's word for it. They're the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget that will tell you everything that I just said is true. Go on Google, type in Trump v. Biden expenditure, CRBF, and then you'll get a source from the CRBF telling you that I'm right.
Okay. I guess I'll do some more research on it, but I think, so I'll concede to some of these points, but I do think that there's something to say that it literally has been at an all-time high under Biden. And I think
there's nothing to say about it unless you could prove that Biden caused it, which you can't. For instance, do you think that there's anything to say about the fact that we had the highest level of unemployment in 100 years under Trump?
But it's not affecting me, so I'm not affected.
Wait. So you only care about things that affect you?
I mean, that's why I'm a voter, right? I vote for what is best for me and my family. So
okay.
yeah.
Are you and your family white?
What is that? Why do you have to play the race card? What is that?
Oh, don't worry. It's very relevant to my next follow-up question. Are you and your family white?
Yeah, I'm white.
Okay, so would you vote for a candidate that promised to give you $1 million, but also ran on the reimposition of slavery of Black Americans, knowing that that wouldn't negatively impact you or your family because you're white?
So you're giving the hypothetical of if I was offered a bunch of money, but they were racist, would I accept it?
If you were offered a bunch of money, okay, but they were also going to reimpose slavery for Black Americans, but that wouldn't negatively affect you because you're white.
No, I wouldn't do that. But I also
so there's like some threshold of like bad things that the president can do to negatively impact other people that you would finally start caring about. So why don't you care about the fact
sure, but
that under Donald Trump in his second administration, 10 million low-income Americans have lost access to health care, and 35 million people relying on Medicaid through the ACA have now had their premiums go up by 300%, including members of the working class that just don't make enough to pay for private health insurance themselves.
Can I ask you a question? What stops someone from going and getting a job? Like if I lost my job today, what's stopping me from going and getting another job?
I don't know. Maybe your reputation being destroyed after you admitting that you support victim blaming on a TikTok live in front of 20,000 people.
No, for real though. No, I'm asking that question though. Your complaint is there's all these jobs lost.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I lost my job today,
what would like a competitive job market within particular industries, within particular places. B, like having a college degree and like a specialized work interest, but you don't have any jobs that are being offered.
I mean, at that point, I think it's kind of an excuse,
in the area that you live. I mean, you asked me for an answer to the question. I'm trying to give you.
Yeah, but
and then you're saying
none of that.
What is the relevance of the question to the debate? There's not.
The relevance is like you're asking me like what means something to me, and yeah, someone losing their job doesn't really mean as much because it's not something that's detrimental. Like they could go get another job. Like it's
God, yeah, it's just so simple. Okay, so what happens when you work for the same company for 20 years and you're able to work your way up the corporate ladder, start making $17 an hour, end with a salary of close to $300,000 per year because the company trusts you, and then that company goes bankrupt because of Donald Trump's tariffs, and then you're left without a job, and there's no competitors in your area, so then you have to move with your family to another state, get another job for the wages that you earned 20 years ago, but now your expenditure is higher because you drive the $150,000 car, and now you have to sell like the $5 million house. Like that's how losing somebody's job due to bankruptcy onset by the pandemic.
Life happens. It isn't perfect for everyone.
Wait, can you so you admit that that's a bad outcome? So if we could acknowledge that bad outcome was caused by Donald Trump's policy, then we shouldn't support Donald Trump's policy because it caused that bad outcome. Listen to yourself, Mandy. You're arguing that yes, Dean, we could agree that Donald Trump's economic policy has caused people to like have their lives destroyed. We could agree that Donald Trump's economic policy has caused people to experience hardship, pain, death, and suffering. But guess what, Dean? That's life. Life isn't perfect. No, guess what, Mandy? We could have prevented those families from being destroyed. We could have prevented their lives from being uprooted. We could have prevented that guy from losing his job if we didn't make Trump president, which is exactly why I'm on live today trying to argue that you should stop supporting Trump as president.
Just like when they poured all that money to like save the homeless in California, and yet there's more homeless people than there ever was.
Wait. So wait. I have a question. What states have higher homeless rates? Blue states or red states?
Is it red states? Is that what you're trying to say?
What states have higher incomes on average? Blue states or red states?
Yeah, but I think that there's
red
like
states.
pros and
What? Yeah, pros. Yeah, it's all about the pros and cons now.
Yeah, but there is though to everything.
Yeah,
like,
there is though.
You could totally argue that like
What is one bill that Donald Trump has ever supported that would disproportionately help low-income Americans more than the top 1%?
Okay, but like again, that's
Can you
like
answer the question genuinely? What is one bill Donald Trump has ever supported that would disproportionately help low-income Americans more than the top 1%?
but I'm not in the low income. So like
Okay, I know, but try to answer the question. Can you name one bill that Donald Trump has ever supported? Exactly, because Donald Trump doesn't care about homeless people. Donald Trump doesn't care about poor people. Donald Trump doesn't care about low-income people, which is why he's willing to fuck them over and let them die, and you don't care about them either because that's not you. Oh, but then you're going to turn around and argue that life happens. People have their lives uprooted. They lose their income. They lose everything, all of their worldly possessions. So it could be at one point in the future, or you should just care about your American brothers and sisters, because guess what? When everybody in the economy is better off, when there's less homeless Americans, when there's less low-income Americans, when we have more economic ability, when people are making more because of better support from social safety nets, then you are better off because now there's more people spending more money like at the business that you work. So then you're more likely to get a raise. Your business is less likely to lay you off, so on and so forth.
I just think it's really easy for you to like say all of these things while he's in office, but then like saying like, oh, like it's not perfect, right? Like he isn't like helping some of the lower income families. He isn't like doing certain things to help that. When like under Biden, like everything went to shit, and like you're literally trying to sit here and say, but you can't
like demonstrate that what he did that made it go to shit. Like clearly the reason why things were bad, not during the totality of the Biden-Harris administration, but only during the first year and a half, is because of the pandemic that just killed people, that quarantined people, that shut the country down, shut the world down, disrupted global supply chains, or Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which then also disrupted 25% of the global supply chain of oil. You cannot attribute any domestic policy that Biden passed to the bad economic outcomes. How about this? Name one Biden economic policy that was bad. Name it. That's what I thought, Mandy. Oh, you can't say this about Biden. Yeah, because his economic policy was actually pretty fucking good.
I think that like okay, but like just because I don't study all of this like as much as you do.
You were the one that asked to make the conversation about policy. You said, Dean, I don't care that Donald Trump called for the execution of the Democrats. Dean, I don't care that Donald Trump has infringed on our Constitution. Dean, I don't care that Donald Trump has positioned himself as a dictator. Dean, I don't care about anything. Those are just all your feelings, Dean. Dean, we need to talk about policy. Dean, policy. But this is what happens when we talk about policy.
I know. I think maybe the biggest thing that like, okay, maybe I misspoke too, even about like policy and like, because, okay, I don't know, let's say I don't know all the policies because I don't do like all the research on a bunch of that, but like what I do know is like the main things that I care about, right? So like I don't support like abortions, and I don't support like the immigration, like the high levels of people that were coming in, like those types of things matter, and I think they make a big impact on the U.S.
What is the negative impact of immigration on America?
I don't think immigration in general, if they come here legally, I think it's perfectly fine. I would encourage it. But I think that the people that are coming in, no, you asked me a question and I want to land my plane, please. I think having millions of undocumented people coming in that have zero background checks, that could be criminals, could be terrorists, for all we know. They literally could be like in a terrorist group coming in and we wouldn't know, right? Because they just jumped the border and we just let them in. I think that's completely wrong. I think, and there's literally like I don't know the exact website. I could look it up, but there's literally a website that has like literally hundreds of like mugshots of these people and like the things that they've done. Like it's horrible. They're all like terrible, like criminal things. So like I think that I do think that there is something to say that our immigration, like the steps to become a citizen could be better. I think that like the amount of years that it takes for someone to come here and like that kind of stuff should be easier, but I don't think that we should just be letting just anyone in off the streets coming in here and like being able to live here. And like, I don't know. I think that like there's a lot of things that go into like the immigration stuff. Like there's people that literally waited in line and did like the right thing and like paid like money and all of these things to be here and like to become a citizen. Because I think to become a citizen, like I think it's a privilege to live here. Like, I think like people should come in the right way and should want to be a citizen. I don't think that they should just be coming here and living off like everyone else and their tax dollars. Like, I don't think that that's fair at all. So I think that there's something to say that like under Biden, there was literally millions that they let in, and that's a huge problem.
How did they let them in?
Actually, I do know too that Kamala was literally put in charge of the border.
What was her duty? Wait, you just lied. She was not put in charge of the border. What's your evidence?
I've literally heard that she was put in charge of the border.
Oh, you heard it, therefore it's true? God damn.
Do you have anything to prove that that's not true?
Okay, so now you think it's my burden of proof to prove you wrong, but you don't need any evidence that what you're saying is true? God damn.
I can look it up quick. I'm like almost positive though.
No,
she
low-key, I want to waste your time. Yeah, go look it up, please.
You want to waste my time? Thanks.
Yes, I do. Do.
Okay. Well, regardless, the fact that they let that many people.
How did they let them in?
The border wasn't secure. That's how.
The border wasn't secure? Was the border secure? Was the border secure under Trump in his first term?
Yes, he's literally the second term. Yes.
What about in his first?
He literally said, "We're not in the first term. We're in the second term."
I know,
and so I'm gonna go
relevant,
off of
it's
what's
relevant
today.
It's relevant to my counter argument against your position. Was the border
How is it
secure under
relevant?
Trump in his first term?
He was making steps to make it secure.
By the end of his first term, was it secure?
Yes, more secure than under the Biden administration.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so this means that the Biden-Harris administration rolled back his security, right? So what did they roll back?
Yes, absolutely.
What did they roll back? Oh, nothing.
No, they did, actually.
Okay,
I do remember. No, they definitely did do something.
What did they do? What did they roll back?
I don't know the exact like policy or whatever,
computer
but I
find
know
it,
that
find
they
it.
did.
So just Google it real quick. Find it.
Okay, can I go on like Teacup or whatever?
Yes,
I don't
yes,
have
you
my
can.
computer.
Yeah, you can. Holy moly. Dude. It's so ironic that this is like the same person that was like accusing me of only caring about my feelings and didn't want to talk about policy and whatnot. So ironic, dude. So ironic. It's like they think that I don't know my shit when it comes to policy, because admittedly, I do spend a lot of the time on this live stream talking about the man that Donald Trump is and how terrible of one he is, right? So I think I spend a lot of my time talking about that because I don't know anything about policy, right? But like, holy shit, they've been proven wrong. By the way, just to let you know, Mandy, we can't hear you when you're off app. We don't need to hear you. God bless. God bless. Just come back to the app once you find your resources. In the meantime, while she's looking for that, I'm going to go and thank a couple people. Robert, thank you so much for the $40 donation on PayPal. Let's get 400 Robert W's down below. Thank you so much, Robert. Robert with the $40 says, wow, I thought that you lost the will to live there for a minute, but then you came back swinging and kicked ass. She's one of the worst people in the world. Always impressed with how you handle these jackals. Keep up the work. Still watching every day from 71-year-old Robert. Robert, brother, you know that I love you, man. You've been watching for forever. I aspire to be you one day. Thank you for the $40, dude. Let's get 400 Robert W's. Brooklyn, thank you so much for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, love watching your debates. These women are so insufferable and privileged to live in a position where they can victim blame other women with no regard. Sending love from Australia. Well, love to you and to your friend, and thank you for the $10. Aubrey, thank you so much for the $5. And then Adam, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, love your videos and debating others. You're a really big inspiration. Not only are you my favorite thing to watch while gaming, but also my favorite thing to tune into while smoking. Keep your peace with these rot brains. Keep doing what you do, bud. Thank you, Adam. I'm happy that you take something positive away from the streams, that you really like to use them as background noise. That's great. Tiffany, thank you for the $20. She says, I'm a single mama and I listen to you and it gives me hope for my kiddos. Oh, dude, I bet that you're a great mom. I have so much respect for all the moms that tune in, because I just know that you guys are great. Thank you so much for the $10. Then Amber, thank you so much for the $10 as well. You're awesome. I think that we have a couple people to thank over on Venmo real quick. Thank you so much for the $25, Kelsey. That came in literally 18 seconds ago, so you probably won't even come back in time to hear this. But Kelsey, if you do hear this, thank you for the $25. You were awesome. Colton, thank you for the $5. Caroline with the $30. Let's get 300 Caroline W's down below in the chat. Thank you for the $30. Who says, a registered nurse here. This is the least of Mandy's issues, but let her know. Word salad is a type of disorganized speech. seen in schizophrenia. I didn't even know that. Happy, for example, happy, green, friendly, running monkeys. Like tossing random words into a salad bowl. I don't even know that that's where the phrase word salad comes from. I think that we use it slightly different in society just to denote somebody that's saying something that doesn't make much sense, which is like kind of like tracks what you just described, but it's not like in reference to schizophrenia or any type of disorder. Joseph, thank you for the $25, and Ben, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, you guys. Joseph for the 25 says, my best friend from middle school came out today as a trans woman. I support her and love her as much as I did when she was my best friend and identified as a cis man. Oh, that is awesome. Good for you. Thank you so much for being a good friend to her, and shout out to her. Thank you for the $25. Ben with the 25 says it's exploitation when authority removes the ability to refuse. The setting doesn't matter. The power dynamic does. Ben sent that in reference to Donald Trump sexually exploiting people, and you're absolutely right. And by the way, Ben, good to see you again. And thank you for another $10 donation. Jessica, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents, who says, I really appreciate you encouraging others who see you a lot on stream. If you are feeling hopeless, to take some time from politics and self-care. Yeah, Jessica, that's really important. That's really important. Amanda, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, who says, as a woman who's been a victim of SA, this woman is depressing. Thank you for doing what you do. Well, thank you so much, Amanda. I'm sorry that you had to live through that. And I could absolutely see how harmful what she's saying could be to you. Thank you so much for the $25. And with that, we are all caught up. Let's see if we have anybody on Super Chat. We sure do. FamCam, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says, I'm amazed how many people you've talked to that admitted to the internet that they don't care about issues that don't personally affect them. I'm not struggling right now, and I still lose sleep over the fact that most people are. I know, FamCam, me too. Any sensible person does, to some extent. Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, we don't have to accept crap leaders because they did back in the day girly. Progress means aspiring to be better, kind of like you should make society better instead of sending it backwards. Deanie Rocket, thank you for being for women. Thank you so much for the support, Elizabeth. I appreciate you. Did you find the border security that Biden rolled back to open the border?
Yeah, he rolled back the Remain in Mexico that Trump had.
Mm-hmm. What was the Remain in Mexico policy? Do you know? We know when you're going on pause. We know that right now you're going to Google to look.
I know. Well, I had to Google this in the first place, remember? Okay. So, yeah.
It's okay. We'll give her a moment. I'm actually going to check in on the.
Sorry, I didn't realize you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, we can't hear you when you leave the app.
So it said it required asylum seekers to.
Dude, just come back to the app. I'll just tell you what it is.
Okay, just tell me. Yeah, please just read it for me.
The Remain in Mexico policy was a piece of legislation that required asylum seekers to remain in Mexico while their asylum claim was being processed by the court system. Are asylum seekers legal immigrants or undocumented immigrants?
Don't they have to have papers?
They are legal immigrants. Okay. So you're telling us here that the Biden-Harris administration opened the border to undocumented immigrants by rolling back something that only impacted legal immigrants. That doesn't make too much sense.
Yeah, but that's also, isn't that encouraging people that aren't renewing their papers and such to not have to do that if they're not getting consequences for it?
Well, the consequence for coming into America on a fake asylum claim is to have your asylum claim rejected and then to be deported.
Yeah, but I think that during their administration, there was a surge of people coming in because they were being more lenient on these things. And I think our system couldn't handle the capacity of people, which is why I think so many people came in illegally.
How are they being more
which
lenient?
I think there's like just with like the less restrictiveness on like some of these policies, like literally like that rollback and
I mean,
like
rolling back that policy is a good thing because the Remain in Mexico policy is a humanitarian disaster. Asylum seekers are people who flee their country to come to ours because of social or political prosecution. They're already not living a good life. So now we're going to go force them to stay in a country that they've never been to before in areas where the job market is like really, really bad with higher levels of like DV, SA, murder, rape, kidnapping, so on and so forth. No, let them stay in America. But let's just make the process go faster. We'll be good.
but I think that we do have like something that like if they're like fleeing for certain reasons, like and they have like proof of that, like
that's what
don't
that's what the
yeah
asylum process is.
exactly.
So why we shouldn't make those people wait in Mexico? We should allow those people to stay here.
Well, I don't necessarily think that because like what if that person like okay, but they still do like background checks and stuff on them in order to give them asylum, right? They're like the temporary
I think so. I think that there's some type of background check involved in the process.
Okay, I guess then my question would just be then like for like the millions that did come in, like they're just jumping the border then, or
came in. A lot of undocumented immigrants who came into the country under Biden, they overstayed visas. They came into the country.
Yeah, but let me ask you this: how are there so? If they were doing these background checks and these things were happening, then why were there so many criminals that had so many different offenses?
Well, that's not true.
Oh, so these mugshots and all of these people that they found and deported are just like, that's just lies?
Oh, wow. You're not too intelligent. Think about what you're saying. You're arguing that there was a lot of them, like a large proportion of those who are undocumented immigrants. And then I'm saying that's false. So then you're like, oh, Dean, how could you say that a large proportion of undocumented immigrants weren't violent criminals when I can maybe point you towards 100 that were violent criminals? You know what I mean? Listen, according to PNAS, undocumented immigrants are actually 2.5 times less.
It was definitely more than
likely.
100.
Listen, my point is it's sub 1%, significantly lower than citizens because undocumented
that
immigrants
we even know of
are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil compared to U.S. citizens. Did you know that?
I did hear something like that, yeah, but I don't think.
So if so many of them are hardened criminals, why are they so much less likely to commit the hardened crimes?
But how can you say that of the people because they're literally undocumented? For all you know, that statistic could be completely wrong.
No, undocumented
because
doesn't
we
mean,
didn't do background checks on them. These people we don't even.
No. Undocumented doesn't mean no crime whatsoever. No documentation whatsoever. We could still document them with ITINs, driver's license, identification cards, jobs, W-2s, so on and so forth. But my claim here is that they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes once they're here. So, let's just assume that so many of them are coming into this country with crazy criminal records from their home country that we didn't catch because there was no background check. Then why are they so much less likely to commit the hardened crimes again in America? Because what it seems to be the case is we know that once you commit a crime one time, you're so much more likely to commit another crime a second time. So why are undocumented immigrants 2.5 times less likely to offend than citizens if more of them are hardened criminals with criminal records from their home country?
I mean, I do think there's something to say that like America obviously provides you with like better opportunities, better living. So like that can impact like the decisions that you make or have to make for your families and such to commit crimes. I can see that side of thing. But
it also gives that same alleviation to citizens. The point is that, well, actually, not too many of them are violent criminals. And the reason why they came into the country with the use of undocumented means is because illegal means take too long.
Well, yeah. And I made that point earlier, right? I said, I think that there should be like something that, I don't know, makes that like faster and whatever. But I don't think that we should just be allowing anyone in here without like background checks and all of that.
Okay, but you're not responding to the point here. The point is that you're wrong when you suggest that so many of them are violent criminals.
Well, I don't think that that's wrong when there are violent criminals that.
Oh my God, dude.
Okay, but I will say they're
saying
not
that a low
all.
percentage of them are undocumented immigrants. Of undocumented immigrants are violent criminals is different than saying a lot of undocumented immigrants are violent criminals. And by the way, if you want to like catch the undocumented immigrants who are violent criminals, then you should support the Democrats because the Democrats want to identify those with the violent crimes on the records. And
The Democrats were the ones that let them in, so no, I don't support that.
You're not able to justify the notion that they did let them in. I asked you, what policy did they pass or what policy did they revoke from Trump?
Dude, they literally jumped the border,
and then you're gonna tell me,
and they came
oh my
in
God,
here.
Dude, holy shit! Democrats deported undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on the records at higher rates than Trump today. What the fuck are we talking about?
Because they let more in under them.
How did Biden let undocumented immigrants in? How did Biden let undocumented immigrants in? And also, we're not talking about nominal statistics. We're talking about proportionality. Proportionately, the Biden-Harris administration deported a higher proportion.
Can I ask you a question here?
No, because you need to listen to me because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, let me ask you a question.
You need to listen to me. Proportionately, a higher proportion of the undocumented immigrants deported under Biden had bad crimes on their records compared to Trump today. Why? Because Donald Trump wants to focus on anybody and everybody, including unaccompanied minors. Oh my God, shut up, Mandy, listen.
Dean, 1 second, please. Crime aside.
Crime aside. Kicked. Banned. Goodbye. Not putting up with that shit, dude. Holy cow, man. What the fuck are we doing? Serena, thank you for the $10 over in Vimeo. Says, thank you, Dean. Thank you, Serena. Kate, thank you for the $15. Who says, hey, Dean, I went to college for a computer science bachelor's degree, and after almost 8 years working in this field, I got laid off because of Trump's economy/AI and can't find another job because the job market is so bad. Guess I should get another job. Yes, Kate, just go get another job. That's what she said, right? Cassie, thank you so much for the $20. She says, thank you for speaking on behalf of so many. Oh, Cassie, thank you so much for the $20 donation. It means the world. Let's get 200 Cassie W's down below. And then Ilya, thank you for the $10 as well. And I just read your message. Thank you so much for that support. You're very, very kind. Show some love to Ilya down below. As well as Paris, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, who says, my friend was detained by ICE last week, and we found out today that even though he's a citizen, they're deporting him. Paris, can you shoot me an Instagram DM and share more about that story if you're down? Because if that's true and they're deporting a citizen, I would like to make a video on it and ensure that everybody knows about it and that it's picked up by the mainstream media. We need to hold him accountable. And dude, this just came through. Miss Jennifer, thank you so very much for the $200 donation on PayPal. Dude, oh my God. You and so many others have been so fucking kind today. So fucking kind. Jennifer, thank you so much for the love. Jennifer didn't even attach a message to the dono, just sent $200. I want to see 2,000 Jennifer W's down below. That's incredible. I do not deserve that much love, my friend. That is absolutely fucking insane. Show some love to Jennifer in that chat, you guys. Please show some love to Jennifer. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart to you. That is beyond kind. Genuinely beyond fucking kind. Beyond kind. Oh my God. As well as thank you so much, J-Dub, for the $20, who says love you. J-Dub, love you too, man. Thank you so much for the love and support. Show some love to J-Dub and Jennifer, as well as Simon. Thank you for the $17. Who says, I really hope that she reflects on her understanding of consent, especially if she's a mother. I'm horrified. Imagine how I feel listening to the Red Hats. I came here legally and paid $406,000 in federal income tax and can't vote. Yeah, that's fucked up, man. Thank you so much for the $17. And I hope that one day that system is fixed. Undine, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says non-citizens who enter Australia by sea undocumented are granted temporary or lawful status while their immigration status is resolved and they get free healthcare. It's not that hard. Exactly. It's not that fucking hard. Now, for all the viewers at home, we've been live for almost 5 hours. We are going to go and end the stream here, guys. I'm very tired, and I still have to go work out at the gym. So I'm going to go ahead and hop off. Make sure, guys, to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. We do these streams every day, 7 days a week. So see you tomorrow. If you're on YouTube, make sure to sub, drop a like and a comment on the VOD. I'll see you guys tomorrow, too. What a crazy day today. Very exhausted, But peace and love. Good night and goodbye. See you all tomorrow. Oh, one last thing. Tomorrow's Parker's birthday. Don't forget. Bye, guys.